40. What's up, Emma? What's up, Erica? How you doing? What's up, Jake? What's up, Lydia? What's up, Aster? What's up, Sorcha? How you doing? What's good? What's up? What's up, DMP? How you doing? What's up, Noel? What's up, Elliot? How you doing? What's up, Paulina? How you doing? How you doing? What's up, everyone joining in? Last night, everybody, Trump posted this Truth Social post where he literally said that he's had 3 terms. I'm not trolling. He literally started out with anybody running for president or vice president should be forced to take a cognitive examination prior to entering the race. By doing so, we wouldn't be surprised at people like Barack Hussein Obama or Sleepy Joe Biden getting elected. Our country would be a much better place. I took the exam 3 times during my 3 terms as president and aced it all 3 times. An achievement that in a single exam, according to the doctors, has rarely ever been done before. By the way, no doctor said that. Not a single one. There's no basis for saying that Obama or Biden would not have passed the cognitive examination that he's claiming that he passed, by the way. And I just want to be very, very clear. In this statement, he's saying that he's been president for 3 terms, meaning everything that he claimed that happened under the Biden administration, like the open border, was due to him because of his administration? Because it was under his term? What? That makes no sense. Plus, he would have been termed out already. What? Which is insane. So we're going to start getting some people up here in a quick second, everybody. Only do send a guest request. If you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some stuff up here real quick. Yo, it's about... You're disgusting. Holy shit, that is so fucking gross. Holy fuck. That is so gross, dude. What the fuck, dude? That is so disgusting, dude. Dude, like, a person literally just, like, fucking literally flashed the screen with their fucking male member. That's disgusting. That is so disgusting. Can TikTok please go after people like that? Holy shit. Because I have to kick them off. There's not even a chance for me to fucking ban the person because it's the first fucking guest on the stream, dude. That's so insane. That's so fucking gross, dude. Literally, TikTok needs to fix their shit. TikTok has this issue where they literally allow people to turn on cameras without authorization from the host. They need to make it so it's literally you need authorization from the host to turn on your camera. Otherwise, you can't turn it on. I don't know why they can't do that. It's incredibly fucking insane. I'm going to try to end my TikTok live real quick to see if I can like find that account. Give me one quick second, everybody. I'm going to end the TikTok live. I'll be right back on TikTok. That's so disgusting. For people here on YouTube, just give me a quick second. Let me see if I can try to find that person. That's so disgusting, dude. That's actually so disgusting. Let me see. Give me a quick second, everybody. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone, to help get it out to more people. Let me go and try to go to my last live stream. That's so fucking gross, dude. Alrighty. TikTok Studio. Give me one second, everyone. I'm trying to get to the last live. Live. How do I take a look at like the last guests? They have changed the UI. Why do they do this? Like, that's actually so gross, bro. That's how the stream starts. That's so horrible. One guest. Here we go. I found the account. All right, I'm going to make sure to send this account to a person at TikTok. And I'm going to make sure that that gets sent to the police. Like, actually, like, that's fucking crazy. All right, give me 1 second. Can you contact... Sorry, everyone, that was the beginning of the stream. I'm just making sure that that's sent to TikTok support, because in order to be able to find that person's account, they will need to go through TikTok. So I'm actually trying to get in contact with Dean to see if I can get in contact with his contact, because last time he was able to address that. But I have the person's account, so I'm actually happy that I ended the live, because then I can find the account, because it shows me the guest that was on the stream. And I only had one guest on the stream, so it was super easy to find that person. And I have their account name now. That's so gross. They literally straight up did that on the screen, right? And TikTok will be able to look into the VOD and see the account. They should be able to act on that without me in the first place. They should be able to detect that, but I'm going to make sure that TikTok is identified, because that's a crime. That's a literal crime. Alrighty, we're gonna go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. What happened? A person flashed the stream. So I'm making sure to get in contact with people that Dean has contact with at TikTok to be able to find their account. Like, I already found their account name, just to be able to find the person, because they can find the IP, they can find the address of the person. Like, they have all of the information about these people because of the fact that they connect to the TikTok servers. So TikTok will absolutely be able to get criminal charges filed against that person, and they'll likely have some type of criminal response against them, because it's literally recorded on the internet. Like, they literally completely are gonna get caught. So, like, that's absolutely atrocious. Shifty Lincoln, thank you so much for the $20 for Hey Parker. I'm in Minnesota, just contacted my state officials and multiple congressmen. Received a bogus mailer in my mailbox. I have direct evidence of voter registration fraud in the hands of MAGA. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Yeah, make sure to let those authorities know. That's absolutely insane. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Let's get the let's just bring this guy up, because I just want to get a debate up here to start the day. Will you be able to be chill today and have a conversation?
What do you mean?
Are you going to be able to be chill today, have a productive conversation?
You guys never let me talk, so I don't know how that'd be a conversation.
Okay, well, then I'll let you speak if you have a productive conversation.
Yeah.
We'll say that. Now go ahead.
So yesterday, I provided you with evidence of what actually happened, and you said that I got a flag. I didn't get a flag.
You did.
I got no notification. Okay, no, you got the flag.
Yeah,
I didn't get a flag.
You don't get a notification when it's a flag like that in every circumstance. But it told me explicitly the flag was for you.
Okay, there was a bunch of people in your chat saying that it was you that got the flag.
How would they know? What? I'm the one that gets the notification. How would anyone else get that notification? No one else gets the notification but me.
I didn't get a notification.
Yeah, no shit.
Why wouldn't I get a notification if I was flagged?
Listen, it's because the flag is for my stream while having you on it. That's how the social media works.
No,
I'm just telling you how TikTok works.
I've had a flag.
I don't care to argue this. You can.
I've had a flag.
You can honestly. You can think that I kicked you. I don't know why I'd bring you back up if that was.
You absolutely did.
If that
it didn't kick me.
Then why'd I bring you back up?
Huh?
Then why'd I bring you back up?
Because you were running from that first time, but now
that doesn't make any sense.
One of the only
why wouldn't I just not add you?
I don't know. Do you disagree with anything that I was saying yesterday?
Yeah, I just don't remember all of it. So if you want to go through and we can litigate everything again, we'll have that conversation. But can you explain to me why I added you back on the stream if I'm scared to debate you?
Let's just get over it, Parker.
Okay, now we're gonna get over it as soon as he can't answer that question. Interesting.
It's a circular argument. We're going back and forth, and then, like, it's going nowhere. So it's just pointless. So.
I don't. Well, you didn't want to answer that question. Do you want to answer that question first before?
You kicked me yesterday, Parker. You see, this is where it's gonna go. Like, let's just get back to the topic.
But like, can you
You
answer
kicked me
my
yesterday.
question?
You're saying that you didn't. One of us is lying. I didn't drop out. You kicked me yesterday.
So then why did I bring you back
said
up
that
right now?
I got a flag.
Why
I
are you
got
on the
no
live right now?
notification of a flag.
Why are you on the live right now?
I don't know. Maybe because today you like looked into something. Maybe you didn't have your little people in your Discord ready for
I don't have a
a
Discord.
response, and you were trying to stall.
I don't have a Discord. Okay.
All right. So
All right.
can you respond to anything that I was talking about yesterday?
I don't remember it. I told you. Can you repeat it?
So Texas was trying to redraw their maps in 2020. Biden.
Can we talk about
I
a
gave
different
you this-
topic? I think we already litigated
No.
this fully, and I explained how
We
you're
did
wrong.
not at all. We did not at all.
I
You
think
didn't
we
rebut
did.
any of the evidence. You
I
didn't
did.
rebut anything. And then not only that,
How about
but then
this?
you
How about
had
this?
the actual.
Let's keep you focused. Can you name an economic policy of Trump's that you like?
There's several economic policies of
Such
Trump
as?
that I like, but I want to talk about this. Why are you running from this?
We already talked about
And you
this
had a
yesterday.
couple.
I'd rather
You
not.
had a couple things wrong. You said that the Supreme Court lawsuit was
Can you
because
answer the question?
because a black individual.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do.
Why are you running?
You're gonna.
This is what you guys do every time.
This isn't running. This is me wanting to litigate something else.
This is you
I don't wanna have
running
this
from the top.
Okay. If you choose to not have this conversation, right, I'm just gonna kick you and go on to the next person.
You just admitted you concede on this topic, dude. You've just lost this debate. The fact that you're trying to pivot so hard from this because it doesn't go against your guys' narrative.
You have 20 seconds to start having the conversation about the economy. If you don't, I'm going to go on to the next person.
You just lost. Thank you for this easy W. I just clipped. The fact that you won't talk about this shows that you guys are scared to confront this. This narrative that you guys have put out is a false narrative. The Democrats have been lying to their own constituents and everybody else about what's actually happening with this gerrymander.
Okay, he's not getting 20 seconds. He can't do it. We just had that conversation yesterday, my guy. I'm not going to have the conversation again because that's how we started the stream yesterday. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Nigo.
Disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
What?
Or how old
What'd
are you
you
again?
say?
Sorry. You said 20 and you said you were born 2007?
No, so basically, I think
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Free Palestine.
Base. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Thank you so much for the Unicorn Fantasy ADL. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual here quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates. Mister, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Thank you, the galaxy, by the way. You, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if your election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. And what's your birth year?
2007.
1 month.
April.
Maybe 19. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Thank you for the galaxy, by the way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
The reason I support Hitler is like because and war.
That's horrible. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. By the way, everyone, I think I'm going to get this point. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you intentionally send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the screen, I am going to block it. Just letting you know, everybody. Because I just want to be able to get a debate up here real quick, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the screen. If you send a guest request intentionally, you don't meet that criteria on the screen, I am going to be blocking you. Just letting you know. So just make sure you're hopped out of the guest box, by the way, everyone. It should, if you have the ability to see the guests in the bottom, it should have a pink and blue person next to each other. If it's gray, make sure to, what's it called? To leave the box. Alrighty. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, we are just looking for some debates. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria in the TikTok screen, you will get blocked, everybody. Hey, I think of the galaxy. I'm assuming that you don't support Trump. Because I do see you in the box, actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
The reason I support Hitler.
That's the same fucking person. Let me make sure that they're blocked. There we go. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the screen, we are just going to block you. Just letting you know. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hit that morning blinker.
Don't make me block you. Don't make me block you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for all the galaxies. Thank you so much, by the way. Alright, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, everybody. Sometimes it takes a second to get some people up here. Seems like Trump supporters are unwilling to debate me right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Thank you for the galaxy, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Let's get this first person up here for debates, everybody. It's kind of struggling today to get some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 48.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I think, just to focus on one issue, I think he's been particularly good at fighting back against anti-woke ideology. Most liberals back in the day used to believe in traditional or what I would call classical liberalism, the idea that, we all should be judged by the content of our character, kind of like how Martin Luther King said. And if nothing else, if you want to say Trump has been bad in other areas, I may agree. But when it comes to the anti-woke stuff, I think that Trump has been like a disruptor. Has forced the pendulum back. People don't like to be told that they have to be addressed in a certain way, like Latinx or birthing people, because people don't talk like that. And I think that people felt that like progressives are going too far with the language policing, and making words that are normal for people to say, like a woman or a man, and even arguing about what a woman is. I mean, it's just not how normal people look at the world or how they talk, and or how they even think about things. So, this elitist kind of attitude that the progressivism progressive had against people like just normal people like myself. You even see this in lives where people won't even talk to you unless you want to identify yourself as a cisgendered, blah, 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 whatever they came up with. in the last 48 hours. So, I think that's created more friction and division in our country, more reasons why I'm not like you. And I just think on a societal level, that's not a good thing. So, and so I think Trump has been good. And the reason I support him is because at the very least, he's helped push back against that type of anti woke, kind of thought police sort of thing that was taking a strong hold in our society.
Do you think there are any words people shouldn't say?
No, I mean, I believe, people should say what they want to say. You can judge them, their character. So, like someone says the N with the hard R, you can, of course, make a decision not to be friends with that person or maybe even fire that person because, the First Amendment doesn't
Yeah, you
apply to
shouldn't be friends with that
safeguard
person, right? So like the point that we're making is
Sure.
that
That's your decision,
wait,
but
the point that we're making
you're
is that we have a red line when it comes to certain types of behaviors and certain types of actions, right? And if you intentionally violate these things, obviously, right, people are going to have standards and stop being friends with you. Now, that's not an elitist attitude. That's just an attitude of having a threshold or a red line like we do with plenty of moral dilemmas. So this isn't language policing, right? Unless you're willing to say that you are language policing yourself. Plus, I mean, Christians, historically speaking, have been the ones, especially conservative Christians, language policing, saying that we can't swear, right? Like, that's been, like, the whole thing. So I don't understand how you can say that
right.
the woke individuals are the ones, the quote-unquote only ones that are language policing. It seems like everyone has some notion of language policing under your
Right.
definition.
But I mean,
And
these
then
are right. So go ahead.
And then I was also saying, like, I think the hyperfixation on trans people doesn't come from the supporters of trans people, but rather the people who are anti-trans that are hyperfixated on less than 1% of the population. That doesn't disenfranchise them in any meaningful way. And they're, like, hyperfixated on, hating them because of stigmas and fear-mongering targeted towards or about trans people, like in the media, and perpetuated by individuals like Donald Trump, which create conditions that are more harmful for trans people. Trans people just want to live, right? We're just saying accept trans people, right? We're not even trying to, like, force people in every single way possible. Like, there's no law saying that you have to use someone's pronouns, right? We're just saying be respectful, right? Don't be rude for no reason. Trans people were not rude to you. They weren't mean to you. There's no need to be rude or mean to them.
Okay, just to respond to the point you made about that, back in the day, we tell people not to swear, and that's kind of the same as telling people don't say, I don't know, some cisgender term. I feel it's a little different. I think most people understand that. Uh, I'm not arguing that there shouldn't be mores. I mean, obviously, and ways of treating each other and standards for conduct between people. Obviously, society can't exist if we're all flying off the handle, over every little thing. So, there's nothing wrong with having enforced community standards. And no one's arguing that we shouldn't have it. I guess that the place where we diverge, probably me and you, is that I don't think that, like, if you want to say the R word, you can say that because it's a, it's a word you can use. You can say the N word. You can say any word.
But it's
We
wrong to
shouldn't.
use. But it's wrong to use, right? I mean, saying that someone can
Wrong,
do
and
something is just a ridiculous thing. Like, someone can murder someone. Someone can cheat on their
sure,
partner.
sure.
That none, that's not a point. Why do you keep saying that? Just because someone can do
Well,
something
because
does not
we're
mean that that
because
action
we're
is moral or immoral necessarily. I would argue that these actions here are immoral, right? You shouldn't be doing those things.
You see, I guess that's where I disagree. I mean, it's becoming like there's more and more environments in our social life that are becoming so restrictive regarding quote unquote acceptable language. Um, back in the day, at least when I was growing up, people believed in what's called the marketplace of ideas. If you didn't like an idea, then you would debate it, you would argue it, and show why that idea is not good. The fact that
I wonder
cancel
what I'm doing right
culture
now.
and no, right, yeah, I mean,
But,
I
like,
mean
you
that's
said,
I mean
I'm not like
you're a
you when you
tiny
first came on the
you're
live.
a
You were calling me the
tiny
woke crowd. You were calling me the woke crowd, but then you're saying the thing that's bad about the woke crowd is that they aren't willing to engage with the marketplace of ideas, which is exactly what I'm doing right now. Am I not?
well, I mean, do you self-identify as a woke crowd? I don't know.
No, you called me that earlier.
Well, okay, well, am I wrong on that? Are you part of the woke crowd? Because you don't sound like it.
Well, I mean, I would consider myself woke, just not overly woke.
Okay, well, yeah, you're adequately woke.
Yeah, and I think everyone should be woke,
Okay,
but they shouldn't be
that's
overly
fine.
woke, right? Overly woke could
Sure.
be a
You,
bit like is obviously like in the notion of saying over is saying too
yeah,
much, right?
yeah. You're properly cooked woke. You're like
Yeah.
a nice tan, light brown cooked
Yeah,
woke.
I think that the term woke has been demonized by conservatives. The term woke in of itself, right? At least what people are trying to say is overly woke, right? Or someone's like has like some like ridiculous position or something like that. That's what people are associating it with, or these like super fringe perspectives that exist. But in of itself, acknowledging systems of marginalization of disparity towards people in society and being aware of those things is an important thing. And that notion of wokeness, right, of like being aware of systemic inequity, of making yourself aware of these things and trying to make other people aware of those things, that in of itself is a good thing, right? It's all of these hyper
Yeah,
fringe
I mean,
ideas that are associated with the idea of wokeness from conservatives' perspective, right? That they try to associate with wokeness, that inevitably, by the way, wasn't even necessarily associated with wokeness in the first place, in order to be able to demonize the term in the first place, which I don't understand how it's effective at all to do that.
yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, one of the reasons that people like Nick Fuentes, for example, have skyrocketed in their popularity is because of this kind of attack on free speech and the cancel culture climate. I mean, that guy had what was deplatformed. I mean, they like went after him. I think they like even some guy even went to his house and tried to like take him out. So this kind of
Right?
thing kind of makes
There was
martyrs
a
of
woman at his
people.
door, and he like literally like pushed her off of a
I think I,
off of a
I think
like
there
a
was a
literal
guy. I
stair.
could be wrong. No, yeah, there was that incident, but there was also an incident. I guess a guy went to his house and like
Yeah,
try
there was
to
another
pew
person
him.
that had unalived, I think, a person prior, and then tried to go to Nick's house.
Yeah, I mean this
What's your
stuff. I
point?
mean,
I mean,
at
I
least
don't know why you'd bring
well,
up
the
like a not. I don't know why you'd bring up like a guy who literally denies the amount of people who died in the Holocaust as like an example of like where we should view ourselves within the media landscape. I don't think that's a good
well,
representation
I'm
of
using
like
him. I'm using
typical
him as
discourse,
a. I'm
especially a
using
guy
him
that's like
as
literally not
a.
allowed into most things or most platforms because of the fact that he has such extremist ideology. Is that the ideology that you align with?
No, no, no. But I'm open to people making their views known, people having their audience, people debating these issues. Uh, if his ideas, I don't subscribe. I'm Mexican American, so obviously I don't subscribe to his ideas of a white supremacist state, obviously. But I do understand why people would be drawn to that when you like attack people and marginalize them, and you make it seem like this like secret thing that ooh you can't say these things, and then you have this one guy who's bringing it, and it's gonna at the very least generate
Telling white
issues.
men that they
So
can't say
it's kind
slurs
of
is not marginalization. Like that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
right. Well, I mean, if you heard what you just said right now, I think a lot of people, especially people who grew up in the '90s, like I'm 48, so I grew up in the '90s. I grew up around those words. I grew up around many other words similar to those, and they
And
just they just weren't a big deal. People just said them. It's
wait,
part of
so because people
discourse.
in the
So,
past
well, let me
in,
finish
in
my
the
point. Can I make my point?
okay.
Because you're attacking me mid sentence. Let me just make the argument, and then you can say whatever. So because now it's like you can't say these things, and there's this person on the right. I'm not using them as an example of what I believe in. I'm just saying that this is a result of it. I'm using it as a consequence of woke culture going too far, making it unacceptable to express ideas that 15, 20 years ago were completely acceptable. And you could say, well, that's progress. That's why it's called progressivism, and we need to move beyond these labels and whatnot. But when you start taking people's jobs away and socially ostracizing them for things that 20 years ago were just fine to say or think, then you I think one of the reasons I support Trump is because he's been kind of a hammer. Now I'll agree with you. He's crude. He says dumb things. He says things I would never say or express. But it has been. I feel he's been a hammer that has kind of swung the pendulum the other way. So now as a culture, we're more free. I personally believe the best thing about America is the First Amendment and freedom of speech. I believe that makes us better than any other country because I can't think of another country that has the protections that the First Amendment applies. I mean, it has enshrines for citizens and people in this country. Because America is not better than say Finland in happiness or say Germany in social safety net or anything like that. So I think we should protect that. and we should fight against any attempt to restrict that.
So the Trump administration supported people being fired for making jokes about Charlie Kirk's death. So that's a more recent example of like exact examples of this being the case.
Right.
So like,
and I would. You're right. I disagree with that. I think people want to be assholes and evil. Well, I mean, I think that's evil, but they are protected by the First Amendment, so they shouldn't be arrested.
You know that Trump held Mahmoud Khalil, his administration held Mahmoud Khalil for over 104 days because of the fact that he just engaged in pro-Palestinian advocacy.
I agree. I'm on your side on that. That is completely wrong.
But like, this is your side, not our side. What about Donald Trump saying that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a traitor?
There's idiots on both sides.
What about Donald Trump calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted the release of the Epstein files and literally completely ostracizing her from his movement?
Yeah, that's wrong. And the Epstein files should come out, and whoever participated in that should probably be. Well, I won't say it, but they should probably suffer a severe punishment for that.
What about literally trying to press charges against Comey for saying 86-47?
Well, I mean, that was the decision of the grand jury. I mean, I'm not gonna second guess.
No, but like Trump supports
that doesn't
this.
mean he's guilty.
Trump thinks that that in that circumstance, Comey is saying unalive Trump, which, by the way, that's not what Comey's saying. And even so, Trump has literally said that to people himself. He's like literally called for the execution of some Democrats by reposting someone saying HANG them, George Washington Wood, after claiming that they engaged in seditious behavior punishable by death.
I mean, yeah, if you're asking my opinion personally, I just don't think that case is going to go anywhere. I mean, there's no intent to hurt. And I think that's one of the elements that the government has to prove at trial. So I foresee that case getting dismissed pretty soon, like kind of what happened to the Teacher James thing. But this is a grand jury decision. I don't know if you know this, but a lot of innocent people go to prison or jail, and then they get released. So it's not. I mean, it's rare for things like that to happen, but it's also not unheard of. So that we have a human system of justice. We're gonna make mistakes. You would have to talk to the grand jury as to why they did that.
Okay. Well, we can keep giving more examples. What about Brendan Carr saying that he won't renew the licenses of media organizations that don't report favorably, like quote unquote favorably, about the Iran war, or specifically Trump saying that in his opinion it's illegal to criticize the media, or criticize him in the media. Sorry.
I agree with you. I mean, I'm a First Amendment absolutist, so I'm going to. If you keep going down the line, I'm gonna agree that that's wrong. And I disagree with him.
Okay, but like I can give countless more examples. So let me wrap this in.
Agree with you.
Let me wrap this into my point. So I can give you countless more examples of Donald Trump explicitly engaging in this behavior than you can point to anything specific on behalf of the Democrats. And this conclusion would then entail that Donald Trump is too overly woke for you under that notion. This is woke culture going too far on the right.
Well, I mean, you can label it woke. I would just call it government censorship.
Wait, that's not me labeling it woke. That's your own definition, and me applying your own definition to your own side.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if you want to label it, define it as woke.
That's not me. That's not me defining it as woke. That's your definition of woke.
Okay. Then by my own definition, then.
Yeah.
I am against that.
So by your own definition, you support the candidate themselves that is overly woke, when you can't indicate that Kamala Harris meets your standard of being quote unquote overly woke. Like, when did she advocate for people to lose their jobs because of free speech?
Oh, I mean, I really don't know.
Like,
much
from a
about,
government standpoint.
Kamala Harris.
Like, from a government standpoint.
Kamala Harris. One of the reasons I didn't vote for her, because I just didn't know her very well. So.
Okay, well, you know that this is like literally private companies getting to choose whether or not they want to associate with certain people. I wouldn't employ someone that does that. You're not obligated to employ someone that holds bigoted opinions. Appreciate the galaxy. And just because something was acceptable in your eyes 20 years ago doesn't mean it was truly acceptable. Doesn't mean that it actually was good. Just because it was considered normal to you doesn't mean that it was okay. There are countless things that throughout society have been deemed to be quote-unquote normal and have been morally atrocious things that someone could have said 15 to 20 years ago that this was acceptable. Why are you saying that I should be treated differently now when 15 to 20 years ago that this was acceptable? That'd be ridiculous, right? Like, imagine if a Nazi said that after Nazi Germany fell. They said 15 to
Right.
20
Not a
years
good
ago,
analogy.
it was acceptable to treat Jewish people this way. Now you
Not
aren't
a
letting
good
me do this.
analogy.
It was literally considered normal back then. Like, that's what they would say. Do you see how that's absurd?
Right. Well, I mean, that's a little different. A war was fought. I mean, it's a little different, but yeah, I mean, I agree with you that someone in the South that used to own slaves couldn't say, "Well, you guys still own slaves 20 years ago." Obviously, a
Yeah,
war
and
was
like
fought
they
over
were
it.
like, oh, it
So
was
it's a little
considered
different.
acceptable 20 years
Little
ago. Like,
different.
that's not a solid argument. That's a horrible argument.
Well, I mean, it's a little. I know what you're trying to get at. That things change, and you're right. I understand your principle that things over time change and societies evolve, and our standards and morals and mores evolve as well. I agree with you. That does happen, and I'm not saying that everything should remain static to 1980, for example, and nothing should change after that, and that we shouldn't find things that we did 20 years ago unacceptable. That's not my argument. I'm just saying that the restrictiveness of it, the idea no longer to want to engage with ideas. So even, like, if I were to ask you a question, I know what your answer, even though you would deny it, I know what your answer is. Would you ever, like, say, just to use the example I used earlier, would you ever have a debate with Nick Fuentes? And your answer is going to be no, because he's a racist and blah, blah, blah. That was not the case 20 years ago. People would debate anyone, whatever they thought. And they would say, well, I know my position is better.
My answer is no, because Dean already dog-walked him.
Okay, you see, I mean, exactly. I mean, I understand you're going to come up with
Dean
another
already
reason
dog-walked
and all
him.
this thing.
Like, he literally
Right.
absolutely smoked him.
Okay. No, I got it.
What?
No, I understand.
So what's your answer there? How do you respond to that? He literally debated him and smoked him.
Okay? That's your. I mean, that what does that have to do with debating him? Because some
What?
other guy
What?
him, and you think
Wait,
he
what do
wanted
you mean?
to
Some
debate?
what do you mean? Some other guy, bro? Dean's one of my
What do
best
you
friends.
mean?
He's
Why?
watching
'Cause
the
Dean-
stream right now, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, I've debated Dean before. I mean, so what?
What? So what would you say to Dean?
So-
Would you say that to Dean? Because Dean's one of these woke people like me, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
sure,
okay, so then what would you say to Dean?
Dean?
Because what would you say to Dean? Answer that question.
Okay, you're kind of trying to, like, go around my point. The
No,
point
what
is
I'm
you
trying
would
to
not
say is,
debate.
what would you say
Anyone-
to Dean,
anyone,
and you
like,
won't
say,
answer the
Nick Fuentes-
question?
I'm not understanding what your question is. What would I
If
say
Dean
to
asked you the
about
same question I
debating
just
Nick
asked you,
Fuentes?
what would you say in response?
I'm sorry, I didn't. I guess there was a question I missed. What was your question?
Yeah, the question is that, like, how can you apply that standard when Dean himself has debated Nick Fuentes and destroyed him and eviscerated him? You said that people on the left won't debate everyone, right? When he literally did.
Right. Oh no. Yeah. So if you're asking me that, if you're trying to make the point that not all people are like that because Dean debated Nick, you're right. So I'm not trying. Obviously, it's not a monolith. Not everyone on the woke left is to that point, but a big substantial portion of it is. Most
Okay.
people.
But could you
would
say that
not
about the
talk to
right as
people
well?
on the
Why do
other
I
side.
barely have guest requests? Because these people are unwilling to debate me. It's not because MAGA doesn't exist. They do exist. They're still prevalent. It's just that they're unwilling to debate me to the same degree. Before the election, I used to have way more guests for the same level of viewership. Okay, so it is now that Trump supporters are less willing to come and debate me on the streams.
Well, I mean, that could be a function of the fact that Trump is losing so much support, and so people can't, don't want to argue about it because.
But there are still a bunch
would
of
you really-
MAGA
do
and
you really
right-wing
wanna be-
supporters, and
do
they
you really
don't come
wanna
up to debate
be-
me.
Do you really want to come up here and defend Epstein? I mean, who's going to want to do that?
Exactly. So why are you up
Exactly.
here doing that?
Well, I'm defending Epstein.
You just said that. You just said that was the characterization. So if you want to use your
Well,
own
I'm saying a lot of
characterization of
people-
the state of affairs, then yeah.
I'm telling you from what I've noticed, the argument eventually goes there. So I mean, why do people? Right now he has very low approval ratings. You're not going to find a lot of people who are going to be saying, "Oh yeah, I agree with everything Trump says." So I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, one of the reasons why you probably got a lot more debates before is because Trump had a higher approval rating, and there's more people willing to defend him, especially because they're going to vote for him, right? So
No,
But things have
I
changed since then.
don't accept that argument because think about this. 1/3 of the country approves of his administration. That means 1/3 of people likely seeing this stream, right, will support him. So you're telling me 1/3 of the people, which is over 1,000 people just in this TikTok stream, okay? You're telling me that none of them will send a guest request? Almost
Well,
none
I
of
mean,
them,
your
right?
math's a
You're
little
telling me
off
that
there.
not
I mean-
even 10 Trump supporters will join the queue.
I think no, I get what you're saying, but I mean, I don't think there's 1,000 people here to support Trump. I think most of your audience is probably very liberal, and people who are on the conservative side are probably just coming up here to troll you, which is what I've noticed the last 5 minutes before I started talking to you. So I mean,
So do you see how they're more willing to troll than they are willing to debate? So wait, what was your whole point here?
So,
I'm making the point that the right is unwilling to debate.
No, I mean, I don't think that's true. I mean, if
then why was Charlie Kirk terrified of debating Dean and I?
I mean, he did. Why was he terrified of debating Nick Fuentes? He never debated Nick, and Nick Fuentes always wanted to debate him. So because again, people have this. It's on the right too. I'm not saying it's restricted to the left. I mean, yeah, same thing with.
I think the difference would be that Nick Fuentes.
Because
do you want me to tell you the difference? Nick Fuentes is an extremist, right? We're not extremists. We're literally like progressive liberals.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, there's a liberal. What's it called? Liberal hegemony in our society. I mean, most people tend to have liberal views, even if they're conservative. So, yeah. I mean,
his whole thing is debating college students that are liberal.
You guys have
right.
That's
literally what we are. We were liberal college students, so like that's his demographic to debate.
Okay, and you're saying I don't. I mean, you're asking me what a person that's not around anymore, why he didn't debate you? I don't know.
I'm asking you, like, if conservatives are so willing to debate, why would the largest conservative not debate? Same thing was true with Ben Shapiro, by the way. Like, I tried to get in contact with Ben Shapiro to debate him, absolutely zero response. Right, and that was after
he's not gonna like.
Let me just clarify that.
You say about Israel, probably.
Of course he wouldn't, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't debate, right?
I don't think he likes.
Or you shouldn't debate. Sorry. So, like, I directly talked to and went through the manager, right, that he has, and I talked to him directly, and went through his manager, and absolutely zero response from the manager.
Yeah, because the conversation is eventually going to go to the Gaza war, what Israel's doing, what our relationship with Israel should be.
Doesn't he debate that all the time?
All things probably he doesn't. If he does, I haven't seen it. Maybe I should.
He did on Jubilee
his channel and look at stuff.
He tried to argue that October 7th wouldn't have happened if Trump were in office.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not going to defend Israel. So.
Well, I think you agree that's an absurd take, right? That October 7th wouldn't have happened if Trump were in office. Come on.
Yes, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's obviously absurd.
Okay. Well, anyways, that's the only reason I want to come up, just kind of give my take on why, at least on that, maybe you think it's a small issue. I think it's kind of a big issue.
Can I ask you more broader questions about this? Because I have more things to say about that.
Sure.
Yeah. So then, like, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If we left the war in Iran and left Iran as an oil hegemon of the world, controlling 20% of the world's oil, yes, I would.
Well, you want to swing funny?
Stop supporting him.
Trump said we're out of the war today.
He said that a few times. I don't know if that's.
No, he literally said that today because the War Powers Act is over. The 60 days is over, and he's claiming that the ceasefire is in effect. The war is done, actually. That's what he's claiming. So if you agree that
tomorrow will be something different.
So then if you agree that if he ended the war, you'd stop supporting him, well, then it seems like you stopped supporting him.
Well, we'll see. I mean, you may be right. We'll see in a week or two. But I just think, I personally, I just think he's lost. I think he made a mistake going in. But unfortunately, we are in it now. And we probably need to escalate it and hopefully we can do it through negotiation. That'd be best. Obviously, I don't want people to die necessarily. But we can't leave Iran as an all hegemon of the world. That would not be good for us because we've fucked around with Iran a lot. We've done a lot of bad things.
So how do you limit that from happening?
Well, hopefully, really good negotiation. Anything's better than what we got right now. I mean, we're better with the JCPOA at this point. Anything's better than what's going on right now, which is Iran is controlling the Strait of Hormuz. So I'm okay. I know to him it would be a poison pill, perhaps, but for America's interest, he needs to do what's in America's interest, and even some watered down JCPOA is better than what we got now.
Okay, so the Democrats established better conditions with Iran. So then, if you agree with that, then why do you support Trump?
Well, because we're in it now. I was not happy when I heard. I was actually watching TV when the news broke that we had attacked Iran, and I literally stayed up all night watching the news coverage, and I was incensed, livid. I don't know what other word I can use that he had done that, because I mean, I'm not going to say I foresaw this happening, but I knew it was going to be difficult to wrest control of the Strait of Hormuz from Iran just based on what I had read, and so kind of my worst. Well, what I thought was the worst thing that could happen happened, and so now I'm in the point of, well, I support his decision to do a ceasefire, try to negotiate, but we're in a horrible position right now as a country.
Yeah. So like, if you agree that Trump put us in this horrible position, what's left to support?
Well, for good or bad, he is our leader. He is the president.
Well, let me clarify. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
At this moment, I think I still vote for Trump. I mean, we'll see what happens with the Iran war. Well, because hopefully we get a good result with the Iran war. There's still almost 3 years left of his well, a little less than 3 years left of his term. So I don't think it'd be fair to judge him on 1/4 of his term at this point.
I think
second term, I should say.
I mean, okay. So then, were you judging Biden for inflation under his administration?
No, I mean, I have voted in the past. I voted for Hillary when she ran against Trump. So I'm not a hardcore. I would say I'm center right. So, I understood that inflation was a result of the Ukraine war and all that. So I didn't.
But Trump would have involved ourselves in that anyway.
Right. So yeah, I mean, I think any American president would. I mean, it was in our interest to, at the very least, slow down the Russian advance. So I think even if he would have been in office, he would have done the same thing.
Alrighty.
But it's politics, right? Politics doesn't need to make sense.
Okay. Well, like, if you support someone like Hillary over Trump, then why wouldn't you support Harris over Trump?
Are you trying to say because it's a woman? I did not vote for her. I didn't vote for Trump because she's a woman. I don't care.
That's not what I'm saying that you did. I'm just asking you, what's the relevant difference between Hillary and Harris? That means that you would support one but not the other over Trump.
I just felt I knew. I mean, I'm 48, so I kind of grew up with Hillary. She was the first lady. She was the Secretary of State. So I felt I knew her very well. I felt that at the end of the day, despite her faults, she would put what's in America's interest first. But obviously, it didn't turn out that way. And with Harris, she was kind of unknown to me. I know she was the vice president, but she just seemed. I just felt I didn't really know her. And at least with Trump, we already had one term with him, so I knew of him. I knew that he wasn't going to blow up the world, at least. So that, and with Harris,
how's that going
feel
for
like
you?
I didn't know her.
So I think you should have
Well,
just
at this
done
point-
research then, because like you shouldn't just vote based on who you know more, right? Because at that point you know Joe Biden more than Trump, right? Did you vote Joe Biden over Trump?
Yeah.
You did.
Yes, I did.
So you voted Joe Biden over Trump. You voted Hillary Clinton over Trump, but you wouldn't vote for Harris over Trump.
Yeah, I just didn't know her. Again, Biden, I knew he
So
was.
just do research,
come on,
dude.
Biden's been around forever. Right, but I mean,
If you agree with Biden and you agree with Hillary, like I'm just like I can't even fathom that you'd be like,
The
what?
last election was a little strange, don't you think? The fact that they pulled out Biden and then said, "Oh,
No.
here you go. This is this lady that."
No, I think
didn't
that
get
was
a single
preferable.
vote." And that-
Do you think Biden was at
okay,
a state of
well,
cognitive decline?
A lot of people didn't agree with you.
Okay. Do you think Biden was at the state of cognitive decline?
Probably.
Okay.
Seemed like it.
So was he fit to continue
Especially
to
in
run?
especially in that debate, especially
Was
in that
was
last
he
debate.
fit to continue to run? The answer is
I don't
no.
think
I don't
so.
think he was fit to continue to run
Yeah.
for president of the United States because I don't think that he could have got elected. I don't think that was a meaningful shot. I think it was a better shot going with Harris, right, in that circumstance. And that's what happens. A vice president steps up when a president steps down. And 80% of Democrats were satisfied with her being the nominee. You have to
Okay, well,
acknowledge
I
that
guess I'm
Biden is a
independent.
worse candidate than Harris, objectively speaking, in that condition.
Hard to tell. It's hard to tell. I mean,
What?
well, let me ask you this question. When did the G side in Gaza start? Under was Kamala vice president when that started?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what, we should reward her with the presidency for that?
No, I'm saying that like we would think that she's better for the position of the presidency than Trump. Trump caused that to be worse. You know that, right?
Okay.
Like Trump allowed
Well,
for Israel
there's
to
a-
literally prevent food from going into Gaza.
Well, I haven't done the math, but I'm sure I'd be right that if you were to compare the number of people that have passed or been unalived during the time Harris was vice president versus the time that Trump has been president in his second term, I would say, I'm going to guess, and I'm pretty sure I'm right, that more people weren't alive while Harris was vice president than when Trump has been president. And I think I'd be right on
I
that.
actually don't know if you have information to indicate that.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, I haven't done.
And
the-
also,
I'm
like,
sure I
you-
could
you
find out in 2
understand
seconds,
that-
but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
You understand that Netanyahu himself says that Trump is the greatest ally that Israel's ever had from the Oval Office. And
Sure,
you know that?
sure.
Do
I
you know
mean,
that?
he's-
What's that?
I was gonna say. I mean, I don't know if we should give things that Netanyahu says that much weight, because he says a lot of things that aren't true. But I mean, if you want to give him that much weight, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't really.
Well, Trump agrees.
I mean,
with
he
that.
would say that about. He would say that about any U.S. president that would be willing to act in Israel's interest. So.
He didn't say that. Did he say that about Biden?
And not just because he's, I mean, I can't think of his words, like I've memorized it, but I'm pretty sure he glazed them. I'm sure.
I don't think he said the same thing about Biden and Harris.
Maybe not those specific words, but I mean, I'm sure he talked well of him.
Okay.
I remember seeing him hug
So-
him after the October 7th attacks. I mean,
You voted for Biden, though, right?
yes,
You agree that
the
Biden
first
was
time around.
president, right?
I what?
And you agree that Biden was president when this happened, right? So why would you vote for the
Yeah, yeah,
president
he-
of this
he won the
administration, but you
presidency.
wouldn't? So why would you vote for the president of the administration, but not the vice president?
Again, the way it turned out, I didn't know who Harris is. I mean, if I
Do research.
knew her, probably better.
Did you watch the debates?
Yeah, but I mean, I had this guy. I mean, just as a normal independent person. I mean, I'm not an ideologue. I'm open to both arguments from left to the right. As just a person in the middle, when you see a guy who's been president before and things weren't so bad when he was president, and then you have this other person never been president before, but you disagree with what's going on in Gaza, and you don't want to give her a vote because you feel like she should have taken a stronger stand. Then you say, well, I might as well go with the guy who at least
who had
before.
not as strong of a stance, right? Like you understand that. Like, have you ever even has Trump ever even acknowledged, right, the conditions of the Palestinians? Because you understand that, like, she actively talked about the fact that she thought there was a humanitarian crisis going on in Gaza that they wanted to address. They wanted to provide humanitarian funding for the people of Gaza. That is a different argument than what's being provided specifically under Trump's administration. Right? Like, those are radically different things. Trump's administration, actively speaking, let Israel cut food into their area. So I just don't understand how you can act like their positions are the same. You can't. And if you care about Palestinians, how can you sit there and use Palestinians against Harris when she's in an objectively better position on the issue?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm giving you my reasons. It's hard to imagine a counterfactual world where she became president and now and we're discussing what she did since she's been elected, right? Because
And I
that didn't
guarantee there
happen,
would be
so-
things that I disagree with. But the point that I'm making is that it would be significantly better than what's going on with Trump being in the position of presidency.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. Unless you have a crystal ball, I don't know how you would know that. I mean, we just don't know.
How do we know? Well, because the fact that Donald Trump's
No, we just don't know.
Well, we do know their difference in policy.
You can't compare a non-existent presidency with one that exists. I don't know how you
can
do that.
compare what someone's ideological views are and what they would do if they were in office to someone else in terms of what they would do if they were in office. Yes, you can.
I just don't see the value in that. I mean, what's the point in doing that?
I'll
It
tell you
doesn't
the
exist.
value. The value is being able to think about what would happen given each administration's in office. And if you can't reason to think what would happen given each administration's in office, you don't know enough about them to even make a determination on whether or not you'd vote for one or the other.
I guess. I just that's
my point is that why didn't you do the research before the election?
That's no necessary.
Why didn't you do research about Kamala Harris before the election?
I mean, I did. I mean, I was familiar with the views. I mean, I was familiar with their views.
You just said you didn't know about her, and
I
that's
saw
why you
a
voted
lot of-
Trump.
I saw a lot of Palestinian activists interrupting her at her rallies.
Okay, and did you see anyone go to
Why
Trump?
do you think they did
Why
that?
why didn't
Why do
they
you
go
think
to
those Palestinian
why didn't
activists
they
did
go to
that?
Trump?
Exactly. Good question. What? So
Because they
let
felt
me
like
hear
Trump
from you.
wasn't
Why?
reachable. Percy the dinosaur. In the fact
Mm,
that they were going to Harris
that
in the first place
and
demonstrates that they thought she was more reachable and thought she was the preferable candidate. And I think she should have
and
done more. I
she's
obviously
the
agree,
vice
but what you're not
president.
understanding is that her position is significantly better. You can't say you're going to allow for a worse set of affairs to happen just because you want to get revenge against Harris. That's not for the Palestinian people. That's
Uh,
not for people in general. That's not saving anyone's life. That's just you trying to get arbitrary revenge.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
politics. I mean, yeah,
but that
you
leads to
punish
more
people for doing
Palestinians
things you
dying.
don't like.
That leads to more people being disenfranchised. That led to the war with Iran. That led to the conditions of gas prices in the United States going up. That led to the U.S. service members dying, right, due to the fact that the war with Iran started. That led to Donald Trump imposing tariffs that have disenfranchised the working class because it's imposed inflation, right, at the same levels comparative to it would have been below pre-pandemic levels if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place. So all of these things coming together, take into consideration all these things. The 10 million people cut off their access to health insurance through Medicaid. 2.5 million people on average every single month cut off their access to food stamps, right? 420,000 children cut off their access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, right? $3.4 trillion added to the debt through the big, beautiful bill. All of these things in consideration, all of these harms added to the country. Now, these things wouldn't have happened if Harris were in office. How do we know? Because we know her ideological positions on the matter.
Okay, obviously I can't respond to all your talking points, but I understand that that's what you think it would have been better under her. I don't know how you could argue it would be. I mean, not in good faith, other than to extrapolate, like you said, from what she thinks to the real world, which I don't know how you can do that. But
I
okay,
just
I mean
explained and you didn't
that's
listen. You don't
obviously
even want to engage the points. You don't think that you can make any
well.
determination on
I
what a
you
candidate
think
would do.
can't
What do you think? Wait, hold up.
I can't address all your talking points. Those are literally
Yes,
those,
you
I mean,
can.
and again, we're a year in, 1/4 done with his term. So
Can you respond to any of my points? You're just yapping about random shit right now. If you want to actually engage with my points, do it. Don't just say, "Oh, I can't engage with all your points," and then just proceed to yap about random shit. Respond to my points. You have time. I'm giving you time to respond.
okay. So I have to go to work in like a couple and start getting ready. So I can't
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in this TikTok screen, everybody. What a waste of time, dude. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Fossey, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Thank you very much. Tom, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly, though. That's totally true. Alexander, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually did not hear that. I did not hear that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. As well as Yvonne, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit. Can we get some W's for Yvonne in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo? That is so crazy. It's always good to see you, Yvonne. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jenny, how old are you? Or Jinxie, sorry. How old are you? Oh, they just left. They said, just wanted to contribute because I love what you do. Thank you for making the world a better place. Of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, Yvonne. I just appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you. Always good to see you, Yvonne. W's for them in the comment section right now. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. You have how old are you?
I'm 21.
And do you support Trump?
Well, I kind of just wanted to resume on that guy's behalf in that last conversation you had.
Can I clarify?
With,
do you support Trump?
Well, I voted for Trump, and
do you still support him?
No, but I want to.
Hey, everyone. I am just looking for some debates right now. am just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Lex, thank you for the club. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Oh, okay. Looks like they just joined in late. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. B, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here again. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
The reason I like Jeffrey Epstein is because, like, on
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
No, my family do.
Are they with you?
No.
I'm sorry, I am just looking for some debates right now. Please only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the screen. You know, this is what I mean. Like, Trump supporters are so unwilling to debate. They're so scared to debate. They won't even send guest requests anymore. Absolutely terrified, I tell you. Oh, that person's already blocked. Interesting that I can click through and see all the people that I've already blocked. Is this Fish Girl?
No breaking the rules, guys. It's
I knew it. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Do give us a quick second. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Do give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, they said hello as soon as I decided to kick them. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Do give it a quick second. I honestly think that we have like no debates right now. So it might take a while, everyone. Alrighty. Do give it a quick second, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Why'd you come back? Hello? They're not even here. I think they accidentally sent a guest request. Okay. The only actual Trump supporter in the stream accidentally sent a guest request. That's diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Do give it a quick second, everyone.
Why
Yo,
is it
how old are
only
you?
USA? Why is it only USA?
Because we're looking for Trump supporters who can vote in the U.S. We're trying to change people who have the capacity to vote, trying to change their mind. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I am 48 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Not exactly.
Okay. If the election were
I
held
don't
today,
support the Democrats.
Okay. If the election were held,
I actually believe that it's not about Trump winning, it's about Democrats losing.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would like a third option, but there is no third option because if you don't vote for Trump,
Go start your own live. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, we're just getting trolls after troll after troll right now. No actual debates. Okay, so no serious debates right now, actually. Like, I actually don't think that there are any Trump supporters willing to debate right now. Like, it's all just trolls in the box. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. By the way, you need a hack.
I think that they're a troll. Let's go to the next person. Only sending guest requests if you meet that criteria on the screen.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2007, January.
Okay, and you'd be 19 then. Yeah, we actually have no guest requests right now. I was thinking of maybe trying Facebook, unironically trying Facebook to see if we could find Trump supporters on there. Because I have a Facebook account. And I have like, how many followers do I have on Facebook? I think I have like 1 to 200K, something like that. I could try that sometime. I bet there would be more people there. I bet there would be more people there, honestly. But I'll have to figure that one out. I'm not quite sure yet though, on how to fully get that operating. I should honestly try to figure that one out off stream. Sometime when I have some time. Maybe I'll do that today when I have some time later. Like after stream. I think that might be a good idea. And we can see how that works. Because I do think that like TikTok is becoming very hard to find people who actually are willing to debate. So, yo, what's up? How old are you?
The reason I like Jeffrey Epstein is...
Okay, why do they keep doing that, bro? Just leave me alone, bro. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey man, I'm 29.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. I voted for him.
Okay. If like the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd for sure vote Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to think, then we can move on to our conversation. By the way, everyone,
for it.
if you want to help push out the stream, hit that thumbs up on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes. I think we're probably currently at like 800, I'm assuming. Or 700, something like that. 500, actually. Okay. Just letting everyone know. Only sending guest requests, as always, if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Tom, by the way, again, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Courtney, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Lovey, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. Oh, I get you. I get you. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump? You just swiped out of the app. Hello? Alrighty, do give them a second, everyone. It looks like maybe they left. By the way, you have to be in the app for me to be able to hear you. You have to see me. What's your Facebook, Parker? It's literally just Parker get a job. I'll let you know exactly how many followers I have, because there are like fake accounts of Dean and I and stuff. There's one fake account of Dean that has hundreds of thousands of followers. It's crazy. Yeah, I have 249,000 followers on Facebook. So that's the one where you'll find me. Alrighty, we gotta go to the next person, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. I don't know why they just left. Let's go to the next person. Do you give us a quick minute, everyone? A Truth Social Live? That's ridiculous. I would not even do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
All right. Parker Hegseth, Dean Slithers, and Pantana, the ultimate trio of the left party. You know, a lot of times you guys love to call out the right on the what about Biden and the what about Clinton. And, you know, the truth is the reason why people bring that up is because it showcases the hypocrisy that the left has. It isn't that we just want to do a what about. It's the hypocrisy that people are highlighting. I don't know when y'all understand that, but I do want to say your buddy, your butt dart league member, Dean. He wears shirts of Abercrombie and Fitch when that represents the CEO and what his actions are according to your standards and what you hold the right to. So, and I even super chatted him, and he read every super chat except my super chat because he didn't want to talk about the Fitch shirt that he was wearing, knowing that the CEO had what he has. Also with the Tupac shirt, maybe if he didn't know on that one, fine. Maybe he didn't know on the Fitch one, fine. Well, yesterday he wore a Radiohead shirt. Okay, he might like the music, but guess what? The lead singer of Radiohead just maybe, I think 11 months ago, told a pro-Palestinian supporter to shut up. So, you know, it's like if you want to hold the right to those standards.
Wow, I'm sorry. There's no way that you just tried to criticize Dean by saying that he's wearing a shirt of someone who literally just told a pro-Palestinian supporter to shut up. Like, what? I'm sorry. That's
y'all
like
do that all the time.
that's the most
All the time.
ridiculous possible thing for you to bring up as a argument against Dean to try to like dunk on Dean, bro. Like, okay, I just really know him wearing a shirt doesn't mean he knows everything about the things on the shirt. Like, for example, there are plenty of shirts I have that have logos and stuff on it. I actually don't know what they represent. So if someone could tell me that they represent something bad, I would stop wearing it. Okay, and that same thing would be true for Dean. Obviously, he doesn't know that that would be true prior to doing these things, and I'm not even familiar with what you're referencing in the first place. So, can you like tell me why you called me Parker Hegseth and tell me why like you're obsessed with Dean?
I'm not. I'm just saying if they're gonna hold the right to those categorically things incomparable, maybe a shirt that they wear, or it just happens a lot from your guys to the right. And I'm just saying if y'all are gonna do that, then the right could do that as well. And
I don't
if-
even know what that's
if he
supposed to mean,
continues
but
wear
can
that
you can you answer my question? Why'd you call me Parker Hegseth, and why are you obsessed with Dean?
It just had a ring to it, to be honest.
Okay. So do you have any criticism
Okay,
of
all right,
me?
so, yeah, you guys claim to be against P3DOs, but don't support leadership of these countries that literally have that as the norm of their society. I don't understand. It just
You
doesn't
mean
make
going to
any
war?
sense. No, it's in support of not conquering or beating the countries that have this as a normal way
So
of their
we
life.
we should go to war with countries that have laws that allow for P3DO, because that would be a huge portion of countries around the world. You know that, right? Because of the age of consent laws.
So then
Like,
why don't you call it out? Why aren't you
I
against
call it. I do call it out, but I don't think we should go to war with all of those countries. I don't think me saying that we shouldn't go to war with those countries is condoning that behavior.
Well, you shouldn't lose any sleep over it, because
What?
some of them people
Why?
because them people need help. Them people need our support. They
Okay, wait.
need,
So, but
they
like
need
historically
changes.
speaking, U.S. military intervention hasn't led to better conditions. How'd that go in Afghanistan?
I
Who's in
guess we'd
control in
have to talk to
Afghanistan right now?
someone. Yeah, they are, but
The Taliban.
Yeah, but that they were in charge.
Do you think we
before
should go
too,
back
weren't they?
to go back to Afghanistan?
I don't know. It's not,
You don't
I
know,
don't
but
make
you.
the
So is
call.
that
That's
you
above my
condone?
pay
Are you
grade.
condoning the Taliban because you don't think we should go to war with them?
I think that we should definitely have.
Are you really condoning the Taliban right now because you think that we shouldn't go to war with them?
No, not at all.
Do you see what I mean? That's not an argument. Just because you don't want to go to war with a certain country doesn't mean you're condoning the government or how they operate. Okay, so given that that's true, why are you trying to argue like I can't be against P3DOs? Like, that makes no sense. Secondly, you could say that about your position because Donald Trump is actively speaking trying to prevent the release of the files and literally has stopped and prevented the release of like almost 3 million files.
Well, they've released a lot of them, and also
Because
the
of a
ones
legal
that might be
mandate?
left, the ones that might be left are actually showcase and cover the victims, and I don't think that
Wrong.
$1,000.
So the victims and survivors are actually advocating for them to release the remaining files, right? Because they can make all the necessary redactions, but they're not even doing so with redactions. They're just not releasing it.
Okay, so what happens when every single file gets released and
They aren't going to do it. They said they're done releasing files.
He's not, and then he never ends up being implicated to the level.
He already
of
was.
Left claims.
He was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. They got a settlement with the Epstein estate. So if we determine that the accusations they made about Epstein are true, which we obviously would, well, then one of the accusations they made about Epstein was that Epstein trafficked her to Trump. So that implicates Trump.
If that was to be if that was actually credible, then he would be charged.
Just because someone isn't charged doesn't mean it's not credible. For example, do you think there are credible accusations against people in the Epstein files that have not led to charges?
Absolutely, there are a lot.
You just conceded.
It's a lot of Democrats.
You just conceded, by the way. And what Democrats?
The reason why.
What Democrats?
This is not. Hold on.
What Democrats?
I'll get to it. 1 second.
I want you to name those first, actually.
Well, you think I'm just gonna say I'm here? I know how powerful the left is and the things that they do.
What? Just tell me what Democrats. I just want to know.
I know how powerful the leftist previous admins are. I'm not gonna say, but
what? What is that even supposed to mean?
You know about the people.
Why won't you say it?
You know about the people.
Why won't you say who you think is in the files?
Because
why are you protecting them?
I'm not. I'm just.
So then say their names. Who are they? I want to know.
I'm not gonna have them come down on me.
They're not going to. That's not gonna happen. Stop, dude. I'm talking about this right now, and Trump can't do anything about it. So can you answer the question? What Democrats?
I'm not gonna say names, but here's what I.
Why not?
Say. Well, let me talk.
I think it's because you don't know.
Let me talk.
Okay.
The reason why the rest won't come out is because all of the U.S. government is a house of cards when it comes to this situation, left and right. And I feel like the world knows, along with us, that if this all comes out, the whole United States government will be literally compromised and collapse because of all the crime that's been committed from both sides.
Push the galaxy. Okay, I disagree. I don't think the entire system will collapse because we call out people. But you have no actual specific names of people. You're just assuming this to be the case. And also, by the way, say it does collapse the current system that exists. Isn't that the goal so that we can create a better system? Right? Because the fact that, I just want to clarify, right? The system that we want to collapse is a system that protects pedophiles. So we want to collapse the system protecting pedophiles. That's not collapsing the whole economy. That's not collapsing our society. That's collapsing the very system that protects those horrible predators.
And that's why this is such a serious case. It's because everybody, a lot more of the left will be going down, and everything will collapse.
Tell me what people on the left.
Dude, I do not have a death wish, bro.
You are not gonna get killed. What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, I'm sorry, this is stupid bullshit conspiracy, and I'm not going to let you act like you're going to get fucking killed because you say a name of a Democrat that you think is in the Epstein files. Get a fucking grip, dude. You're not going to get murdered. Are you serious?
You just never know.
Dude, come on, bro. Why are you like this, man? You're acting like you're going to get murdered because you say a fucking name on TikTok, bro. Shut up. You're being ridiculous. Who's going to murder you?
See, you're just trying to circle around.
Yes, answer the question, dude. You're not going to get murdered.
I like you, man. I wish that you'd come back to the right.
Push the greeting heart. Okay, well, I'm not going to. Because you need actual reason and argumentation, and it seems like the right can't provide that.
Okay, so what happens when Trump doesn't get implicated to the level of which you guys claim?
Say that one more time.
When they all get released and he doesn't have anything come out that ends up either getting him impeached and arrested, none of that. What are you gonna? What's the next pivot?
He's already been arrested before.
Well, I'm talking about this case. We're talking about everything that you say every day when it comes to the
So
files.
well, you already agreed that there have been people credibly accused in the Epstein files that didn't get charges thrown against them yet. So like, I don't understand why you think that's an argument that's going to mean that he's not guilty. Because then, based upon your argument, all those Democrats you think are not actually guilty.
No, I think there's a lot of the left, a lot more on the left than the right.
But you can't name a single one.
But yeah, by safety protocol.
But why can you name the people on the right then, like Trump?
Why? Because I don't know. I haven't seen them. I don't know exactly all of them. But
You
I'm just
haven't
telling
seen
you
him in
that
the files?
I haven't seen the files that haven't been released.
Of course. So then how do you know
And
that there are Democrats in
unlike
them?
you, won't talk about.
Wait,
things
so
that
I have a
don't know
question.
actual
Why is
evidence of.
Trump protecting Democrats that are P3DOs?
It's not that. I think it's even above him.
How? He's
It's above
the one who
him.
instructs the DOJ how to operate right now because he doesn't believe in an independency of the DOJ.
Yeah, but this all goes above all of Congress, above all, even the president. He's just pretty much the puppet at this point.
Okay, so you just like, do you like believing in every conspiracy?
This is not type.
Do you think the
type
Earth is
1
flat?
If you don't think this is a conspiracy, everyone type 1 if you don't think this is a conspiracy.
And type 2 if you think it is.
See, they're just gonna say whatever you want them to say.
I don't know what your point was with that.
It's not a conspiracy, dude. This is
It
real.
is.
It's above. This is above even the president. Like they all probably get together, left and right, and say, "Hey, look, we're all."
This
screwed.
is
all
only
comes
your
out."
way of trying to get rid of accountability on behalf of Trump. It is actually not above the president. The president can actually allow for the release of these files, right? Given that there is an independency of the DOJ here, and there's a literal law that Congress has passed forcing the release of the files. All of this is already set up to release it. The Democrats, if they were in office, would have released the files because they were legally obligated to do so, and they actually follow the law. And you say Donald Trump, just because he didn't get arrested means I don't believe he's accountable. Again, that would then be true about all the Democrats then. So you think that all those Democrats are innocent? Unless you're willing to say that, then you can't say that about Trump. Push the gem gun.
Well, I do think Trump is compromised from.
So why do you support
the
him?
Mossad. Because everyone in Congress is.
Everyone in Congress does not support Trump.
No, I didn't say that. I said everyone is compromised from the state of Israel.
No, not everyone is.
Then why does everyone when they walk up to him on them videos and say America first or Israel first? Why are none of them saying America first?
That video, those videos, those are random people who aren't even fucking. In half of those circumstances, they're not even politicians. They're just people who don't want to. Like, I'm not gonna be. I'm gonna be totally serious with you. A lot of those people might actually answer the question and say America first. They just don't want to answer public questions. Alexis, thank you for the meteor shower. Thank you very much. You can't just like. I just want to let you know, like, when you do public interviews, you don't just like walk up to people and put a fucking camera on their face. Like, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. That's incredibly disrespectful. You're supposed to ask
I could
people
see if
for
it was an actual-
consent prior, and then you ask people those questions. So a lot of those people, right, they would answer America first. They just aren't trying to respond because they think it's disrespectful that that person's doing that when they're trying to do something else in their typical public life.
I can see what you're saying when if it was an interview, but it's not. It should be a simple answer of America first.
Dude, none of
They
these
just
people
can't say
consented
it,
to
no
being
matter
on
what.
camera.
In public,
Wait. As someone who wants them to answer America first in that circumstance, if they're asked that question, I can acknowledge that that person did not consent to being on camera. Tina, thank you for the Viking Hammer. Thank you.
Consent to be on camera in public.
I'm
Parker,
saying that if someone
Vincent?
doesn't consent to being on camera in public, they're probably not going to answer the question, right? Regardless of whether or not they would answer in the way that you would think is preferable.
But you don't need to have consent of somebody on camera in public. That's what auditors do.
But
every
do you think it's
single day.
disrespectful?
Okay.
So for example, you'd be okay if I went in public with you and I started talking to you about why you support Trump and trying to embarrass you in front of millions of people on the internet with my camera out while you were walking in public. You'd have no moral issue with that.
But would you be embarrassing me by simply asking me America first or Israel first?
Wait,
That's not
you understand that
embarrassing somebody.
but you understand that they do more than that in that. Like, I just want to clarify. I am pro-Palestinian, right? I am. But it is not okay to harass people because in those videos, it's not just that. They then, after that, then decide to, like, insult people, right? So I just want to be clear. That person is not being respectful in those videos. That person literally disrespects a bunch of those people after, right? That's not warranted in any of these circumstances.
Well, do you understand though that they probably are America first, but you understand why?
Exactly. That's why
but
they're not answering. They're not answering because of the fact that they're just being asked by a random person.
No, it's because they know if they say America first, then they'll be compromised from Israel.
Hey, dude, I'm just gonna let you know, I would be so pissed off if someone did this to me in public. Why? Because if I'm with my girlfriend, it inevitably could be led to her being harmed. Okay? So there are countless reasons that people could have in their personal lives for not wanting to answer a personal interview, right, while they're just walking in public. Okay? And they have the right to say no, and you should respect that as a person, and you should not be disrespectful against that. Okay? I would be so fucking angry and pissed off if someone did that to me. I would be so pissed off because that actually puts my girlfriend at risk in that circumstance. So you have to realize that it's not the same for every single person in these circumstances. Some people can't even answer certain questions, right? Because of the fact that they might have certain business relations, and that might be a question that they should be able to answer, but they can't answer anything political. They can't answer or engage in any type of interviews like that because there's a certain type of business structure that they have. So there's countless things that could exist in these contexts where you should be respectful.
Okay, well, stick with your thought on that by saying that you condemn the left whenever Maxine Waters and everyone else says go find the Republicans, get in their face, and the left does it all the time. They go up to the right and record them. What are you doing? Are you supporting ICE? The people that walk out of like the ICE facilities that are training or whatever, they go up to them and record them all the time. You don't say anything about that. You've never said a word about it. You actually support that. So
can I actually tell you a distinction between these two things? One is people specifically are walking out of an ICE facility supporting things, right? And they're asking questions to those people in those circumstances. The other is like people at restaurants. Okay, do you understand there's a distinction between someone at a restaurant and someone literally walking out of an ICE facility?
Well, the restaurant is not the only example. This happens at protests. This happens
well, if people are doing it at protests,
on streets.
By the way, at a protest, I would still ask someone. I just want to clarify.
No.
But I do just want to clarify there's a bit of a distinction, even so.
Even walking out of the facility for training, they still need consent, don't they, according to your standards?
To be respectful? Yes.
Consent, period. You're saying they need consent to record in public, period. You have to either
be respectful, yes,
or don't. Okay, so then everyone on the left should ask for every Republican's consent or conservative consent before they record them in any aspect.
In terms of like an interview or something like that, yeah.
And you know that's not happening. You just look at TikTok every single day. There's recordings of the right. There's recording people doing it to the left. It's happening both ways. But you act like that's a standard that's actually applicable and logical in real life. It's never going to happen.
Do you understand there's a distinction between legality and being respectful? You have a legal right to do that. There's no legal right to that sort of thing of not being recorded, but it's still disrespectful. There are plenty of things that are legal that are disrespectful. Can you like actually listen to what I'm saying?
So
I'm saying it's disrespectful. I'm not saying it's illegal.
Say everyone on the left who has been disrespectful while in the aspect of recording somebody on the right, you are being disrespectful by doing that, and you need to ask for their consent first. And I'll say
if they want to go in front and be interviewed. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to meet you there. All right. So next topic. Do you think that Trump needs to create more jobs in America?
Nice pivot, by the way. But Trump has created less jobs. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years under Trump's administration. Did you know that?
So he needs to create more jobs, right?
What?
He needs to create more jobs, right?
Yeah.
There's would you say there's an extreme job shortage?
I don't know if I would say there's an extreme job shortage, but I would say that there definitely is the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years.
Okay, so and everyone who watches your streams knows that you support mass migration, right?
Yeah, I support mass immigration.
Okay, so you support mass immigration.
Absolutely.
But you at the same time say that there's job shortage. How would you encourage mass immigration while there's an active job shortage?
Immigration
they gonna
increases
work?
employment for natural-born U.S. citizens. It increases the amount of jobs in our economy as a whole. It increases our GDP size, decreases the deficit.
Okay, so there's a job shortage, but you're simultaneously encouraging immigration to a place that has a job shortage.
I just told you, according to a National Bureau of Economic Research study, it has increased employment rates over the past 30 years for natural-born U.S. citizens.
People coming make the job shortage go away.
It increases the level of employment of natural-born U.S. citizens. It increases the amount of jobs in our economy. Because people coming to our society, they demand goods and services, increasing the demand for labor in our economy.
It just sounds counterintuitive to me.
It's not. Go look at the data.
All right. Okay.
Okay, so do you want to engage with this? Like, what's wrong with my position? I'm telling you it's economically better off, and you're saying you don't care?
I just don't know how I just don't agree that it creates more jobs when more people come to a place that there's not enough jobs that already exist.
So the facts hurt your feelings and you don't want to accept them because of that?
Well, provide me the evidence that them coming creates more jobs.
I just gave immigration's effect on U.S. wages and employment redux. It's a National Bureau of Economic Research study.
Okay, well,
I can
you
say
might
it
be
again
right
if you
there.
need.
You might be right. I'll take your word for it.
It also led to an increase in wages for U.S. citizens. It also has decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years, according to a Cato Institute study. So absolutely, I support immigration. Immigration makes our society better off, objectively speaking. It's important to our culture. It's important to our economy, especially going into the future, given that there are going to be a greater percentage of the population that is older on social services for a longer period of time because of increasing life expectancy, while there's a smaller portion of the population that is younger paying into the systems for the population that is older because of the fact that birth rates have been below replacement rates for decades.
All right. Well, somebody over here talking about culture. It just totally seems like the right totally thinks that you and Dean just don't care about the American citizens. You care about everyone but us.
Say that one more time, sorry?
The people, the conservatives and the Republicans on TikTok and in this country just feel like you guys don't care about American citizens. You care about everyone but us.
What makes you think that?
Just in the things that you fight for and represent, and
such as
you don't fight for American citizens.
I'm currently doing that right now. So what makes you think that I don't fight for American citizens?
Because you put everybody else first over us. Whenever
Can you give me an example of how I'm doing that?
We won't be first on, and if we were somewhere else. But
can I have an example? Can you give me one example of how I put non-American citizens over American citizens?
Not off the top of my head.
So then why'd you say it?
I don't know. Maybe just take it food for thought.
I can give you examples of how Trump doesn't fight for American citizens. What's his healthcare plan? What's his childcare plan? What's his housing affordability plan? What's his plan to lower prices? Oh wait, all of those things he didn't do, and things are actually worse off now since Trump's got in office? He said that within 12 months, he was going to reduce energy prices by literally half. Energy prices have gone up. They didn't go down.
Well, gas is still cheaper than Biden's.
Nope.
Biden's gas.
Nope. Gas is more expensive right now than what it was at the end of Biden's administration.
Well, whenever they completely removed from Iran, and mind you, I'm telling you right now, the reason why they did this was for Israel, because if they were to obtain a nuclear bomb, it wouldn't be used on us on in our land inland. It would be used on Israel, and that's the reason why anybody involved couldn't let that happen, because Israel would have been blown off the map.
One, there's not actually evidence of that, even if they actually did. I just want to clarify. Secondly, if you want to reference this, in terms of the nukes, with the JCPOA prevented Iran from developing a nuclear weapon to a greater extent without going to war.
No, they were gonna keep on doing exactly what they were doing.
Nope, they had 3.7%, 6-7% enrichment of uranium. Now they have 60%. So they're actually closer to the 90% enrichment of uranium required to weaponize it because of the fact that Trump pulled out of the JCPOA.
From what year till when? Like 20.
What year did he pull out of the JCPOA?
Yeah. And
I think it's like
how much progress did they
2018 or
make?
2019.
And so you're saying the progress they've made acquiring that in
2018 he pulled out.
So this 5.
And they've gone from 3.67% enrichment of uranium to 60% enrichment of uranium.
In that time period?
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Whereas the JCPOA capped it at 3.7%. So that limits them from weaponizing it.
You got me on a couple things. I got you on the first ones. So.
What'd you get me on?
On the hypocrisy that the left calls whataboutism.
What hypocrisy?
Dude, the hypocrisy. When we say, well, what about this and this? What about the left? Well, then y'all say, oh, what about? Nice pivot. But the fact is, it's you avoiding addressing the hypocrisy that the left does the same hypocritical stuff, and and then the representing the Tupac, which would be somebody who has abused women, and he's wearing a shirt, and
so you understand that he didn't. So you're saying that he was wearing shirts of people he didn't know did bad things, and that makes him hypocritical.
Okay, so if I put on a shirt of some Jeffrey Dahmer or somebody like that,
if someone gave you a shirt like that and you didn't know it, you didn't do anything wrong if you take it off when you figured it out.
Okay, so then, but calling it out is one thing. He ignored my super chat and he didn't even read it when he read everyone else's. When I called it out on the shirt.
Let me just let you know, we get lots of super chats, and sometimes we can miss a super chat. That doesn't mean he purposefully missed your super chat or purposefully didn't read your super chat. He just happened to not see it because he has thousands of people in his stream. And he's debating at the time as well.
All right, my phone's about to die. You cooked me.
Okay.
Hey, one more thing. Keep doing the great work, bro.
You're trolling, aren't you?
No, I'm serious, but I know that you and Dean are like absolutely cooking the right. So
wait,
y'all are definitely.
But you're a Trump supporter, so why do you like that?
Because, well, I mean, I'm giving you credit, Parker. Y'all doing y'all's damn thing, but I honestly want to give it. He has 3 more years. I'm giving him the time frame. And I guess you don't know a book at the beginning or halfway through. Sometimes you have to finish the book. And at the end of the 4 years, if he doesn't bring this country to a better place, which is like what the right's going to wait for, if it's a better place, then I'll say, he did a great job. And even I would hope you say that he did. But if he doesn't, then I'll call it out and say that he messed up and the country's a worse place because of it, and call it a loss.
Okay, well, I guess like if the economy is worse off, the society is worse off given Trump's been in office, by the time that the election comes by around, and it's J.D. Vance versus Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would have to be honest and say that he didn't do what he was supposed to do, and he didn't represent and do what he was supposed to do for this country, and I would you have to call a spade, and be honest with myself and with whether he came through and did righteous for the country or not. But there's 3 more years, but I would.
So
like
who would you vote for in that context?
I need to, who would be up against him at the end of the
Harris
3
versus
years?
Vance. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, there's some things on the left that I don't know. I still don't know if I could get on board with, because there's some things, even if like somebody on the right didn't necessarily support or say that they're upset with what Trump was doing or JD Vance was doing or the things he wasn't coming through for on, there's still things that, like, they're still reluctant to vote left because of a lot of the polarizing topics that the left supports and
Such as?
advocates for. You know. Some
It
people
depends on the
just
person.
some people just can't ever get on board um, with LGBTQA, and some people can't get on board
Can
with
you?
um, when I was younger, I was a little bit more hesitant to even concede or give an inch to anything, because I just thought there's no way that that any of it's true, or they're making it up, or that's just what they feel. But I'm getting older now, and I'm starting to see that some people are like this. They really truly feel this way. But I think that there does need to be a line between. There has been blurring of the word woman. There's female, and then there's woman, and a lot of the men that end up transitioning to women, women, they're not females, and I would hope that they could recognize they're not females, they're just women, basically playing the gender role
So
of
hold
the
up. So
feminine woman.
wait, I think people know that. So trans people know that they have a certain biological sex. That's the basis of them being trans, right? So
Yeah,
like
but
trans women know that they're biologically male, and trans men know that they're biologically female, right? But trans men are men and trans women are women. It seems like we agree.
I think that they portray and say that they're females, not just I'm playing a feminine woman gender role, even though I'm a biological male. I feel like they try to convince everyone the right that they're females, which they're not. They're women. They're playing the woman role.
So the only argument that would exist for that would be on the notion of brain sex. So like they would be saying that there's a notion of brain sex that would yield someone specifically towards like the gender identity in which they align with, like their brain is more towards that. So like the notion of brain sex existing could be the basis in which they're referring to that. Outside of that, that's not a view that people hold. If someone's using female in that context, they might be using it in a social sense and a non-biological sense. Because you also can use the term female in a social sense and a non-biological sense. I would just say, typically speaking, people use it in a biological sense.
Okay, well, I feel like if the left would dial down some of the rhetoric and a lot of the hatefulness, then people would be more willing to, like, what's it called? Look at that Nick Fuentes. He is Republican, but says he wants everyone to vote Democrat in the 2028. So, and a lot of people, he lost a lot of support for that because some people just simply won't vote left. They won't. And I think that the left needs to do better making themselves more appealable to the frustrated right, to the right that believes in a standard of what conservative values, but yet tired of the MAGA representation of the right, and would be willing to give the left a chance based on if they could provide a better country for themselves and for their children. And I feel that's where I am. I want to have conservative values, but I'm willing to give the left a chance. But I feel like it's I don't know, I'm stuck now, and there's no third party. So what do you do if you're frustrated? Right?
Are you really patriotic? We love your country a lot.
Yes.
I think one of the main ways that we can say that we love our country is by giving back to our country, ensuring that people within our country have an adequate standard of living, are fed, have access to healthcare, housing, and basic things they need. And I would say the Democrats have policies to actually address these conditions to a greater extent compared to Republicans. And I think that Republicans will rely upon hate and division and trying to go against people's rights, specifically of the LGBTQ plus community and other communities as well, in order to distract away from these economic issues. Because I think that they're trying to give their corporate donors, the largest billionaires and corporations, tax breaks, and help them out because they believe in trickle-down economics, which has historically been proven to be ineffective. I think the actual way to actually address the conditions in which people need access to basic things or to be able to increase wages is by having top marginal tax rates that are higher, because it incentivizes business owners to reinvest into their firm, which inevitably yields to increases in wages. That's exactly what we had historically. And then also, which actually would be more in alignment with productivity, because that would be more profitable for them to pass it down to their firm, and it would create more profitable firms and productive firms. That's what we'd like to address, at least from a certain sense. And we don't think that the Trump administration and Republicans are actively willing to do that. And I think that, like, if you care about the average person, you're patriotic, you love your country, right, that clearly aligns more with what the Democratic Party is advocating for rather than the Republicans here.
Do you believe someone who is socially progressive and fiscally conservative is a good place to be?
Well, I mean, I'm going to disagree with your fiscal position there, but I think that's a good position to be in, a lot better than, socially conservative, of course. Like, I can respect that position and disagree with it, right? If you're socially progressive but you have fiscally conservative views, we can have that conversation and we can try to describe that. And I think that puts a lot less on the trying to restrict people's rights or anything like that, and more on like, oh, I just disagree with this infrastructure policy, or like maybe we should be a little bit more fiscally responsible, or oh, like we should worry about the debt, or oh, like I want lower taxes. Like these are genuine conversations like I'm down to have. These are good conversations to have, and we might have disagreements on it, but that's the type of discussions that should exist within our society. And I do think that conservatives will oftentimes use the socially conservative views in order to be able to spread division and hate, instead of focusing on the economic arguments themselves. Because I think that when they focus on the economic arguments, they tend to lose a little bit more, because a lot of these programs are really, really popular.
And look, I can admit that the right needs to calm the rhetoric slightly, or maybe even more than slightly. But can you also, on live right now, say that the left probably needs to calm their rhetoric down as well, so that way we can actually start being bipartisan on more things in this country, because the division is just out of control. And I think I'm okay with admitting that the right needs to be more open-minded, like somebody had mentioned in the comments, and I think the right needs to calm the tension and the temperature on the right. But do you think that the left needs to do that any bit whatsoever?
I think within the process of ensuring that there is sort of like a ceasefire in that sort of treatment, I do think that the left will do some level of de-escalation, but I think that inevitably comes when the Republicans do so, because Trump, for example, is the one perpetuating most of it. Like when Trump's straight up advocating for like the execution of some Democrats, right? He's the main proponent of political violence within the country. So a lot of the rhetoric that you might see is like us calling that out, being like, okay, this is really bad and stuff like that. Not typical politics. These are extremely radical. That's to respond to the fact that he has had those such extreme views. So we do have to respond from that way. And we can only de-escalate once that threat doesn't exist. Does that make sense?
A little bit, but I do feel like
I'm not. No one's advocating for violence. We're not advocating for violence, but we're also trying to hold them accountable. And the notion of like trying to hold them accountable is our part of escalation, right? That's what we're escalating for. That's what the rhetoric is for. The rhetoric is in response to these actions they've engaged in, right? Of just simply calling out their behavior, right? The rhetoric isn't misrepresenting them in any meaningful way. And I guess in some parts of the left, there obviously is misrepresentations in rhetoric. And I guess in certain senses, like we would disagree with like how the rhetoric certain people in the left use. But I do think in general, like it's going to be mainly a right-wing thing. And it needs to start with like the top-down approach of like the politicians doing so. I think that Democrats have done this. I don't think that Republicans have. Like all Democratic politicians have condemned political violence, like practically every single one. But Republicans, they don't, because Trump literally himself has condoned it.
But people in the streets, though, the chat, they're all for being extreme too because of out of response.
No one in my chat's advocating for violence that I see.
When you scroll up, you'll see a few of them, but I'm not here to nitpick the random comments on a small level. I think that the left is doing a lot of extreme stuff in the streets out of a response to what. Well, not just protesting. It's gone a little bit farther than that.
Such as
the violence towards the right.
Yeah, any violence I would disagree with, but I don't see how we can place like random people on the same sort of threshold as the president of the United States. You know what I mean? Like our government officials on the left are actively trying to limit that political violence from happening, but it seems like people on the right are unwilling to do that.
And I admitted that the right needs to calm down the temperature. And
it's not just calm down; it's they need to hold the people accountable who are doing this. They need to actively like help us hold them accountable. Otherwise, it's going to continue to keep happening. You just being like, you know what? Let's calm things down. Is that doing anything for Trump? Just saying calm things down on the right, is that doing? No, we need actual action from Republicans. Okay, when he pardons violent rioters who beat police officers and he calls them patriots, there should be some movement from your side. When he says that people were engaging in seditious behavior because they said to not follow an unlawful order if you're given it, and said that's punishable by death, and reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington Wood, you need to have a response to that. When he says he's glad that Robert Mueller is dead, when he says that he's glad about Robert Reiner's death, you have to be able to stand up and apply accountability. You know, it can't just be oh, let's calm things down, because that's not working with him. You need to actually hold him accountable. He's going to keep doing it. He's going to keep reoffending over and over again until you actually stand up against it from your own party. And until Republicans are willing to stop supporting Trump over this, he's not going to act differently.
But I don't think the left turning up the temperature in the streets is going to help the situation any. It's just going to create more flare of the rhetoric on the right, would it not?
What?
Like, it would continue to create the right's public image, what they portray as the left's image. It will continue to stoke that and say, see, this is why we're right about that. This is why we're right about the left. And then instead of the left coming at
like what specifically are we doing?
There's a lot of, look at the reporter who got punched and pushed by the dad, like things like that. I don't think it's helping the cause for the left.
What reporter?
To meet in the middle. She had glasses, and she was just the dad and the daughter were indicted on this assaulting the reporter who was just standing there.
Yeah, anything like that happening, I disagree with. I don't see how I can actively speaking do anything about that. What can I do? I can tell people you shouldn't do that, but there's not like a place of accountability where I can vote them out. Like, you have the choice to vote them out in the office. You have the choice to stop supporting these people for political office, right? But people aren't doing that. So you're actively creating the conditions where they have the platform to do that, whereas I'm not. Where did I create the conditions to give people the platform to commit violence? I didn't do that.
I know you're not saying for them to do it, but it's happening, and I think that you have definitely have a platform to calm that rhetoric on the left and do more of a vocalized.
But what rhetoric in specific? Because I gave you specific rhetoric that they can calm down. What specific rhetoric could I advocate against that I'm not right now?
I guess you're right. I guess there's nothing you can do to make people not take it to extreme level.
Because I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm serious. I don't want political violence in this country. I agree with that point, but I don't think that I could do anything differently that would yield less political violence based upon my own side. What else could I advocate for? I've already made it clear I'm against political violence, right? Very clear.
Yeah.
I talk about this all the time. So at least, like, when you say it's a both sides thing, like, oh, can the left do this as well? Like, what actively could we do from our side? It seems like it's a Republican thing at this point. Like, Republicans need to hold their own side accountable. And until they're willing to do that, he's just going to keep harming our country to irreparable levels.
Okay, so Parker, I've been watching for like a year, every day, to be honest with you, and I'm still learning from you. So that I'm gonna just continue to keep watching and keep absorbing and soaking in these conversations, and let time prove whether he is gonna, do better for this country or continue on a path that's creating more division. And if that clear distinction sends me away from everything he represents and what he said he was going to do, then I would gladly make that choice, and I would gladly join back up and talk to you again and show my progress. And because that's what learning and self learning and you know just actually, I don't know the words I'm trying to say, Parker, but I'm gonna continue to absorb and sponge things that you're talking about, and I'm gonna keep learning, and I'll join back in some due time. Okay.
Of course, I appreciate you coming up. I appreciate your open-mindedness and looking into these things, and I'm happy to see the growth. Thank you, man.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Alrighty. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you so much for the fire pit. Thank you. Thank you for the fire pit. Thank you so much, Sammy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Charlie Cook.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I did not need to do that.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Do you support Trump?
And do.
You do?
I
If
do.
the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump for sure.
Okay. Alrighty. And how old are you?
19.
And what's your birth year?
07.
Okay. Alrighty. Let me thank some people real quick, then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second. Noel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seems like there was some change, though. Mr. Bontu, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as King Grim, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get your W's for them in the comment section. Official, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as the 80 Slasher, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Keonan, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, that's actually true. As well as Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5. Mr. James Tube, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. As well as Mr. Never Chill, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Dis-O Drummer, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Become, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Lottie, thank you for the $10. 80 Slasher, thank you so much for the $5. Furrow, thank you so much. I appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you so much. 13 months is amazing. That's amazing. As well as Caroline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Don't worry about it. I just appreciate you being here as well. Thank you very much. As well as JC, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good luck for you. Good luck for you. Alrighty, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he fan as hell and he rich.
You said what?
Because he fan as hell and he rich.
I think you're trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. King Grim, thank you so much for the member subscription. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Ashley as well, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. You hated me? Why do you hate me?
Hey.
Oh, definitely a troll. Definitely trolling. Alrighty, everyone, do give it a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We have, no guest requests because Trump supporters are unwilling to debate. Very much unwilling to debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I was born in 1991. Can you hear me? This is my first time and I'm legally blind.
For sure. Yeah, do you support Trump?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I'm immigrant, first of all. People said he hate immigrants, but he's my inspiration. Because in our Burmese language, we have, please do not kick me off yet. I have one topic to ask you.
Wait, why would I kick you off?
Because yeah, Trump is my inspiration because in our proverb we have in Burmese we have even if you try
Wait,
hard
real
enough.
question. Do you live in the U.S.?
Yeah, yes, I'm in the United States, and I'm in the southern. I'm in Tennessee. So
Okay.
in my
Then there'd be no reason I'd
language.
kick you off. Just letting you know. Just making sure you know.
Oh yeah. So I'm not a troll, and not at all. I'm very vocal about political in my small community. So the reason I like him is he's my inspiration, because in my language we have this saying that it goes like this: if you try hard enough, you can even become a god. It's Buddhist saying. So even this kind of stupid person can become a president. I can become God too. So he's my inspiration. Okay, but one question. So
you don't actually support Trump?
No, not at all. But please.
Alrighty. Appreciate you very much. We're just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, everyone. You know, I actually, like, I'll be totally honest, I think Trump supporters are so unwilling to debate me. Maybe it's like my algorithm isn't working or something. Maybe it's too early. I don't know. But, geez, dude. It seems like Trump supporters are really unwilling to debate me, bro. This is so brutal. Welcome back. Why do you still support Trump?
Why do I still support him? Jesus, I just got from a nap here, so.
Weren't you pretty close to, like, stop supporting him?
Kind of.
Okay. What's holding you on still?
What's holding me on? Well, he's our president, so.
Okay.
I still support him, just as I supported Joe Biden, even though I didn't like him. Supported Trump before then. Supported all the presidents that have been in the office. So.
Okay. Well, that's like a different notion of support than I mean. Like what I mean by support is like you would vote for him over Harris if the election were held today.
Yeah, I told you I would support. I would vote for someone that I know more about than not. Right?
You still haven't done research into Harris?
It's not that I haven't done research. It's like,
come on, dude. You've been saying this for how long now?
For what, a week?
No, it's more than a week.
Well, I'm saying the majority of the people in your chat, whether you believe it or not, aren't gonna do that research into her, and whether or not I actually believe what she ran on. Because I don't know if I believe what she actually ran on. She was rushed into like creating a plan within 2 months. Like, how do you know what she actually was running on was what she truly believed? It could have just been, to just appease the majority of the Democratic Party. You know what I mean? Like, how do we know she actually believed she truly believed what she was running on?
Well, how do we know that Trump actually believes what he's running on?
Well, I just think it would be psycho to run on specific policies for over 12 years, 12 years,
No, I'm just asking you, like, you think that you had that process determined for Trump. So I'm asking you, under your own notion, how do you do that for Trump? Because I would just say, can't you just apply that exact same way to an analysis to Harris?
Right. I'll just look at how long they ran on that said policy. Like if you're
how
actively
long they ran on that
advocating.
policy, because I mean I don't think that's actually like what we seem to be true. Like Trump said no new wars. He said that for a very long time, and he obviously didn't uphold that. He
You know, I
started a
think
new
that when
war.
you're just balancing optics at that point,
No,
right?
that's
Like
not
he
just
said,
that. Like I can give you other examples. Like
well,
he
it
said he was
is.
going to reduce energy prices by 50%, by half within a year.
Mhm. Okay, so can we agree that not every president, like, well, I'm pretty sure there was a crazy stat that was like our last 10 presidents, they've only gotten like 30% of what they actually ran on, like completed within their 4 years or something like that. Like they very rarely get what they run on done. They just try and kind of attack what they believe is the most important within that 4 years and then get it done, because it's pretty like illogical to not logical.
No,
It's
these are things
impossible
that
to
he said he would meet in terms of objectives. These aren't
right.
just
And I'm
ideological
saying
positions. These are set things that he said, I will meet this as an objective.
I understand that, but I'm saying how many like presidents rarely get done majority of what they believe in done within their 4 years.
This isn't a majority. This is like a huge, or like, this isn't like me not even claiming that. Like, this is like almost the main things he ran on, like reducing prices for people, bringing down costs for housing, bringing down costs for groceries, bringing down costs for energy, literally bringing jobs back to this country, increasing manufacturing investment. All of these things he's gone against. The no new wars thing, he went against. The release of the Epstein files, he went against. What has he actually upheld? The big beautiful bill? That's it?
Well, then he ended up like he released some of the FC files, and wasn't that up to Congress as well? Wasn't only him?
No, it's because the Congress said release all of the files. They said they're not releasing all the files. That's what happened.
They?
The
Who's
Trump
they?
administration. Todd Blanche is
Okay,
now
so it
saying
wasn't
he's
only
not going to
Trump.
release anymore.
You see, my problem with you, Parker, is like number one, I hate the idea of like splitting two parties. Number one, I think what you're doing is dividing the country even more. You're just like kind of you're indirectly advocating for hate. Number two, like a lot of your points
I don't think working within the two-party system is advocating for hate. I think that's ridiculous to say. Because
you
hold
think
up.
that's ridiculous to say?
Yeah, it is, because you know that I disagree with a two-party system. I think there should be a multi-party democracy or a ranked choice voting structure, right? I do think political parties can be somewhat helpful for people.
So what's your evidence for that?
How can political parties be helpful? It's just helpful for
Right.
understanding. Like, for example, like if you see a D or an R next to someone's name, you're going to have certain types of prerequisites for like what is going to be true about this particular person. So it makes it easier for very typical common voters to be able to identify that. Now, you might make the argument, okay, well then that might reduce them from looking into it in the first place. I think that's a fair argument. I'd be willing to look into that. And that's something that we can take into account. I still believe in ranked choice voting. Either way, like regardless of whether or not political parties exist, these ideological differences will still exist.
Okay, and so my follow-up question is, what, like, you oftentimes like intentionally honestly misrepresent Trump for and it's fine. I mean, I guess I don't know if it's a debate tactic of yours. I don't know if that's something they teach and how to debate is, being able to attack certain points from a certain angle, say certain things in a certain way, like even speaking about the Epstein files, like it's the Trump administration, not just Trump. Now, of course, he could have done more to advocate for it to get pushed out, but at the end of the day, it ultimately didn't rely on his own decision. But you saying the statement that you did before that Trump didn't release the Epstein files, is that for an average Joe that doesn't really look into these events on a day-to-day basis, they'll think, oh, the final say relied on Trump and he didn't release it, therefore Trump is evil. Whereas that's not really the case. So I feel like you misrepresent a lot of his points, or not his points, but a lot of things that occur in the administration and put all the blame on Trump. So that's why I think you're just a little bit I don't think that's fair. Now, of course, both sides do it, but I think the left does it a lot more than the right. I don't think that's fair. That's why I don't like this whole like party system. Like you can say like you don't believe in the two-party system, but if anything, you are the problem as well by doing what you're doing every single day. If you genuinely believe in the two-party system, I believe you would sit up here and advocate for your side genuinely, like with an open heart, not have any, misrepresent the right for what it is and not misrepresent the left for what it is.
I don't think I'm misrepresenting the right. I don't think that me saying Trump wanted to prevent the release of the Epstein files is a false statement. I think that's a totally true
I
statement.
think it is a
I think
very
that
Parker. I
let me
think you're
explain why it's
you're
true.
smart.
Let me
No,
explain.
I
Let
know,
me
but
explain.
before you continue, I think you're a very smart guy. Okay, like you know, like phrases can alter optics. Phrases can alter how people view certain. Like the way you mask it in a sentence. Like I said, to an average Joe, the way that you say certain things can alter like what it actually is.
Nothing about
That
what I'm
makes
saying
sense.
is misleading at all, and let me explain.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Go on.
Trump called Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted the release of the Epstein files. He said the Epstein files are a hoax and that anyone that wants them to be released never actually supported him in the first place. Okay? That you can't deny that he actively did things to prevent the release of the Epstein files. Hell, Todd Blanche is a new person he put in after firing Pam Bondi, right? And literally, he said that they're not going to release any more files. So if his goal was to release more files, if his goal was specifically to ensure that everything was released, then he wouldn't have done all of those actions. That's what tells me he prevented it. That's
a fair
why.
point.
And I just want to be clear. This is in a circumstance where there is a literal law from Congress to release it, right? Like that mandates you to release it. I do think that outside of that context, it's hard to get it to release. It, like obviously you need congressional support on a bill in order to be able to get it passed in the first place. So like that
Why is everyone
there's something
saying
outside of
quiet
that, but
piggy?
there's things that he's done in of itself, right? That specifically I think are clearly like bad there.
Okay. I mean that's a fair point. Like when you elaborate it on the point like that's fair. Why can I ask quickly why everyone's saying quiet piggy? I don't get it.
I don't know
What does that
either.
mean?
I think it's the one person just spamming that.
No, I've seen a couple people. But anyways,
Okay, well now you're gonna cause more people to say it.
no, okay, sorry. Well, I apologize.
It's okay.
But
It's okay.
I also have a question about abortion, real quick, in his stance. I know we talked about this before, but I just like have a cool question. So you know how like when, actually like again, I was trying to take up your tactics in mass, like try and like get you into a corner and like trick you with this, but I'm just gonna be honest here and genuinely ask you. You know how like if a pregnant or someone gets an accident and a pregnant woman, is involved with that accident and dies, the opposing offender gets charged with like a double homicide, correct? Why do you think like how does that so you think like legally obviously like in the court of law they view a pregnant woman or the fetus as a baby, so why shouldn't we like uphold that when it comes to abortion as well? Like generally what do you think of that? Do you think then the law should be changed with because I do think like obviously like actually no I won't go into that. What do you think about that? I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So should so let me just be clear. So do you think that people should be able to get food stamps for kids that are conceived?
Food stamps for kids that are conceived. What's the like opposing? What's the alternative option?
Should that categorize as a kid they can take out an ad so that they can get food stamps for? Can they take a child tax credit for the conceived zygote?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because like you're saying all these laws should apply, and if they don't apply in the same sort of context or with the exact same sort of definition in all cases, that it's going to be a little bit complicated in terms of law. And I think that this is also applicable in cases like this as well. Right, where like you're not going to say that these sort of legal things are going to apply there. And also like even so when it comes to double homicide, like the definition, this is specifically what Dean says, the definition you can provide is unjustified termination of a human life. Well, in the situations in which it's prior to sentience, it's not an unjustified termination of human life because it's not sentient, right? But in the situation where they were wanting to go through the pregnancy and, you know, this inevitably led to like an accident, right? Because they wanted it to this, it was an unjustified termination of human life. Therefore, you would consider it also another like murder or death in the scenario, double homicide. So you could say something like that. I don't really care to, right? Like I don't mind saying it's not double homicide and saying it's an unjustified termination of pregnancy and homicide, right? In a scenario.
Okay.
I don't see any reason why I would care to even say that, but like I think Dean's perspective there is totally coherent as well. So you could just choose either one in that scenario and it totally describes the double homicide thing. But I also don't think that we apply it in terms of the law in that exact specific way, because otherwise people would be able to take out a child tax credit for conceived zygotes.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, I actually didn't think about that. That's a good point. I guess I'd have to look into more of that, and also Dean Stant as well, that you're referencing, because maybe I haven't heard him speak about that as much. So I definitely have to do my own due diligence to look into that. Well, I feel like I had one other thing to say. I'm sorry this isn't actually debate. I actually came into this wanting to debate, and then I just had a change of heart. So I was actually like, I woke up from a nap and I was like pretty like, you know, sad. I was like, let me get after this guy here. I'm trying to remember. I feel like I had one more thing. I don't know. I guess I forgot. Maybe if I remember it, I'll.
All right, maybe if
send
you
a
remember, you
big
can send a guest
donation.
request back.
Yeah. All right. Well, take care.
All right,
Sorry.
take care.
Yep. Alrighty. Bye.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates to get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Okay. You know what, chat? I actually do think I would get so many more debates if I were just a little bit meaner. I'm not gonna lie. I actually do think I would get more debates if I was a bit meaner. If I wasn't so nice to people, I probably would get more debates. Should I ramp up the meanness? Like, should I ramp up the meanness? I can't. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. You know what? Like, I do think there's also like a limitation in terms of the push right now. Like, we have right now the only Trump supporter in the box right now is Liam, and I don't know if I don't want to do that again. I don't want to do that again. I'd rather not. Maybe we could hit a restart here on TikTok. Like, do y'all think that would be effective? Maybe we just need to get back into the algorithm or something. Okay, you know what? We're going to do a restart, but I need everyone who's in the TikTok live, okay? Every single person on the TikTok live just to come right back. It will take 10 seconds, literally 10 seconds. We're just going to end the stream, start it back up. Maybe there's an algorithm thing. I feel like we hit like a cap. Like, and it felt like that. So I don't know. I'm going to try it. We'll see. I'll be right back, everyone. Just give me a quick second. Here on YouTube, don't worry. We're not hitting a restart. If you're here on YouTube, we are still chilling. Okay, we're already back, everyone. We're already back. Nick, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. That's very kind of you. Absolutely. I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. Try our hardest here. Silver as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Silver in the comment section. Thank you. Bernie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Maybe instead of why Trump, why Republican would get more MAGA to debate. There's really no defense for Trump anymore. Maybe. I'll think about it. The thing is I feel like that almost will get the Trump supporters, or not the Trump supporters, but the Republicans to come up, and it would just be Republican debates, and it almost might distract away from things the Trump administration could be doing. So, I'm thinking about that, but I might try to do that after the midterms. Ashley, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Ashley in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. As well as King Grim, thank you so much for the member subscription. Noel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Alrighty, let's get the debates going, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Blinker checkpoint!
Alrighty, do give it a quick second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Do give it a second for people to join in. If you're on TikTok, I would really appreciate if you tap that screen, everyone. It helps push it out to more people. So as you're joining in, I would appreciate if you tap that screen, everyone. Do give it a quick second for people to join in. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump. I don't know if you remember me.
No, who are you?
Wow, okay, so...
Push the sheep.
I destroyed you in state capitals. I destroyed you in the COVID vaccine debate.
Do you think COVID vaccines aren't effective?
I don't understand how you don't remember. It's actually, you have the memory of a goldfish, bro.
Push the
Maybe
gold
just
medal.
Maybe just
Maybe
like,
you're just not memorable. You're just. I think you're just mad that I don't remember you.
No, people in your own chat remember me, bro.
Of course. There's gonna be some people with the memory. I don't think you're memorable.
Okay, let me
I don't think
hear.
you're a memorable person.
I debated Dean and you last time, I think, and I talked about like death threats. You may remember that.
Nothing's ringing a bell.
Basically, you owe me $100. I don't know.
No.
You know that?
I promise you, I don't.
You definitely do.
People are actually spamming in the comment section that you owe me $100.
Yeah, because they're all brainwashed.
Okay, and you're not?
No, because I absolutely destroyed you in the
So
debate.
let me clarify. Do you think everyone in this live is brainwashed?
I think the vast majority of people that dedicate their time to watching you are brainwashed.
Thank you. And what makes you think that?
Because they're instead of like going to their job, they're wasting their time. They literally give you money. It's actually embarrassing. I mean,
what are you doing?
Like,
Are you working?
Yeah, but I don't have to work though.
You're wasting your time? You don't have to work?
Yeah,
How
I'm
old are you
wasting my
again?
time. 22.
You don't have to work as a 22-year-old?
No.
What are you, a Nepo baby?
Well, actually, I am working because I want my $100. And if you might remember me if you go back to YouTube and
So what do you do? You don't have a job? You're unemployed?
Yeah, I'm unemployed.
Okay, how do you live?
I already have money. I'm chilling.
So you just have money from your parents?
I'm like an entrepreneur, bro.
You're an entrepreneur, so you work.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I work, but I don't work a job, you know?
That is a job, being an entrepreneur.
Not really.
It is.
No, it's not.
You work for yourself, my guy. You're self-employed. Holy, you don't know what an entrepreneur is? You don't know what the entrepreneurs are self-employed?
Yeah, that's not really a job though, because I'm like
that
a
is
freelancer.
objectively a job.
I'm a freelancer, you know?
You don't think self-employed people have jobs? So
Not
you don't
real
think I have a
jobs.
job?
No.
So Trump didn't have a job prior to the presidency.
Well, he was CEO. That's a job.
Oh, okay. So let me just clarify. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was someone who had a job?
He was CEO and chair of his own company.
So
that's a job.
Okay, so I'm an owner of my company.
You know you're not?
Yes, I am.
You have an LLC?
I have a company, yes.
Do you have an LLC?
I'm incorporated.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You have Venmo. That's how you make all your
and
money,
I'm incorporated, my guy.
Bro, that's actually crazy. Maybe like jog your memory, because
how is that crazy?
How do you not remember me? Like,
dude, why is he so mad I don't remember him?
Bro, that's actually embarrassing.
He's so mad. He's actually so mad I don't remember him, bro. I'm sorry you're not memorable, bro. My bad, bro.
I literally like beat you on.
You didn't beat me on anything.
Trivia. I beat you.
You didn't beat me on anything.
Lying about me. Oh yeah.
I didn't.
How about this?
You just sound jealous.
The debate.
You're
was
calling
about
everyone
whether...
brainwashed, and you're just saying that I specifically was
Everyone,
doing all
go
these
follow
things
me,
to
by the
lie
way.
towards you.
Go follow me. Go follow me, guys. Go follow me.
Okay.
But
do you want me to
the
kick
debate
you?
Was a,
Did you just
the
ask
debate
people
was
to
about...
follow you?
Yeah, but the debate.
Okay,
here,
I'm in the middle of your statement now. Gonna thank people. Aaron, thank you so much for the $5. For no wonder he thinks he won $100 from Parker. He's a complete moron. Well, thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate it. Silver, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it for sitting here at work on my break, eating pizza and watching you get wrecked once again. You are so pathetic and desperate for attention. They're saying that to you, by the way, Dylan, if you couldn't figure that one out. Lauren, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I might end up doing that. Christina, thank you so much for the $5.50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's insane. What the fuck? Yeah, I definitely never letting him on. Alberto, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Can you thank Alberto for the $50 on PayPal?
What?
Can you thank Alberto for the $50 on PayPal?
Roberto? Yeah, you should donate me money, guys, too.
You're not getting anything. How does it feel? They sent it to me and not you. Does that make you jealous?
Bet? Do you want to make another bet?
No, because you already didn't pay up. Virginia, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You don't even know what the bet was about. So you're just saying that you're basically lying.
I know that if I make a bet, that I only make bets if I'm 100% certain that I'm right.
Here, the bet was about if people who are listed in the COVID death total died from COVID or died with COVID. Do you remember that?
Oh, you're that guy? Yeah, you totally owe me $100.
No, because that's not true. They're still listed even if they died of another cause. As
Why are you
in the
still
COVID
doing
death
this?
total.
We're not going to do this again. I know
Okay.
that you're not going to end up paying up anyway. I don't care to litigate this again. I've already explained to you multiple times how you're wrong.
No, because you kept lying about me. But
No
do you
one
want to do
lied
another
about you.
bet? Let's do another bet about a different
No,
topic.
I'm not betting you because you don't pay up.
Why?
Because
you
I just
shared?
told you because you don't pay up. Is that complicated? You owe me $100
Well, actually,
and you're
even
not paying
your own
up.
friend Dean said you were wrong too.
No, he didn't.
On God, he
He
did.
said he was leaning towards the position that either you owe me $100 or neither of us owe each other money. And I ended up convincing him because obviously, specifically with COVID, or specifically from COVID, would take into consideration contributing factors. But yeah, so we're not going to go through that
So
again.
yeah, you just said you just.
We're
thank you
not
for the
we're not
concession.
going to go through that again. I'm just explaining that on a
Thanks
very
for the
baseline, and that's the
concession.
most
Thanks
I'm
for
going to
the
do for that.
concession.
There was no concession.
Yeah, because you admitted Dean said that you were wrong
To
as
each
well.
fetus think of the galaxy. No, he didn't.
He did though.
Dean actually sided with me.
No, not in the beginning.
Wait, since when did you ever use Dean as a source?
I'm using him as a source because he's so biased that if he said that you're wrong, it just instantly
Seriously,
proves I'm
only
right.
I could get a Trump supporter to cite Dean Withers.
No, I'm not.
Only I could do it,
citing him
actually.
as a
Only
source.
I could do it. Only I could do it. It's crazy.
I'm using him as an example, given how biased
No,
he
but
is.
you're
that if
citing him as
even-
a source.
Even he said you're in the wrong. That means
No, he didn't.
You're definitely in the wrong.
No, he didn't. And I'm not going to continue to have this conversation because you're just lying. Thank
What
you,
do
the
you wanna
Galaxy.
talk
Thank you
about
very
then?
much. If you want to bring up anything legitimate, because all you've done on my stream so far is say self-employed people don't have jobs. You've said like such stupid stuff. Like, do you just like get off on getting embarrassed on stream? Is that why you keep doing this?
Yeah, do you get off of lying about all your viewers and insulting them and smoking pot all day?
Well,
Or
I
do
got to
you-
kick you now because that's TikTok TOS, buddy. Do you have a
Okay,
second
go follow
account?
me. Follow me, guys. Follow me, guys.
Do you
Follow
have
me.
a second account?
Well,
Don't care. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Yo, it's about you. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Katie, by the way, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you very much. As well as Yehoshua, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm not quite sure what my live schedule will be for tomorrow. Actually, I think it will be... Actually, yes, I do know what it will be. It will be the morning. Just like today, it will be the morning time. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Everyone helps get it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
When did you last shit? When did you last?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. And what's
Can
your
I
birth year?
explain why? Oh, 2006.
And what month were you born?
December.
Okay. For sure. Alrighty. Let me thank some people and then we can move on to our conversation. Yehoshua, thank you so much. I did see that actually. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's always really funny. As well as James, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good some W's for them in the comment section right now. That's so funny. Thank you so much, James. And you're right with that one. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
I support him because he's a fucking neo-libertarian phalangist. Neo-libertarian.
This guy again. Oh my god. That's been a while. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm like 67.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Do give it a quick second for people to join in. That's the guy that thinks that Google AI is a reliable source. I know, right? That guy was so absurd, dude. Seriously, so absurd. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Somewhat.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump over Kamala, especially because
Kamala. Okay, what's your birth year?
especially January 27th, 2006.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Well, I don't support everything Trump does. Like, I don't support the Iran war and stuff like that. But I will say, like, for America, I don't think the tariffs are good, but I will say the Kamala tax policy would have fucked our country.
How so?
I mean, you just look at Madani in New York.
No, can you tell me what about her policy that you disagree with?
The tax policy, I said.
What about the tax policy?
Taxing rich individuals in a higher percentage.
Do you make like $400,000 a year or more?
No, but I also know the rich
So then-
individuals.
So then
create
why the hell?
jobs.
They're not creating more jobs with that money. They're doing stock buybacks. They're
Okay,
doing
so
what's
then-
profit
okay,
maximizing for
that's what I'm
themselves.
saying, though.
If they have a higher top marginal tax rate, that gives them a greater incentive to reinvest back into their firm.
Why? Okay, if they have a higher tax rate, why wouldn't they just go to China then? Tell me that. Like, China's probably infrastructurally better than us right now. If they have a higher tax rate in America, why wouldn't they just go overseas to China where they can make more profit with a less tax rate?
Because they live here. We're talking
But-
about where they live. They pay income where they live, right?
Yeah, they pay income where they live, but I'm saying though, if you tax them to a point where it's a lot higher than it is right now, they're already paying way above the tax for everybody else. Everybody else, what? Low income individuals, what do they get taxed? 2 to 5% of their income. Mediums, what? 15. And then higher earners are like 30 or 40. Like, if you tax them 50, 60%, what makes them not want to just go to China and make more money, make more profit?
Yeah, because their
Hold their
entire
business,
family
hold their-
lives here. Their entire upbringing is here. They care about living in the country. They want to live in this country. They're not going... Like, for example, why do people still live in New York and California?
That's what I'm saying. Have you not seen the stuff with Madani? Him threatening the higher tax rate, and then now
Yeah,
the
those are
person
for the
that's-
richest New
bringing
Yorkers.
$6 billion. $6 billion.
I don't know why you're crashing out. This doesn't even impact you. Hey, dude, I live in Los Angeles.
It does impact you though, because they create
I live
jobs.
in Los Angeles, and
So
they
you
will
think,
create
you
more
think an AI
jobs
job-
if there's a top marginal tax rate that's higher.
Yeah, look at California. This is not a business place. Nevada is.
Then why is it the
Colorado
fourth?
is.
So then why is it the fourth largest economy in the world?
Because there's a bigger population, obviously.
No, even GDP per capita is higher.
Yeah, obviously GDP is going to be higher, but GDP would be higher because you're not getting taxed that much in California.
What? Yes, we are. If the highest levels
how
of
much
income,
is it? 40%, right?
you can get taxed upwards of 50% in this state.
Have you heard of how
At the
much
highest levels of
Madani's gonna
income,
be taxing?
at the highest levels of income tax, you get taxed at 50% and higher.
No, it's not higher than 50%.
Yes, it is. It will be like 52%.
Okay, 52 and saying 50% higher is a lot more eluding than 52.
Okay.
52 and 50 is about the same.
Okay.
Okay. So let's not act like they're getting taxed that much. That's how much the tax should be. But when you raise it even more...
Wait, you just said that's how much the tax should be?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
somebody
well
should
then-
get taxed 50%.
Okay, well, you think the highest income American should be taxed 50%? Okay, so then let's apply that. Now, the issue is that the richest Americans, like the billionaires, they aren't paying the same income tax structure that the people who are making their money through income are paying. And that's the distinction that we need to make. The billionaires need to be paying that tax rate as well. So it seems like you agree with us.
No, I agree. They need to be taxed, but I think they're already being taxed enough. I think what Madani's trying to do, he's trying to tax their income, their business income, and their housing income. Their house. That's a lot of taxes at a high percent. Would it
Yeah,
not
but
be?
they're not going to leave. The studies indicate that it's a very low percentage of people that leave.
Trust me, if he taxes them by a lot, they
I'm
will
not
go to
trusting you,
Florida.
bro.
They will take their business to Florida. Why wouldn't they just go to Florida?
Because then they'll lose out on the consumer market in California.
They can still
The consumer
You
market
get-
in California is unlike anywhere around the world, my guy. You know
No,
that,
it's-
right? Like, yeah, it is. The consumer market in California is incredibly large, dude.
you can still conduct business without, like, he could have his headquarters in Florida and still conduct business in New York at a lower percentage and still make probably the same profit.
Okay, well, that's what people do already, right? People have been doing that with big cities already. Now, wouldn't that just so I don't know what your point is with saying that's a criticism. They're still doing their business in LA.
You see what Madani's done to New York? It has turned to shit.
How?
And I
I think what
family up in
Mamdani's
New
done is
York.
great. Now, can you tell me what he's done that's bad?
What he's done that's bad is he's what is it called? What do they call that? Paying more into social social policies like free. He's what is it called? He's paying more into social and free stuff, and it's
Like what?
making them lose money.
Like what?
I forget what it is, but I know what is it called?
He's giving away free stuff. You just don't know what it is.
No, like
Do you live in New
free
York?
libraries, huh?
Do you live in New York?
No, I have family that lives in New York.
Okay, so why are you complaining about it? You don't even live there.
Because I hear what they're saying. I mean, my family makes. I mean, my cousin and his my aunt they're pretty doing pretty well. I'd say.
Okay,
Close
so
to
then
seven
they're going to be
figures.
fine either way.
Huh?
So they're going to be fine either way.
Oh, they want to be fine. I'm saying.
Yeah, they will.
Okay, so
You
if
said
you
you
tax
said they're
them-
making 7 figures, but you think that they're not going to be fine with a what, like $20,000 increase in taxes?
No, they're already planning to leave New York because my my uncle. He
Then
lives-
leave.
I mean, a lot of people are gonna.
That-
leave.
that will-
You're
okay,
gonna see.
go for it.
You're gonna see the jobs. If
When are they
Madani goes through
leaving?
with this
When are
tax-
they leaving? They said they were going to leave already. When are they leaving?
They're not leaving yet.
When are they going to leave?
I don't know. They have like a lot of
So they're
houses.
so they're staying there for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, they have multiple houses, but they
Yeah,
primarily live in New York.
Yeah, they have multiple houses, and oh my god, their taxes
I
are
mean,
going to
I'm not
go up
saying I'm
very
rich. I
slightly,
mean, I'd say
everybody.
my uncle
Oh
might.
my god, they've got
Yeah.
multiple houses, actually. You know, they're making 7 figures a year, but oh my god, this little slight increase in taxes, it's too much for their liking. That's too bad. Let's cut
what
actually
happens
10 million
what
people off
happens-
their health insurance through Medicaid, 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every single month, and let's also make sure that we cut off of 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast, just so that we can give them a greater tax break so that they can buy another yacht or they can get another home.
You're a dick, bro.
I'm a dick? Really? You're the
Yeah.
one that's cutting people off of access to food, health insurance, and basic things that they need to literally survive. But I'm a dick for saying that the richest Americans should pay a slight little bit more to be able to fund that.
I mean, I'd say a lot of people abuse the food stamps a little bit.
Okay, a lot more
Just like-
people abuse the tax structure and evade taxes who are rich. So why don't you complain about that? A lot more of the revenue is lost out because people don't pay into the structure because they do stuff like that.
Everybody does
Than
that. You
specifically
probably do
people
that.
who are getting food stamps when they don't actually deserve
Dude,
it under
you
your view.
probably do
And
that
also,
for
like, by the
resale,
way,
though.
the fraud rate for food stamps is incredibly low.
Yeah, for what
And by
they
the way,
can catch.
what you're addressing, by the way, in terms of cutting people's access to food stamps, is not mitigating or reducing fraud in any meaningful way.
Wait, let's go back to what you said about
How is cutting
abusing-
420,000 children on average every single month off of the free school lunch and breakfast that they were getting access to at all addressing fraud?
I don't agree with mainly on that stuff. Like I don't think Trump should have cut tax. I mean, not tax, food stamps to where he did. But I mean, at the same time, like you shouldn't blame the kids. But at the same time, like the parents didn't work hard. Like they didn't go to college. They didn't
Oh,
do
okay,
what they
okay.
should
So
have
then
done.
the kids should starve because you
No,
think the
that's
parents
I don't
didn't work
agree
hard
with that.
enough?
But I will say, what you said about abusing the taxes, you do that because is this not your business?
This is
Do
my
you consider
business.
it's a business?
Yes.
Okay, so you definitely do that. Don't act like you don't.
What
You
do I
don't
do?
have to act dumb. Everybody does that.
No, I
Anytime
don't.
you go on vacation, I bet you use it as a business vacation.
I don't
like,
go on
for
vacation.
business. Oh, I'm sure you don't, bro.
The only
You never
time
go on
I go on
vacation.
vacation is literally for work. I'm not trolling.
Yeah, well, obviously, that's what everybody does that owns a business.
But no, I don't like buy things in typical personal life that isn't a business expense on my
I mean,
business
obviously,
card.
you're not going to say it on here, but it's kind of obvious that
No,
everybody
I
does
literally
that.
don't do that.
Okay, for sure.
Dude, I pay my taxes. Are you really
I mean-
really confused that a liberal pays their taxes and doesn't complain about it?
I mean, Dean lives in Colorado, so there's a reason why he stayed in Colorado. It's the best place to conduct a business at in the United States.
What? They have state income tax.
Yeah, they have state income tax, but I forget what it is. What does Colorado do? There's something
He
that
literally grew up in Colorado. Like he lives there. That's where he's always lived.
yeah, but there's
Other
something
than
in
like when he was
Colorado-
very, very young.
Oh,
'Cause
I
he-
know
he-
why.
What's
Like
up?
if somebody tried to sue his business, something about Colorado, they have I don't know. There's people everybody that owns a business conducts like their headquarters in Colorado. I swear to God. You
Not
could look
true,
it
but
up.
I don't see
Or
any good
it's Nevada. It's Nevada actually.
Nevada? Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, that's not where Dean lives.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is Kamala was a shit
Kamala.
show, bro.
Wait, so
She
so
couldn't
by the
talk,
way, he pivots. So he's like, "Oh, you must actually be tax evading." No, I'm not. He then
Bro,
realizes
okay.
I'm not tax evading, and then pivots.
And no, I'm not straight. Like anybody can say, "Oh, I'm gay." Like
Dude,
anybody
can
can
you
say
can you
anything.
answer what I just said? Like, can you acknowledge what I just said at all?
Oh, you're never gonna say that, oh, I do tax fraud on a live stream. Like nobody's gonna do that. Like let's be real though. Even if you did, let's say you didn't, nobody's gonna admit that they do it though. Like obviously, right? Like
Trump
let's have
admits he
conversations.
evades taxes on national television.
Yeah, but he already got caught doing it. So like he had to admit it. And he
Okay.
kind of schooled Hillary on that topic.
Didn't he do it before he releases tax returns?
What, when they got
Yeah,
publicly
he said that in
announced
2016
by that
before
person?
his tax returns were released, sir.
What he was trying to say, you're using his words against him now. Because
Of
what he was
course.
trying to say was everybody does it. Because
Nope,
everybody
I
tax,
don't.
Everybody bro. Yes, you do, bro.
I promise you I don't.
Anytime you okay, so when you go on vacation though, or like for business,
Yeah.
you don't.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
when
It
I-
doesn't go. Yeah.
Of course, when I go on a business trip, I'm going to write off the business expenses on my business trip. That's not evading taxes. That's called a business expense. Do you know what business
everybody lies
expenses
about how
are?
much- I mean, a lot of people that have a small company, they lie about how much money they make. I mean, it's just normal. Everybody, if you're not
I
abusing
don't
the
lie
system,
about how
you're
much
not
money
trying to win.
I'm not going to get, dude, I'm not trying to get audited. Why would I want to do that? The government knows, I'm actually smart, I think. The government knows how much money I've made. Okay? The government knows how much money you've made. The government knows how much we've all made. They're just trying
Obviously.
to see whether or not you reported accurately. And
Yeah, but if you're not big
because of
enough,
the
they're not
lobbying
gonna
of the
really look at
accounting
it, though.
agencies, and because of the lobbying of the accounting agencies, right, it still exists in that sort of fashion where we have to produce our sort of taxes in this way. Like we could have an automated system of taxation, just like Japan does. We easily could do that. Honestly, I think we should do that. I think that the system of taxation is way too confusing in our country.
Okay, but what you said with that, you said, what did you say? You said you were talking about the IRS and the accountants and the audits. They know what you're getting taxed by. But if you're not big enough, they're never going to actually look at it to see if you're actually doing tax fraud. The only people they look at to see if you're doing tax fraud are the people that are making multi-millions. Like
No, it's
10
not just
million,
it's not
5
just
million,
that. And
2
actually,
million.
you might be saying that to a greater extent because Trump's defunding the IRS.
Trump's
But you
defunding
understand
the
that, like,
IRS because did you see what he did when they got their all the billionaires tax returns leaked? Remember that?
You understand that they do audits, right? Like, that's just one thing. And also, even so, like, it's not just because there would be an audit. It's also because I, like, morally disagree with it. You know that, right?
Yeah, there's audits in the IRS.
Hey,
But what
listen,
I'm
you're not
saying
listening
is,
to what I'm saying. I morally disagree with evading taxes. And I believe in the tax structure that we have.
okay, so you agree with, then why do you think that the ultra rich should get taxed for their income, their property taxes?
Why should they get
And
taxed more?
their
Because they
business
have more of an
taxes?
ability to pay. Because it's not
I
going to
agree. They should
negatively
maybe
impact
get
their life in
their
any meaningful way
personal
when we
income.
tax them like that.
I mean, bro, you see it in businesses all the time. Why do people go into general partnerships?
I don't see how that was the point. The point that I'm making is that you're going to increase taxes for working class people if you allow for the very richest Americans to evade taxes. And the top 400 billionaires pay a lower effective tax rate than the working class. Did you know that?
Okay. Billionaires do. Wait, say it again. What did you say
Yeah,
before
the top
that?
400 billionaires pay a lower effective tax rate than the working class. You should be angry when you hear that. I'm serious, dude.
Because based on their income level, you're saying?
Well, based on how they make their money. And based on the types of loopholes that they try to use to evade taxes. And I'm saying that's immoral. Why is that immoral? Because then it puts more of the bill onto lower income individuals who have less of an ability to pay it. So
Okay,
do you
so I
see
got a
how
question
it's
then.
do you see how that like harms
Do you think
society?
this is immoral? Do you think this is immoral then? If you're making $2 million a year, and you put like, let's say, a quarter of that into small businesses like gas stations, furniture companies, and like wash rights, stuff like that. Do you think that's immoral to do?
To have business expenses and invest? No.
To invest in, because you're going to get taxed less if you invest in more businesses.
Okay, I don't have an issue with doing that.
But that's tax fraud in a way.
No, it's not. That's not tax
You're
fraud.
investing in more businesses to get less taxes on your personal income because they see that.
But we see that has a benefit. Do you understand that, like, the other mechanisms of tax invasion, like specifically that you're trying to reference, is like someone specifically taking out a loan against the valuation of their business, right, and then using that for their personal expenses. That has nothing to do with their business. So then why are they
But they
able to
get
do that?
taxed
It's
less
absurd.
though. They do that because they
Yeah, they do
know
that so
they'll
that they don't get
less.
taxed on the personal income they take out.
Okay,
So that's
people
evading
say tax
taxes.
fraud. It may not be evading taxes, but it is a loophole. Can you agree with that? Do you think that's immoral?
That's loophole and evading taxes. Yes, it is.
So you just agreed that it is?
Yes.
So is that immoral then?
Yes.
Because people are in the comments saying it's not tax fraud, but it low key is, right?
What? Wait. What is tax fraud? You just so they're saying that just doing a business expense is not tax evasion or tax fraud. It's not.
But it's a loophole.
It's not a loophole. Business expenses are something that should be in place that you could deduct from your taxes.
I know.
That's something that's necessary to have for businesses. Okay. Now we're talking specifically about like how they're taking out a loan out of the valuation to then use that loan on their personal expenses, right? To evade taxes with the purpose and intent to evade taxes.
I just think it could maybe be immoral, but I kind of think like if everybody is doing anabolic, like stare, like as an athlete, and you're not doing it and you're performing less because of it, is it immoral to do what everybody else is doing?
What? I would
if
say,
everybody's doing it, is it immoral to do it?
so you're saying that in order to be able to compete with everyone else, like why would it be specifically still considered immoral? From a general basis, overall it would, but I understand the point you're trying to make that you need to defend yourself, right, in that circumstance to be able to compete with everyone else, right, in that certain sense. I understand the point that you're making, but what you're not understanding, like if it's not considered cheating and it gives you an advantage, right? Obviously, someone's like going to end up doing that in a circumstance. that doesn't mean that it doesn't have any moral consequences.
I mean, yeah, I could see that, but I mean, I still think it has consequences. When somebody gets caught for tax fraud, I mean, they go to jail. What's that one dude?
This is not
the
just
one that
tax
was
fraud,
in
it's
the-
also tax evasion. Like I'm explaining this because again, I don't want people to think that they're better than everyone else and that they don't need to pay into tax structures. This is called being a fucking adult. And I shouldn't, as a 24-year-old, have to explain this to people older than me by any means, right? But there are plenty of people older than me that feel like they don't need to uphold the basic adult tasks of paying their damn taxes, and they think they want to offload that onto everyone else because they think that they're better than that.
I mean, I agree. I mean, do I think that they should make a stricter rule on taxes and make it a system where it's automatic? Yeah, but it's not in America, and
Yeah,
I
and
don't
we need to
think
get rid of
Kamala
the
was-
loopholes. and
Kamala
we need to
was going
increase
to get
taxes
rid of
for the rich and
loopholes.
wealthy, and that's what Kamala Harris wanted to do. So why did you vote for Donald Trump that, actively speaking, is going to give the richest Americans even more at the expense of working class Americans access to basic necessities?
Because I truly believe in trickle down.
Trickle down has not historically worked. What evidence do you have that trickle down has historically worked?
Let me think. When it's worked, I mean, the dot-com bubble. Dot-com bubble was a trickle down in a way.
Okay.
Was it not?
What?
AI's
How was the
AI's
dot-com
kinda
bubble
trickled down.
trickle down? Like, that's the most
AI's
ridiculous thing
pretty
I've ever
trickled
heard.
down. What? How would the
The
dot-com
dot-com
not be a
bubble
trickle
popping
down?
is trickle down how?
Not popping when it happened though. When dot-com was happening, it was creating jobs, creating tech people jobs for the dot-com bubble. It was trickling
That's
down.
technological advancement
The
creating
ultra
jobs.
wealthy were investing in
Not
the
trickle
dot-com.
down. That's not trickle down. That's called technological advancement yielding a creation of jobs.
Trickle down is when everybody the
Trickle down
The
is when you
bottom
give tax
class-
breaks to the
the-
richest
when the
Americans
bottom
because you think that
class-
they're going to utilize that money more efficiently within the economy, which historically speaking has not happened. It's not more efficient for the average person. It's not in the interest of the average person. It's in their own interests, in their own profit maximizing condition.
So you don't think AI right now is a little bit of a trickle down? You can't say it's not because the ultra wealthy are investing in the AI and it's coming back to the consumers. Is it not?
I don't think that's a notion of trickle down because it's not tax cuts going to the rich and wealthy that they inevitably pass it down. Are there things that business owners do that do inevitably, from a certain sense, create jobs? Obviously, you could say that there's a notion that certain investments they make create certain amounts of jobs or get rid of jobs depending on the type of decision that they make. What you're not understanding, though, is that, like, I don't get the broader, like, sorry, what I'm not understanding is the broader point that you're trying to make from this.
Jobs. So the ultra wealthy are investing in AI. It's creating more jobs.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that trickle-down economics is effective, just because there are some actions that business owners engage in that benefit a populace.
That's still affecting us. AI right now is affecting us, and it's helping us. AI is the best thing
Okay,
that's
I
ever
know you're
happened.
trying to hyperfixate on this. I think what you're trying to address is the idea that technological advancement reduces jobs. That's why you originally referenced, like, the dot-com bubble, okay? What you're referencing with AI, I just want to let you know, is right now reducing the level of jobs, at least in the short run.
Yeah, but it's also helping people perform their jobs better. I mean, you look at accountants;
You
they're
could say
able
that.
to do more.
You could say that, but that's still not acknowledging, like, the broader point there. So if you just want to make the point that technology advancing creates jobs, well, I think that's going to exist under each side. I don't think that's unique to lower taxes on the very rich. I actually think that innovation is more likely to happen if you put higher taxes on the richest and wealthiest individuals, because you're going to have a better consumer base that can actively buy and consume these products, which creates the necessary incentives for the suppliers to respond.
Why is America's GDP
Trickle
high?
up economics works. Trickle down economics is nonsense. There is a natural
Bro, you
trickle
can't
up
say
element
that.
within our economy. There's not a natural trickle down element in the same notion.
Both are good. You can't
No.
have one or the other.
Yeah, trickle down economics is ridiculous.
Trickle down economics happens with anything. Consumer
No, you don't
trickle down-
understand.
trickle down
Define trickle down
consumption.
economics. What
Trickle
is
down
it?
economics is when the bottom class adapts with the something that it was upper class. That is trickle down. I just didn't say it in the right way. Like the
Dude,
ultra
what the
wealthy,
fuck, dude? No,
the
no
ultra
one's gonna
wealthy,
explain trickle down.
the
Now.
ultra
That's
wealthy invests more into something, and it creates something for the lower individual class.
Can I just tell you
It creates
something?
some more jobs.
Can I just tell you
What?
something?
Then what is it?
I have a degree
Is
in
that not right?
economics. I actually learned what trickle-down economics is. Trickle-down economics historically is about thinking that the idea that you think that if you give tax breaks to the richest Americans, they inevitably will utilize their money more productively than everyone else in the economy, which will inevitably yield the creation of more jobs. Which
Isn't that
historically
what I
speaking,
said though?
which historically speaking has been disproven. No, that's not what you said. Historically
I
speaking,
said
has been disproven.
it's when the ultra wealthy invests into something and creates more job for the lower individuals. I said that.
That's too simplistic and not referencing the entirety of what a trickle-down economics is, because trickle-down economics is the idea that reducing taxes on the richest Americans, specifically the richest Americans, disproportionately benefits society.
But it
Giving
doesn't
money to
always
them
have to
benefits
be,
society to the greatest extent.
It doesn't always have to be tax cuts. It can be other things.
What? No, it's specifically tax cuts. That's trickle-down economics.
I mean, trickle down happens with anything though. So like, how are you going to say
It's not just
economics?
it's not just
doesn't
trickle-down
work?
economics is not just a business owner, right? Like doing things that create jobs or something, right? That's not what trickle-down economics is.
So do you believe in trickle down consumption?
What the fuck does that mean?
When
Are you just making up your own terms now?
No, trickle down consumption and then trickle up consumption. That's a thing that works. That's happened multiple times. When a high class,
I don't know what the fuck is trickle-down consumption.
It's just when a high class product adapts. And
a high-class
becomes
product
lower
adapts,
class.
then becomes
Yeah,
low
like
class. What the fuck is this guy saying?
Like say like a Lamborghini.
Hey,
you know
dude,
how it's high
can
class.
hey, dude, respectfully, can you just stop making this point? It's really ridiculous.
No, I'm saying trickle down happens with anything though.
Stop.
Like you can't say. I said it's like a Lamborghini. It's looked at as like high class, and then it gets adopted. It gets adopted, and it's looked at lower class.
It's time to stop.
It's kind of like vans.
It's time to stop. Don't do this. You're making a bad argument. Stop embarrassing yourself.
Hey man, you're the one who's trying to make the country go to shit, bro.
How?
Because you're out here like, I'm not trying to be mean. Like I respect people, but what I don't respect is people that are maybe, you know, switching their genders, becoming gay. Like, I mean, like I respect them as a person.
I have a question.
And like,
how do you become gay?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering.
You don't know? So do you think being gay is a choice?
I would say to some extent.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So could you choose to be gay?
If it was the only thing I knew, yeah. Like if
What do you mean if it's the only thing?
If I got born into a world,
you said that being gay is a choice. So could you choose to find me sexually arousing right now?
No, because there's other
So it's
there's
not a
other
choice.
things in the world. It is a choice.
No, it's not. You just said that you
Okay.
couldn't choose to do
Okay,
that.
then let's say this. Say we lived in a world where the only thing that people knew was being gay and knowing the same sex and like having sexual attraction with the same sex. Would it be more likely that more people become gay? Right?
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry.
To say we live in a world where there's no straight people and it's only gay people, you get born into a world, you're more likely to become gay, right? And be gay, right?
So you're just saying that there would be a notion of compulsory homosexuality in that circumstance, which, by the way, right now exists in our study is compulsory heterosexuality, right, for individuals. But I would say it would depend on whether or not that's passed and forced down onto people. If you're saying everyone's gay, right, and you see everyone around you is gay, that doesn't make you gay yourself, right? Like I wouldn't be gay because everyone around me was gay. I'm still straight.
You don't know that. You probably would be. And I'm this is coming from a straight guy. I don't know about you. You're a little bit, I don't know. But yeah, you 100%.
I'm a little bit
you
what?
lived in a world.
What did
if
you say?
lived in
I'm a
world-
little bit what?
I don't know. You're a little like I don't know, like sus a little bit. I don't know. Like
What,
no
what is that
disrespect.
supposed to mean?
I don't know. Like you sometimes like give me like femboy vibes or something. Like not in a disrespectful way.
I'm
like,
feminine?
I mean, yeah. a little
What's
bit.
wrong with me being feminine?
Nothing.
Okay.
You. But
what is that? Why does that make me sus? And by the way,
Like, kinda
wait, I have a
give me that
question.
vibe.
Are you attracted to femininity?
No.
You're
I'm
not?
attracted to girls. I don't care if a girl is more masculine.
Girls, you
more
should say
feminine.
women, by the way.
Okay.
So you're not attracted to femininity?
Yeah, I don't really like if a girl's like in the gym all the time and like real muscular, like I don't care. And if a girl's like petite, like I don't care. Like if I'm attracted to somebody, I'm attracted to somebody. I don't really look at like, oh, do they like paint their nails every day or something? Like I don't really care that much. Like I don't look too deep into it.
Okay. All
Well,
right.
I answered your question, right?
I guess like you can still specifically just like be attracted to femininity on top of that, and not say that someone
Yeah,
needs to
that's why I
be
said like I'm
acting in a
attracted to
certain
basically-
feminine way.
Yeah, I'm attracted to like any
Like you're
girl,
attracted
like,
to women, right?
Yeah, I'm attracted to women. Yeah.
Okay. So, anything that's considered feminine is just things that are typically associated with the female sex. So if
Wait,
you're
say it again?
attracted to women, inherently that means you're attracted to some notion of femininity, right?
I mean, you could say that, but you could also not say that, right? Right?
Okay.
Like you're not masculine. Do you think your girl's like attracted to masculine guys?
I think that in the notion that my girlfriend is attracted to me as a man, that she's attracted to some notion of masculinity. Yes. Not all aspects of masculinity, but some
Yeah, yeah.
notion. Because
I
I'm a
guess you could
man
say
and she's
that.
attracted to me.
I guess like if like
Like
you think,
I also have
'cause you're, like,
masculine
obviously-
characteristics,
you're obviously,
right?
Like a guy, like you're obviously a guy, but like you're not really like a man. You know, you kind of got like noodle arms.
Okay, you can
No, I'm joking.
not
Now I'm actually.
you can not have muscles and you can still be a man. You know that, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I feel
what
like
do you
a
mean
guy should have
maybe?
a little
What do you
bit
mean
of its own
maybe?
body.
I thought being a man was based upon under your guys' view, based upon being an adult human male. So you
Yeah,
can be
it
an
is,
adult
it
human
is.
male and under your view not be a man?
No, you cannot be masculine though.
Okay, so you don't think I'm masculine because I don't have large muscles.
No, just like how you talk and like. I don't
What
know.
about the way that I
remember
talk?
like I don't know like in your lives every day, but like I remember like a while back you said one time like you would date like trans gender like I'm not like dissing you on it, but like it's kind of like I don't know, that kind of seems a little bit off. Right?
How is that off?
I don't know. Like so you would date a transgender woman?
Well, I'm in a relationship with someone. I'm not going to talk about who I'm going to date, but I don't think that my attraction is limited when it comes to trans people.
Yeah.
You don't think there? Well, I have a question. Is there any trans woman that you think you would be attracted to?
No, bro. I'm not gonna lie. There's been a couple times.
So to
bro,
clarify, you could say as a statement, there's not a single trans woman on the planet that you would be attracted to.
maybe if I thought they were a girl until they told me they were like a transgender, then I would be like, no, that's crazy. You know what I mean?
Okay, wait. So you admit that you would find them attractive until they told you that they're trans? So you do find them attractive. You're just trying to repress it.
Well, I mean,
Interesting.
'cause you have plastic surgery that makes
Wait,
them
interesting.
literally look like a woman.
You just quite literally just admitted that you do find them attractive and that you would literally just repress it. So I'm glad I got you to concede on that point.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Like,
So
dude, it
so
gets
wait,
to a
hold up.
point-
Does that I have a question. Does that make you bisexual under your view?
No, because they get to a
No,
point
it doesn't.
where-
Wait. You said that you found. Wait, okay, hold up. So you agree that finding trans women attractive doesn't make you bisexual? You can still be straight? Base?
Yeah, if you
Base! Yo! Accidentally woke! Let's go!
no, what I was trying to say though. Can I
Accidentally
say what I was trying
woke,
to say?
everybody. Look at this, everyone.
Wait, can I finish what I was trying to say though?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was trying to say, they get so much plastic surgery that they genuinely look like a girl. Like I'm not even trolling. Like they get like boobs, they get
Trans women are
everything.
women. So, of course.
You can't really like say that they're like, you know what I mean, biologically, right? Like
So they're
not trying to be mean.
they're biologically male, but they're still a woman. And wait, and you already agreed that you're not bisexual for finding them attractive as a straight man.
Yeah, when they literally changed their whole appearance to where they look like the girl from a Euphoria, like she definitely looks like a man. Like I would, but like some of them, bro, they literally
What?
look exactly
okay,
like.
you're
a
being
woman.
ridiculous. Don't say shit like that, especially on my live. Don't say something like that. It's just ridiculous.
No, I didn't. No, I was saying like they have the attributes of a man. Like they literally like they have like the attributes. They like the nose and stuff like that.
I don't even know what
Like,
that's
they
supposed
get-
to mean.
Like like guys have features that girls don't. Yes, they do.
Wait,
Like
so
broader shoulders.
no, but I'm
Guys have
not.
broader shoulders than women,
No, but
right?
like, if you're referencing Hunter Schafer, right? Like, I genuinely don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, she kind of looks like a guy a little bit, right? Not trying to be mean. Like I really.
I think
like,
she's. I think she passes very well, right? Like,
Really?
if I think everyone would acknowledge that she definitely passes.
I don't know. I feel like if somebody showed me and I didn't know who
I
she was, or
I
anything,
100% promise you, if you met her in real life, you would have no clue that she was trans until she told you.
have you met her?
No, I've not met her. What?
I'm just wondering. I'm sorry. Cheating on your girlfriend, bro, with a trans. No, I'm just saying.
Are
What
you
I'm
like?
trying to say-
Were you just trying to diss me? Right? That was like so cringe. Like, do you
No,
realize that
actually,
like
like,
all of
you're
this just
actually a nice person.
all of
I was
this kind of
just
just perpetuates your own insecurities?
No,
Because like,
I don't.
to me, when you say that being gay is a choice, to me that tells me that you do have sexual attraction towards men, and you're just repressing that sexual attraction. Because otherwise, you can't make that choice.
I'm more thinking about it like.
Otherwise, it's not a choice. It's not a choice for me. I can't choose to find men sexually attractive. That's literally not
is,
within
though.
my
It is.
capacities.
It is like environment.
I can't do that. I
environmental
can't
changes.
choose to find men attractive. That's not possible.
Well, not men, but like, because biologically you can't reproduce with a man on man. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like, what I was
okay,
trying to
wait,
say
repeat what you
is-
just said.
is
Repeat,
let's get
sorry.
back on topic.
Repeat
Huh?
what you just said. Sorry, you said. Are you saying being gay is wrong because you can't reproduce?
Well, I was more saying because like it depends on your environment. Like right now, like we're obviously in a surplus of a population, so like we don't need more babies and more things like that. So it really like environmental, like it really doesn't matter.
Based
But
upon
if-
your argument, you could just argue that people could be poly, right? And then that would produce the most amount of kids possible.
well, that's what I'm saying though.
Wait,
Like,
so
when
would
you
you
say, like-
so would you argue in that context for people to be poly?
Yes, environment
Okay.
changes
So
stuff.
I
like
guess
that.
in the environment that we're talking about right now that exists today, is it wrong to be gay?
Do I think it's wrong to be gay or like
Like
in a
under your
world
own view, yes.
I mean, this is my exact thing. Like, I do not believe in being gay and stuff like that. Like,
You
I
don't
think
believe it exists?
No, I believe it exists, but like, I think it's wrong. But at the same time, I do believe people should have their own choice. So I'm not like overly mad about it.
What's
but
wrong
I do
about being
agree
gay?
that it is a, huh?
What's wrong about being gay?
I just don't think it's. I don't know. Like, I just feel like I'm a little bit leaning toward God with it. So I don't know.
Leaning
That's
towards
more-
God doesn't say that being gay is wrong.
Come on, let's be honest.
Even from the Christian perspective that you're probably
Also, like,
referencing, you
sometimes, like-
think that hold up, even from the Christian perspective that you think you're referencing, you think it's gay intercourse that's wrong, not being gay in of itself. So having the attraction of itself is not considered wrong. You're saying having gay intercourse is wrong. And even so, I don't think the scriptures within the context of the Bible actually indicate that. And there's not a single point in the Bible where Jesus actually says that it's wrong to be gay or to
that
get
is what he
married
said.
if
He
you're
said you
gay
can't-
or to
you can
even
have
have
the
gay
thoughts, but
intercourse.
you can't act on it. You can't act on it. That I have heard that verse before.
Yeah, but there's no even argument to actually indicate that from a legitimate perspective because Jesus never even said this. The people that wrote it down are Paul, for example, and the word that people are specifically referencing is associated with people who are engaging in gay intercourse. Arsenokoitai is literally made by Paul. Okay, the word
Whoa.
was made by Paul. We don't know fully what it means. There's an interpretation error there. You can literally interpret it to not mean gay intercourse or gay relationships that exist today, and you can interpret it in a different way.
Well, I also think like being gay is wrong, just like on the biology side of it.
Boy.
Like I truly think that most of our world is we're supposed to reproduce. We're supposed to have a connection, have a family.
You can reproduce and be gay.
I mean, it's not like technically your kid.
Every single time that you have sex, do you reproduce?
No, but I'm a virgin.
Okay, so gay people who have kids
Yeah,
are
I'm
doing
waiting
more
till
than you.
marriage. Well, I'm waiting till marriage.
Well, you're also an incel.
I mean, I'm waiting till marriage for my
Involuntarily.
lady. Not involuntarily. I'd say I'm objectively pretty attractive. Like I'd say people would find me attractive in real life. Like I'm only 5'10", but
I'm
like,
cringing.
my face. No, I'm not even. I'm not saying I'm the most attractive, but I definitely like if I wanted to, I could definitely engage in that if I wanted to. but I just don't want to because my parents have taught me.
Well, it's
not
not
to.
because of the way that you look. It's because of your views, my guy.
Well, I also don't drink and stuff like that because I'm Nazarene.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's because of your views. It's because of how you view the world that is inevitably going to cause you to be in that situation, not just the way that you look.
Well, I'd say I have a pretty good personality. Like, I feel like a lot of my friends think I have a funny personality. I'm a pretty nice guy. Like, that's why, like, when you're like, is being gay wrong? Like, I'm not saying, like,
You
I
have
feel
no
like
reason to
everybody
say that,
should.
though. Like you said, biologically it's wrong because you don't produce kids through intercourse. Let me ask you this question. Is oral sex wrong?
I don't even know what that is.
You don't know what oral sex is?
Yeah, I mean.
Dude, how old are you?
Huh? I'm 20.
You're 20 years old and you don't know what oral sex is? That's
Sorry.
crazy, bro.
What is it? Anal?
No, oral. Your mouth?
Oh, really?
Oral? Do you know what
Yeah,
a
see,
BJ is, bro?
Yeah, I think I've heard of that. Yeah.
I've heard of that. Okay, bro. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, so, dude, I can't even believe I have to explain this to you. So do you think that's wrong?
What? A BJ?
Yeah. Say you're
I
in
mean,
marriage. Do you think it's wrong?
It kind of seems a little bit provocative, right? Or you think? Or
Provocative?
Yeah, like
Do you
barbaric.
mean
a little bit,
promiscuous?
right? No, like barbaric and like provocative, like just
You think
like
it's
very.
you think it's
like,
barbaric to get a BJ?
I don't know. I've never had one, so I don't really know. Like,
That shit's
you know what
not
I mean?
barbaric, my guy. What are you talking about, barbaric? What?
I don't know.
You just said barbaric.
I'm not really experienced like with like. I don't watch like PORN, so like. I don't really-
you don't need to, bro. But like barbaric, dude. What are
I
you,
don't
a
know.
12-year-old?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to offend people. If I
No,
said
it's
that.
okay. It's okay. I think it's more catching us off guard. Okay, it's like you don't typically run into a 20-year-old that says something like this, I guess.
No, now that you explained oral sex, I do know what it is. Like a
Okay.
BJ
Now that
and
I've
stuff like
explained the
that.
birds and the bees to you,
Oh,
yeah. So like, yeah. What do you think it's wrong?
I mean, if you love the partner, maybe not. I don't know. Like, I don't
wait,
know.
wait.
Like, I've never.
So then the point that I'm making then is that it doesn't reproduce. It doesn't yield reproduction. Yet it's not considered wrong. It's a sexual act that does not yield reproduction, yet it's not wrong.
But most people in a marriage are gonna try to reproduce eventually, right? Like they're gonna try to have a kid most of the time, right?
I mean, I guess you could say most of the time. I'm not quite sure on the data, but like, I mean, I'd have to check. Is it most?
There's a
is it
small
most people in
percentage
America
that want to have a kid
that are married?
Probably. Yeah.
Do most married people want kids? I'm pretty sure that's true, but
Maybe not the Gen Z, but I bet millennials and up probably do.
I assume it's true. Yeah. Oh, I guess among adults surveyed, 22% say it's extremely or very important to have children.
That's probably like a Gen Z study. Which
yeah, I
agree.
guess I have to look further. I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't even talk about being gay. Like, I don't really have a problem with it. Like, I mean, they seem like cool people. I mean,
yeah, my point is that there's nothing in the Bible that means you have to think that being gay is wrong.
I do think
and
though,
also
being
like
gay is a
there's
choice,
literally nothing. I want this to be clear. There's literally nothing in the Bible that condemns gay marriage. Absolutely nothing.
Well, I mean, when I pray, I feel it though. Like I feel like, I pray for people around the world and stuff like that. So, I pray like they can find God.
Wait,
and help them.
There are plenty of gay people that have found God under their own view.
I mean, maybe, yeah. I just I don't know. When I see like kids and I see their parents like bringing it on to them, it kind of rubs me the wrong way.
How are we pushing
And that's why
being gay on children?
I feel like we went so far, and that's why I was trying to get to the talking point of like,
can I ask you a question?
if you put a tick in a jar, okay, you can go. Sorry.
Wait, how are
Or do
we
you want me to
pushing?
finish?
No, I just want to clarify this question before you go into the next thing,
Okay.
so I don't forget it. How are you pushing being gay on children?
I mean, there are some parents. You can't lie. There are some parents that do push it a little bit.
Like in what way?
Right. I mean, for example, somebody that I went to high school with, his little brother, his parents would let him like dress up as a girl when he was like 4 years old.
So,
I mean, how do you know like? I don't know. I
hey,
don't
dude,
know.
dude, I have 2 sisters. They dressed me up when I was a kid. I'm not gay.
But he would like paint his nails like pink and stuff.
Yeah, I've had my nails painted.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
That's called growing up with sisters, my guy.
I mean, I've had 3 sisters.
Older sisters?
Yeah.
I think it's very normal to have older sisters and your older sisters do that with you, right? Like, I think that's pretty normal.
I mean, I played dolls with them, but that's about it. They never like dressed me up as a girl.
Okay.
And like the dolls we played with were like I don't know if you ever watched.
I literally have I have a picture on my phone of Patricia.
I don't know if you've ever
me when I was a kid.
Monster High. Like, those were the dolls.
What's that?
Like Monster High, like the guy with like the snake hair, Monster High. You ever watch that show when you're growing up? Monster High. I feel like that's elite ball knowledge nobody knows about.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know Monster High?
Wait, restate it again?
Monster High. Like the animals that went to high school.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
See, look, they all know it's ball knowledge. I can't believe.
Wait, you mean Monsters Inc.?
No, Monster High. Like they would literally like it was like they were like monsters that like went to high school. I feel like everybody's watched that though. Like, but those were the dolls I played with. Like I remember.
No,
playing
are you talking about the Monsters Inc. monsters that went to college?
No, Monster High. I remember it because I used to love that. Like they had a show and they had a movie. I like the one like the Valentine one where like the girl like she got tranced by the like.
I'm
by
sorry,
Cupid.
I don't know. I've never heard of this. I'm sorry.
See, look, I got them all. They're on my side now. No, I'm joking. They're not on
They're
my
dolls. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
the point that I'm making is that like that's not gonna make you gay, man. That has nothing to do with being gay. Like literally, my sister's dressing me up as a kid is not gonna cause me to be gay.
You got dressed up like, but like, okay, he didn't.
Yeah,
have,
like
he
my
was- they had
sisters
two
literally
kids,
dressed
though.
me up as Patricia. I literally have a picture on my phone of it.
And you're not like sexually attracted to guys at all.
No, not at all. Zero attraction.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Do you think when you notice like somebody's gay and their voice, do you think when they make their voice more feminine, do you think that's forcing their voice or no?
No, I just think
That's
that I think that that's commonly, specifically, like a tonality of voice within like gay culture, right? And specifically, obviously, when you hang out with a bunch of people, right, you start to sound like the people around you. Like when I grew up in Iowa, I sound like the people who grew up in Iowa. My mom has a Midwest accent, so if people specifically grow up and they engage with the gay community all the time because they're part of the gay community, of course they're going to have like a voice that's going to sound like the community that they're a part of, in the same way that there are like Fortnite accents, my guy. Your dog water?
No,
Like, get
I
cooked, bro?
agree. That actually makes sense. That actually makes
Your dog
sense.
water? Like, what are you doing? Like, you don't have no
Yeah,
clue?
no.
You have no clue? What are you doing?
No, I agree. I agree.
Get cooked?
You talked away the groups you're around, so I agree with that. But what I was trying to get to before we like this is the same topic, but like what I was trying to say with the tick, when you put a tick in a jar, it doesn't jump as far. You know what I mean? You ever seen that experiment? Like the tick,
No.
you put them in a jar, then you take off the barrier, and they can't jump
No,
past the
I've
barrier.
never done this.
Because they're like, and like the kid can't jump as far as the mother can, or it's fleece. My bad, not tick.
I have no clue what you're talking about. I'm sorry, man.
Well, I mean, I don't want to like disrespect the gay community, so I guess I'll just drop now. I feel like we had a productive conversation. Maybe I couldn't entitle you more, but
And also, even from a Christian perspective, even if you do consider gay intercourse to be a sin, it's no different than any other sin. You should not look at it any differently than you look at fornication.
no, I know. I
Like
try
you
not
should,
to
you
sin
shouldn't
it,
look at it
but,
any
like,
differently than me and my relationship with my girlfriend. I'm an atheist, right? We're not married, right? You shouldn't look at it any differently than the relationship that I have with my girlfriend. So that's kind of like the point that I would like for people to see as well. Like, even if you do believe that, you still shouldn't like put this like greater standard on gay people that they're committing some more grave sin when there's no reason to believe that, even from that perspective.
Wait, so you live with your girlfriend while you guys aren't married?
Mm-hmm. We've been
I mean, I'm
living
not gonna
together
judge you.
for over a year now.
Are your parents okay with it?
Yeah. My parents are Christian too. I'm 24, dude. You
And
think
your
my
mom
parents?
wasn't mad
You
at it
think?
at all?
No. You think my parents are gonna say no?
I mean, they're not gonna tell you what to do, but they're gonna like feel disappointed. Like
No,
you're
they were
obviously
not
an adult.
disappointed at all. My parents
Yeah.
are happy that I'm in a meaningful relationship with a
How long
partner
you guys
that
been
treats me
together?
well and that I love. 2.5 years.
Yeah, bro. My mom would freak, bro.
Well, I'm 24 years old.
No, I
and
know, but like even if I was 24, like I feel like my mom would still like she wouldn't like I would still be able to do it, but like she would get like really mad about it. Like your mom wasn't mad at it like at the beginning.
No, not at all.
Oh. Oh yeah, well I'll see you. Have a nice day.
Alrighty, me too. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, we love you, Patricia. We love you, dude.
I think I've shown the picture of like my my sister's what's it called? Depiction of me as Patricia. I think I've done that before in my life. I don't know if I'd be able to find the picture. Tina, thank you so much for Leon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. If I can, I'll let y'all know. No, it doesn't come up. All right, let's try to go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yeah, I tried to look. I can't find it. I'll look for it later. I'll look for it later. Maybe sometime. Patricia, get a job? Seriously. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Alrighty, what's your birth year?
97.
Okay. Alrighty, I have some people to thank real quick. Then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second.
Right.
Fozzie, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. It's actually really good here. Danielle, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so true as well. Barbie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, for teaching the last guest sex ed. Well, thank you so much. Justina, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. But I hope it gets better. I hope it gets better. Thank you so much for the $30. Give some W's for Justine in the comment section right now. My voice crack right there was absolutely diabolical, I gotta say. But thank you so much. Really appreciate it. They said the new version of trickle-down econ attraction discussions made me giggle again. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. As well as Lee, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, no, wasn't that absurd? That was so absurd. Juliana, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I'll have to check it out. Morgan, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. True, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Amy, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's actually true. I think that comes from a lot of insecurity as well. Kyle, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Seriously, though, right? Tori, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maeve, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. There's something great in Dean's Discord, specifically for mutual funds or mutual aid. I would recommend looking into that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Thom, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Give some W's for Thom in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I live in NYC and Mom Donnie's approval rating is very high. Yes, I've seen it's very, very high, and that housing occupancy has raised substantially since he's came into office. Yeah, I've heard it's been actually really, really good. As well as Dana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. They said trans people pay taxes like everyone else. Yeah, we face systemic persecution. Oh my gosh, it's not showing me the whole message. Systemic persecution. That entities label genocide. There is neurological basis for gender, and nobody cares to listen to minorities. Just serve freedom and never compromise with bigotry. Totally agree. Thank you so much, Dana. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as, I I think I am fully caught up. Alrighty. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, as well as Silver. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Brandon, why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Trump because what he's doing domestically with the border crossings being down. My wife's actually a liberal, so she told me to come up and debate you. She's actually a really big fan. So what we do is, or what she does is, she puts you on the big screen on our TV at home, and we actually watch you while she gives me oral sex, and try to pivot off the
Yeah, trolling. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes, 35.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
There's only one sole reason why I support him, because of the tax bracket. So I make a substantial amount of money. So when it comes to taxes, that's why it's important.
Okay,
All the other stuff, the beautiful bill, all that stuff is like, I'm pro-life, bro. So I don't think Trump is. So I'm saying.
Okay,
Thanks for the galaxy.
You're pro-life. You don't think Trump is. Okay, I mean that's an argument we can go into. And one thing I would say, if you say I make a substantial amount of money, therefore I want to vote for Republican tax policy, I would argue that actually you'd probably end up making more money if a consumer base is better off in the long run. So even the slight increase in taxes that would be for the highest levels of income earners in America, it will still just create a better overall economy and better conditions for everyone, which inevitably still will impact and positively impact you. And I do think that you're hyperfixating on an increase in taxes that will only impact income over $400,000 a year. So say you make a bunch of money, right? That's going to impact your life to a very, very small extent. But how much will it impact people in which have been disenfranchised by the Big Beautiful Bill, for example? Well, 10 million people are losing access to Medicaid, 2.5 million people on average every single month losing access to food stamps, and over 420,000 children are cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, while we're adding $3.4 trillion to the debt. And practically every metric of the economy is worse off since Trump got in office. If Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place that he imposed, which put a tax on everyone, by the way, disproportionately increasing taxes for the lowest income Americans, right, then we would be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation, right, which would mean that we can bring down interest rates and make things more affordable. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I respond? Well, you just dog walked me. I'm not going to lie. Enjoy your meds. And keep being...
Appreciate you very much. I think they're trolling as well. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, how old am I?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm 27. How are you?
Do you support Trump?
Define support.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Sorry, I just only read the stuff on your screen now. I'm not from the USA. I'm from NZ, but I'd still love to talk to you.
Gotcha. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. By the way, tomorrow, everyone, we should be live at 9 a.m. again. Pacific Standard Time, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We should be live tomorrow. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Oh, did they fall asleep? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Let's get a Twitch stream.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
I do not, but Parker, never stop what you...
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for the heart me. Thank you very much. Or, I mean, the club victory. Thank you very much. Sorry, I don't know why I thought it was a heart me for a second. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, we love you. Parker, we love you.
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you very much. We are going to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. And I thank you for the hand hearts. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6'7".
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
And do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Okay, so to be honest, the thing is, I want to fuck you. Give me your asshole.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Cookie King Mogs you.
Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I don't think we got many Trump supporters in the box right now, everybody. Very unfortunate, very unfortunate. We can't get many debates for today because the Trump supporters are scared to debate me. Gaz, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. As well as Love Animal. Thank you for the galaxy as well. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty, let's keep trying, everyone. Let's keep trying. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I'm a huge fan. I'm not a Trump supporter. I just
Appreciate you very much. I appreciate you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Howdy, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Appreciate the love, Sparks, by the way. Thank you very much. If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump. Why do you always ask that question?
Because I debate Trump supporters.
Well, I know, but if you're asking if they're a Trump supporter, why do you ask if the election was held today? Wouldn't it be, like, given?
No, because
If they're a Trump
plenty of
supporter?
people will say that they just, like, support the president regardless.
Oh,
Like, so they'll be like,
okay.
oh, I support Biden, I support Trump, I support the president regardless because I'm an American. So I just
Okay,
say
yeah.
that as a clarifying question because you'd be surprised how many people come up and do that. But yeah, alrighty, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because of how he pulled out of NATO.
He
Or
hasn't
not
pulled out of NATO.
Not that. One second. Let me look up what I had
Okay.
it pulled up. How are you doing today?
All right.
That last guy who came up here seemed pretty. Not last one. It was a while ago. I've been up here or listening for a couple.
I've had decent conversations today. I feel like today's been all right comparative to other days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
During Trump's presidency, the foreign policy, like his America First, I like how he started pushing. So he was, trying to increase other countries' defense, like their spending, and his administrations like argued that the United States was carrying, too much. And I think that it's good because isn't he strengthening NATO if he's having other people support it?
I think that most of the increase in NATO spending, well, not NATO spending, defense spending of NATO countries increased under the Biden-Harris administration, and that's actually not necessarily because of either Trump or because of Biden. It's because of the invasion that Russia did in Ukraine, which technically Biden did help work with countries in NATO to help get them to fund Ukraine and defend Ukraine. So I do think that that shows that he has relationships that are established with
Mhm.
our allies, whereas Trump has destabilized these relations. He's asked NATO for help, but they've said no.
Do you think that it should be like America's job to support NATO and to be, because weren't we one of the main spenders for NATO?
We actually only do about 16%
Who spends
of
the
the NATO
most?
budget. So really what people are referencing when they reference that we spend so much comparative to the NATO countries is our own defense budget. That's our own choice.
So, okay. Do you think we should move that around?
Yeah, we should reduce our defense budget. Absolutely. We should be
And then-
spending like $500 billion a year on the military maximum. We should not be spending more than that. It is absurd. Now, I want the largest military in the world. No one's disputing that. But we spend
Yeah.
nearly $1 trillion per year, and Trump wants to make it 1.5 trillion. That's just unaffordable.
Hmm. But what about like where does most of that money go to? Like, it's not salaries, is it? Is it research? Is it?
Well, there's bases around the world. There's research. There's development. There's missiles, technology. There's a bunch of different things it goes to. I would say that we need them to pass their audits in order to fully know. We don't really have it in all circumstances. Oh, also, yeah, defense contractors.
Okay. So then would you recommend like how would you recommend lowering that?
How would I recommend lowering the defense budget?
Yeah, you said you were an econ major, right?
Yeah, I think that we need to audit it, and then we also need to lower the presence of military bases. I think that we can reduce costs in terms of defense budgets on defense contractors for, way too many missiles, then we need way too many tanks and, things that we don't need in general. I think a lot of that can be, I don't know the exact specifics on everything, but I know a lot of that can be reduced. If China can do it for literally a third of what we're doing, then we should be able to do more than them with more.
But isn't like China having a bunch of like slave or like child labor?
Not for like defense contracting, I would say, but a lot of that has been overblown specifically by conservatives to try to make it seem like that's what they care about, right? They're trying to say that they care about child labor in China, but them imposing tariffs universally on the entire country increases the likelihood that child labor will happen, because it creates conditions where these companies in China will still want to compete in the consumer markets in America, even given the imposition of the tariff, meaning that they're going to try to reduce costs to be able to do that. And a way you can reduce costs is by exploiting labor. So
Right.
you're actually creating a greater incentive to reduce labor standards. So that's why I say it's overblown, is because Trump supporters seemingly don't really care about that. I'm not saying you specifically. Trump supporters in general seemingly don't care about that. Yet they still advocate for tariffs, even considering that that's going to happen.
For sure. Yeah, I don't think, obviously, I think it's a common thing. No one wants child labor. No one wants like that stuff to happen. And tariffs definitely, you said they remove that. And that's one of the things I don't like about his economic policy. But it also, because of how it does that, it makes other countries more competitive in the market. And then, but doesn't tariffs also bring money back into our economy, even though it's shortening others?
So tariffs actually haven't really brought back money to our economy. We've actually seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration so far, after massive
Then why
booms
do
under
we-
the Biden administration.
Then why do we have tariffs?
Well, because he thinks that it's going to bring back domestic manufacturing, but it hasn't. That's what at least he claims. The real reason I think that he's trying to do so is because he's trying to shift the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income to those that are disproportionately lower income, because tariffs are paid mostly by consumers, right, which disproportionately impacts the lowest income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So I think it's really about shifting the burden of taxation rather than like bringing back domestic manufacturing to this country.
Okay, yeah. Also, I was listening earlier, and this is totally unrelated. You said you were from Iowa?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I used to live in Iowa. I don't think Midwesterners have an accent. Am I crazy to say that?
They do. We don't think that because we grew up in the Midwest. But my mom 100% has one. And I don't really notice it, but people I'm talking to that live here notice it.
What state are you in now?
I'm in California.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, yeah, Californians have an accent, though. It's not Midwesterners.
It's both.
Okay, yeah. What
Technically,
part of
everyone has an accent.
True. What part of, like, Iowa?
Quad Cities.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
Well,
very cool.
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Probably. I mean, I'd have to think of it. Like, there's nothing off the top of my head, but anyone can, like, if anyone does something horrible, like, as a president, like, I know he did horrible things. I know what he did with, children when he said that he went into the locker room, the USA. That's a horrible thing. He shouldn't, yeah. And for the files,
So you wouldn't support him if he engaged in sexual exploitation?
as president, yes. If he did that now,
You acknowledge that he's done that in the past, but you overlook it because it's in the past?
I don't know if he has. It's confirmed. Like it's been.
Yeah, like
court-
I can play the clip. You want to hear the clip of him admitting to it?
Yeah.
I
Is
got
it the
you.
one where he says that he likes going into the locker or the Miss
Changing
USA
rooms?
ones?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can play other ones as well. There's another one of him saying that he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
Could
But
be a conflict
One
of
on the
interest, but
escalator.
you know, it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
question is, how can it not be?
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
That's, yeah. I don't support that, obviously. And if he, I think he should be in jail for that because that's not okay.
Okay, well, I mean, if you think he should be in jail for that, then you think he should be, you shouldn't be president. I mean, it's not just that. I have other things to tell you. He's been accused by 27 women of sexual misconduct. He's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse in a civil court amongst a decision of 9 people, all 9 people in the jury, that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll, that he forcibly penetrated her against her will. He's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files that got a settlement with the Epstein estate. And if we believe the victims of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate about their accusations, we think that their accusations are true. One of those accusations includes that Epstein trafficked her to Trump. So that would then implicate Trump if we believe the accusations to be true about Epstein. And since they got a settlement with the Epstein estate, we know that those accusations are true. And then another thing people bring up is like, oh, well then why wasn't he held accountable? Well, there are plenty of other credible accusations in the Epstein files that haven't led to jail time, that haven't led to them people being held accountable, and that's an issue.
Okay. Yeah. It seems so weird because if the entire population knows he does this, like,
Not everyone knows this though. Like like This Is Live is where people talk about these things, and oftentimes people take this as partisan or they think it's fake news or something without even looking into it, just because of how Trump has portrayed it in the media about everything that's come out about him. And a lot of people are willing to overlook these things just because of the fact that there's a lot of bad things they've heard about Trump for the past 10 years, and they just choose not to believe anything unless it comes from Trump at a certain point. But anyone I tell this that, like, you know, does like have a typical response, like does hear this and like, oh, they're like, oh, I shouldn't support this. But still to this day, so many people don't know about these things. And if they knew about them, they wouldn't have voted for him in the very first place.
yeah. Do you think, like, the war in Iran then was based, like, not based, but was like some sort of cover up or was a big distraction from the files?
I do think that now that's not the only reason. I think that it's a main reason, but it's not the only reason. I think it probably brought up the timetable. I think they were probably going to do this either way, but it brought the timetable up earlier for it to happen. I would have expected that they would want to do that like after midterms, right? Not like before the midterms.
Well, I wouldn't even be surprised if they did it in his, like, his 3rd year. So, like, a little bit after the midterms, so then they can talk about how the Democrats pulled out of the war in Afghanistan really fastly, so they were going to do the same thing to get, like, then J.D. Vance elected. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. They would have done that.
Yeah, so I mean that's what I would have expected, but I do think they put the timetable earlier because he wants to distract away from the Epstein files, which I think in general was actually relatively effective at reducing people talking about the Epstein files from his perspective, which is obviously a bad thing. I want people to talk about the Epstein files more, but less people are talking about it because of the Iran war.
Something I don't like is I don't like how, like, there's no compromises in the government. And I'm not saying it's a Democratic thing. I'm not saying it's a Republican thing. I do think Republicans are a little less likely to come to a compromise, but I think we need to have, like, actual compromises. See, if I were president, right, I'm going to be president. Don't even worry about this, Parker, okay? I'm going to have, like, a bunch of people who are disagreeing with me politically in my cabinet, so then I can come up with good solutions.
That's actually what Kamala Harris would have done. So like the point that I would make is that that's exactly what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are doing. They were working with the other side, trying to compromise, trying to get things done. For example, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act. We can point to the fact that there was the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the Violence Against Women Act. We can point to the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump actually called for people in Congress to undermine because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win on the border. They had unprecedented levels of negotiation and working together, and I think that they were trying to perpetuate that, and I think Trump is rolling a lot of those provisions back, and a lot of that work that we've done to get people to work together back as well.
Because we're still in a government shutdown, aren't we?
I think that's over now.
Okay. Did it end?
I think it
recently?
ended. At least I heard that. I'm not quite sure. Let me check.
I know it was like 2 months, at least.
I think that it happened like just recently. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, it's saying from the last time. It's not even telling me the time before. Yeah, it's done. Well, that's the only relevant point.
Oh, it ended last night. That's what people are saying
Yeah.
in chat. Okay. So what did they end up? Do you know? I guess you don't probably know then that what they did to end it.
Yeah, I'm actually not familiar.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up. But I know that it was almost all Republicans, almost all Democrats on one side. Literally no compromise was happening.
Yeah, and I think that's because of how the Trump administration is engaging in politics. And I think it's because of the division that's been created due to that rhetoric. I do think that I do think that there'll be more of an ability for there to be compromise and working together once we get past the Trump era of politics. And like people stop being so extremist with their politics on the right. I do think that we're going to be able to facilitate more conversations, dialogues, because inevitably that's what people have been asking for Congress for a long time, was to do more, not do less. And I think that as soon as people realize what's causing Congress to do less, we're going to be able to fix these problems a lot quicker. And I think that includes saying that Trump's a bad leader and a bad person for the position of presidency, especially when he's like calling for the execution of some Democrats from the position of presidency, or pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers and calling them patriots, or saying that he's glad that Robert Mueller's dead, like just because he investigated into him.
Yeah, that's. And then what was I gonna say? Oh, I saw a lot of. So they caved. I was reading the comments. They caved because of no funding to ICE. So Republicans caved in that. So that's why. Do you believe? What do you believe for ICE?
What do you mean? I think that we should. I think we should abolish ICE and structure border enforcement in a different aspect of the federal government that doesn't allow for it to be as easily changed by the executive branch. So I don't like how it's structured in the federal government. We had border enforcement prior to ICE, and I think that we need legislation to be relevant in order to be able to have that to be passed in the first place for border enforcement. I do think border enforcement should still exist. I just think that they should focus on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are a threat to the safety and security of our population, rather than focusing on people who are just coming here for a better life. I think we need to facilitate a quicker legal immigration process, and I think that will naturally disincentivize people in coming to the country undocumented, which will create better conditions for those undocumented immigrants, for our country as a whole, ensuring that more people are vetted. It'll make better conditions off for our economy, bring in more tax revenue, right, and make a more equitable system overall.
Yeah, and then didn't like Trump say he doesn't want anyone coming in? Like he said that's why he made it harder to get get legal citizenship, and then he's like letting in hundreds of people from I think China to work or like go to college here. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm actually not quite familiar with what you're specifically referencing.
Okay. I was just curious. I'll stray past that. I think that yeah, I don't think that we should be using brutality to get what we want with ICE. And I think the legal, it should be way easier to come in legally, but there should still be like checks to make sure that people are safe. It's hard though, because the people who are in the country illegally, are they gonna come, like, are they gonna, like, do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, I mean, I think the best way to address all the things that you're referencing is by providing the undocumented immigrants who are in the country who haven't committed violent crimes and bad enough to deport them, a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave, because then they'll go through the vetting process and identify themselves to authorities, which will make it easier for law enforcement to focus on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population.
Okay. Well, people are saying they want an actual debate, and I feel like I'm not doing a good job debating you because I'm kind of just agreeing with you. But I'm glad like we had a conversation about this.
For sure.
You're a much better debater than Dean, I'll tell you that. Dean's just like really rude about everything he does. Like, it's kind of disrespectful.
Yeah, one thing I would say is that like people can have that interpretation of me as well, depending on the person that I'm talking to. Having a conversation with someone like you, we're going to have a productive conversation. It's going to be very respectful. It's going to be a nice conversation. But for some of the people that come up on the live streams, right, like, inevitably it does yield that. Like, I do respond that way. So it also depends on where you see of me, because a lot of people who see my stuff, like where I debated Charlie Kirk on YouTube, they think the complete opposite. They think Dean's super respectful and is willing to engage in those types of conversations. But the people who always see us here on TikTok are, you know, typically the ones who say that about me.
Yeah.
That I'm like the nicer one.
Mm.
But yeah.
Well, thank you. Have a nice day.
You as well. Have a good day. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen the TikTok screen. Paige, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. That's great. That's great. I've been there all the time. Devin as well. Thank you for the $2. Based. Lena, thank you so much for the $2. And Silver, thank you for the $10, by the way. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm Lena.
What's
I would just like to ask you if I could get 30
wait,
seconds.
so you don't support Trump?
No, I'm so sorry, but it's really, like, I just wanted to...
I'm sorry, I am just looking for debates. I am just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, how old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
No, but I love you, dude. You're the best.
Appreciate you, appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
Do you support Trump?
I do support Donald J. Trump, yes.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Wait. Did you ask me how old I am, or did you ask me who would I vote for? I didn't hear the question exactly.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
And what's your birth year?
I was born on the January 31st of 2009.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
If the election was today, I'd probably vote for Donald J. Trump. Probably.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I generally support him less from like a purely ideological commitment, and I'm more supportive from like a legacy Republican commitment. But I think I generally support tariffs and his opinions on the border. I think generally those are the main reasons why I support him, and a bit of the Iran war because I'm more hawkish. But that's it.
Okay.
There's some pluses and some minuses in how he's conducting it, so I'm not full in support of how he's committing to it. But I still I generally support the idea of a war in Iran and the toppling of.
What year did you say you were born again?
2008.
Yeah, Everett, he said 2008, just let never know. Okay, so tariffs. Can you name one benefit that we've seen from tariffs?
Well, as how tariffs work, tariffs take a long time to take effect, as it's a tax on the consumer, but it's a tax on the consumer with the goal of bringing back industry to to the United States, and to bring back industry. And the United States for a long time has been, the Rust Belt especially, where I grew up, has been murdered by the Trans-Pacific Trade Treaty and trade with China. And I think that the Chinese-American Cooperation Act in the 2000s, signed by Bill Clinton, ruined the Rust Belt. And I think that the main point of all tariffs should be to bring back industry to the Rust Belt, as since the 80s, effectively, since the rise of the Japanese car manufacturing industry, the Rust Belt has been in a state of depression. So I think that if there is anything that would bring it back, it is tariffs. It would be tariffs. I don't think
if I could show you a chart that real domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration after a massive increase under the Biden administration, would you concede and say you don't support the tariffs?
I believe you, but again, tariffs take a long time to take effect. I mean, under every single historic administration which has applied tariffs.
I have a question. What state do you live in?
I live in Michigan.
And what time is it?
And it is 3 p.m.
What time? Can you name two states that border Michigan?
Indiana and Ohio and Wisconsin from the So, west.
Okay. It's 4 in Michigan. Isn't there some parts of Michigan where it's 3?
Yeah, the most like western part of Michigan up in. Yeah, there it is 3. It does border 2 time zones.
Is there any part of Michigan that is central? Yeah, there is. Wait, central time. Wait, it says eastern. Central. Yeah, there's some parts that are central. Okay. Can you tell me what the capital of Michigan is?
I believe it's Detroit, but I'm not the best on state politics.
It is Lansing.
No, pardon me.
Okay. All right. So yeah, would you like to? How about we can go back to what you were saying? How do you feel about the fact that real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office?
Well, no, as I said earlier, under every single administration which has historically introduced tariffs, like the McKinley administration and the Roosevelt administration, the first one, under Teddy Roosevelt, they all increased tariffs, and there all was some pejorative increase of manufacturing in the United States, but it came at a decrease of investment from foreign capital to the United States, as it was seen as.
Hey, why is your profile picture the Unabomber?
It was a joke of one of my friends because we used to go onto other debates. We used to go into other debates and let LARP.
You'd LARP as what?
LARP, I don't know. I don't know, frankly. It was just a dumb thing that I did with some of my friends. I did not change the PFP.
Okay, I think that's a really weird thing to do. I'm just gonna go to the next person. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I think their microphone was too quiet. Send a guest request back. Your microphone, I think it was like so quiet we could barely hear them. Did anyone hear that? I think they were speaking, but I couldn't really make out what they were saying. Very vaguely, yeah. What was their name again? Benjamin, thank you for the $1, by the way. I did. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Jimmy or something? All right. I don't see them, actually. I heard, being scared to debate. That's what I heard. That's the only thing I heard. What was their name? Jimmy. Oh, wait. Yeah, Jimmy, send a guest request back. I don't see you in the box. Interesting. All right, well, I guess they're not sending a guest request back. That's unfortunate. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Alabama's trying to redistrict.
Thank you for letting me know. I already have heard, by the way. There's a lot of claims of Republican areas trying to redistrict. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Yeah, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Well, it was mainly because of Charlie Kirk, who convinced me to support Trump, and I just think he's a better leader than Kamala.
What state do you live in?
Texas.
And what time is it?
It's 2:07 right now.
In Texas?
El Paso.
Okay. All right. Can you name 2 states that border Texas?
New Mexico and Oklahoma.
Okay. Alrighty. Is El Paso Mountain really?
I'm a dual citizenship. If
It
you're
is actually.
wondering why I sound like this.
No, I was just saying.
American British.
Yeah. Typically, when people have a British accent, they're trolling on my stream. Very low likelihood of people who have a British accent not trolling on the stream. Push the corgi. So I was just asking, just for clarification. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason I support Trump, obviously, I know the current situation is not looking really good, but I think overall, he's a better leader.
Wait, I have a question. Who is the football team? Who are the football teams in Texas?
I don't watch football, man. I mean, that's not a thing.
You don't know the football teams in Texas? Not even one?
I'm mixed British American.
Yeah, but like you don't
I've
know a
lived in
single
Britain many
one?
years. I've been to America.
You don't know about the Cowboys or the Texans?
I don't really watch American football, you know.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, I
I'm
meant like
more
you would
of a soccer
maybe have
fan.
heard it from
In
other
Britain,
people.
we
What about
we call it football.
What about
and you guys
college
call it
football? Have
soccer.
you heard about college football teams yet?
I don't really do that.
Okay.
I've grew up in the UK most of my life, but I am a dual citizenship, you know.
Okay. I was just
Mother's
saying. Go ahead.
American, father's British. But yeah. But I still have a right, you know, to support Trump.
All right. Go ahead. Make your point.
Yeah, that's my point. I do agree with the current situation right now. It does look very bad. I definitely agree with that. I'm talking about overall. And if we clearly look at what Biden has done compared to Trump in his first term, then we can see the difference. They
Okay,
literally had
what's
to
the difference that you
throw
like?
Biden. They had to throw out Biden from serving a second term because he was never going to win, and they had Kamala, and they still lost. And
Yeah, but like what's bad about Kamala Harris as compared to Trump?
basically a Biden 2.0.
Okay, but how is that bad?
What has Biden done good?
Okay, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the Violence Against Women Act.
Yeah. I didn't mean that in a literal sense, but I just mean that, you know, I support Trump and there's nothing wrong with it, I guess, you know. Like,
There is. He's a rapist.
okay. Why do you think Trump got into power? Because the majority of America at that time supported Trump. Yes,
It wasn't a majority of America nor a majority of voters. But even so, based upon the individuals that did vote for him, they were heavily misinformed. Many of which wouldn't have voted for him if the election were held today.
Okay, convince me why, if the election were held today, why I should vote for Kamala instead of Trump.
Why? Because she prioritizes the working class and the middle class to a greater extent. She didn't want to cut people off of access to health insurance, food, and basic necessities that they need. She was willing to increase taxes on the richest Americans to decrease the deficit. And by the richest Americans, I mean income over $400,000 a year, so only income over $400K would get touched. Below that, you would have reduced taxes because the tariffs would not have been imposed, tariffs causing prices to go up. If tariffs were not imposed, according to a Federal Reserve report, we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the main issue.
Okay. And one of the main reasons why I support Trump is due to illegal immigration, which is an issue. And it was a bigger problem when Biden was in power, as opposed to Trump. And I do understand that certain things have happened and, you know, innocent lives have been lost in the process. But I cannot support people entering the country illegally. There is a legal process, and I know that you'd like to argue that, the process is bad and stuff, but that does not defend the point that they're still illegally trespassing when there's a legal process in place. They're literally pushing in line instead of the people who are coming in. So what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think that there's not even going in the line in the first place, so they're not making the line any longer. But I do think that it's because the current legal process takes too long. I think that we'd incentivize more people to go through said legal process if we made the legal process a lot quicker.
Mm-hmm.
I think immigration is beneficial for our society, and we should be incentivizing people to come through the legal pathways. I think we're disincentivizing people to come through the legal pathways when we make it take several years on average.
Mm-hmm. But don't you still think that the people who come here illegally, they're criminals automatically, and have committed a very big crime from the very beginning?
40% of undocumented immigrants in the country are not criminals because of the fact that they have are not considered criminals for coming to the country and being here undocumented because they came into the country lawfully and then overstayed their visa. So it's only a civil violation. For the individuals that unlawfully enter the country, specifically, you could say that it's a violation of the law to unlawfully enter the country. What I would say, though, is that we could provide a pathway to citizenship for those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes because they would have gone through the legal process either way, right? Regardless, right, in that scenario. Not regardless. If it was the case that we didn't impose such a lengthy system. So I think it's just like helping out people that would have otherwise gone through the legal system.
Okay, but if 40% are that makes 60% criminals. So what about them?
Oh, when we say criminals, I just want to be clear. Like you're saying, people just because they've unlawfully entered the country, they've not been convicted of any crime yet. 73% of those detained by ICE have no criminal record. 95% of those detained by ICE have no violent criminal record.
Yeah. But that's one of my biggest factors why I support Trump. And obviously, I'm not very good at debates. I don't have as much as knowledge as you do in American politics. I'm both British and American. However, Charlie Kirk was the main reason for my support towards Trump. So, what are your thoughts on Charlie Kirk? Do you think that all the points that he made were invalid, or do you agree with some of the points that he made while he was alive?
Obviously, he's made a point before in his life that was a valid point, but I think that I disagree with him on a majority of ideological issues. All right, and I don't think that he's like, I guess like someone to look up to, right? Ideologically speaking, I think his views were bad most of the time. Now, for some things, like for example with Trump, I mean, he disagreed with the Iran war, right? So he would have given major pushback on that, and that was one of his main things that he was trying to do was prevent Trump from going to war with Iran.
Yes, that's correct.
And yet Trump's still done that. So, I mean, even from that perspective, you could get a reason to stop supporting Trump. The whole no new wars thing didn't actually fulfill.
Yeah, that is one thing that I do not agree with Trump regarding the war. He did claim before that, oh, I've solved 8 wars, and then now he goes on about starting a war. I do not agree with this, but I'm talking about like based on his first term as opposed to what Biden done. That was my main point.
Okay, so what else are you trying to gain from this?
I'm just telling you why I support Trump, and main reason is due to the illegal immigration problem. I don't know if you know much about the UK, but over here as well, we have a very big problem with illegals as well, and we're run by Labour at the minute, the left.
So the Democrats want to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker. What about that? Do you disagree with?
Yeah, I just think that if anyone comes into America illegally, they should be sent back straight away. There's no excuses. You came in illegally, and they pushed in the people who are trying to come in legally, like legally. Yeah.
Okay. I don't understand the point. Like you want people to come through the process legally. So then why do you vote for a convicted felon over a prosecutor?
But he's still the president, though. You say he's a convicted felon, but why is he in power? And
Because he was voted for.
And what felon has he been convicted of? Are you talking about Epstein files or the rape case?
Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York.
And why do you think I should vote for Kamala instead of Trump?
I've
if
already
election
answered that
were held
question.
tomorrow.
Did you hear my answer the last time you answered that? You asked that question.
Yeah, I did hear, but what? Okay, here I'll ask you this then: what good things is Trump doing currently?
You tell me.
Immigration law.
No, I would argue his immigration policy is bad. There's like one
I
thing I can
disagree.
point to recently with like the certain type of substances. I can't say on the live because it's TikTok TOS. That
Mhm.
like there was an executive order that was passed that addressed that. That's really all you could point to. I mean, like, can you point to anything that you think he's done as good?
Recently, no. Recently, what he has done has made me change my mind on him. Obviously, that wasn't the case during the election time, and the reason why I support him. But I have
So you don't support him anymore?
I'm on the fence currently, in the middle.
Okay. Is there anything he could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
To stop supporting him.
Yeah.
If he gets other countries involved into the war, I guess, like, if World War III happens because of him, then I would not support him.
Okay, so only if World War III happened? Or is there any other examples?
Well, if he doesn't manage to fix this current situation that he's put a mess on. He does claim that the war's already over, but he does also claim that it's still ongoing, so if he managed to
He's
lower
claiming
the
it's not
gas
ongoing
prices and
anymore.
everything.
He's claimed it's over now.
Yeah, and if he managed to, in the end,
but we gain no
fix
objectives.
the gas
so.
prices. But we could get cheaper gas.
No, gas is more expensive.
Yes, currently is, but after the war is over.
No, it's likely to stay up in the long run, even. Because you know
with all the
what's
extra oil?
happened? We've depleted reserves as well.
The reserves take a very long time to travel. I'm sure you're aware that
they also take a long time to
very
build back
long
up.
time. Yeah.
So that is going to cause gas prices to go up and stay up. Economists
Yeah,
assume that it will
you're
be
right.
high for years, and like through the 27 and 28, even if it were to end today, completely.
Do you think if Kamala came into power today, she could fix all this?
Like if she came into office today, well, yeah,
Mhm.
she would be able to make it better off. Yeah, by getting rid of the tariffs,
Yeah.
by pulling us out of the war with Iran completely, by trying to set up negotiations. Yeah, I think she would be a lot more effective at doing this than Trump. But it would have been preferable if Trump never did this in the first place, you know?
Yeah, you're right. You have convinced me. I was on the fence. I was still supporting Trump, but I have started disliking him more for the current situation. But
Okay, well, I
think you're
appreciate
right,
you coming
yeah.
up, man.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Have a
All
good day. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Sarah, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. He said he was a dual citizen, so, I mean, him being in the UK at that certain moment wouldn't necessarily be a dispute that he could vote in the US as well. Janet as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Let's go on to the next individual here quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here, everybody. Do give it a quick second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm
Do you
18.
support Trump?
Half, not really.
Okay, like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump?
Yes and no. Sorry, yes and no.
Like if the election
Kind
were
of
held
both.
today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump, but I still think that he's a fraud and a felon.
Okay, so why would you vote for Trump?
It's mainly about his foreign policy.
Such as?
He's a big Israel is the main reason.
Okay, what about his policy in relation to Israel?
Well, I think it was in 2019 when he moved the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, and that meant that he officially recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel.
So why do you like that? Because I think that led to more conflict in the region.
Well, for Israeli Jews, it was very good. I mean, most of them supported him for that.
Are you Israeli?
No, but I support not everything they do, but most of the stuff.
So why are you doing it for the benefit of Israel?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Aren't we supposed to be doing things in the benefit of Americans and not in the benefit of Israelis?
Well, in both ways.
How is it in benefit of us?
Well, they're a good. They have good agents there who can give military advice to USA.
And for what? What do we need that for?
Well, what if a country attacks the US?
Because of our relationship with the state of Israel?
What?
Because of our relationship with the state of Israel?
No,
the only thing that people can ever bring up is they can give us intelligence to help us with attacks that are a result of our relationship with them.
No, they'll simply give them like tactics to defend themselves in case they get attacked, for example.
What tactics do we need from Israel to defend ourselves?
They have very good agents. They're specialized agents who are trained since childhood.
But what do we need for defense? I think we're fine in terms of defense.
I mean, it never hurts to improve, does it?
I would say that it does. If we're going to be destroying our relationships around the world, supporting a genocidal state, things like that.
I mean, in your opinion, it's a genocide, but in my opinion, it's not. I think that they're just defending themselves from October 7th.
So you think completely destroying the civilian infrastructure and preventing food into Gaza is just defending yourself?
Listen, the civilian infrastructure is being destroyed because they are, because it's basically, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of how to explain this. Most of it has been destroyed because, for example, they had military bases in hospitals or in other civilian infrastructure, which...
But almost every single building in Gaza. Right?
Like, yeah, well...
I'm sorry, that's just ridiculous to say that. It was all Hamas?
I don't think so.
So I can show you an entire block of things that were destroyed. I can show you an entire multiple blocks of things destroyed. You're going to say it's all Hamas.
Has been destroyed. I'm aware that most of it has been
destroyed. No, that's not to go after Hamas. That's to ethnically cleanse Palestinians.
Well, most of them are terrorists.
Oh, you see what I mean? That's not true.
Not Palestinians, but it's ruled by terrorists.
You said most of them are terrorists. That's what you just said. Who's them?
The Hamas people. Actually, all of them.
So you don't think all of Hamas are terrorists?
No, sorry. All of them. I misspoke.
Okay, so when you said most of them are terrorists, I think you were referencing Palestinians.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, you were. Why are you lying?
I'm not lying. You're accusing me of something that I'm
denying. You think that all of Hamas are terrorists, okay? So if you think all of Hamas are terrorists, then you wouldn't say most. That's why I think you were referencing Palestinians.
It was simply a mistake.
Okay. So then what's your whole point? What's the justification for blowing up all the civilian infrastructure?
Well, the fact that they got attacked and sexually abused
on
October 7th.
Wait, let me just clarify. Those are war crimes. So you think war crimes are justified because of war crimes?
Listen, it's a very complicated situation because...
No. Is that what you just said? War crimes are justified because of war crimes?
Listen. It is a complicated situation because it would be a war crime if there were no military bases in hospitals.
You understand that
there's no denying that.
You understand that not all the buildings were military bases. So you can't say that you destroying the civilian infrastructure is going after a military base. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but many people in those buildings were terrorists, and of course many buildings got destroyed.
So then why are most of the people dead civilian?
I mean, how can you show me the statistics? Because I'm not sure that all of them were really civilian.
Yeah, I think it's like 70 to 80% of individuals that are dead are innocent, right? Not even have nothing to do with Hamas.
The thing is that
we're talking about civilian to Hamas ratio.
most of Palestinians, since they were ruled by Hamas, who are openly against Jews and are openly trying to exterminate Jews. I mean, there's no secret
Okay,
about that.
okay. So then, then
So-
under
no, no,
your
no,
view,
listen,
you
listen,
can
listen.
justify.
Listen,
so, by the
listen,
way,
listen,
based on
listen.
your reasoning, you can justify October 7th, because you can then treat every single
listen,
person in
listen.
Israel the same as just their government, right?
Listen, I wasn't finished yet. Hang on. This terrorist organization, Hamas, they're basically, they're educating young children and the people of Gaza.
So
to
are the
hate
IDF.
Jews. And this is why so many Jews and Israelis are under threat, and as a result, many of them will get killed. For example, there have been children.
You know,
throwing
you're reducing.
rocks at
Wait, so
at
then let me
police.
ask you this question: why did Netanyahu allow for Qatari funds to go into Gaza to help fund Hamas? If you care about actually establishing peaceful relations with Palestinians, because his goal of doing that was to limit their ability to develop a state, a Palestinian state, right, and have collaboration of the PA between the West Bank
I mean,
and
actually,
Gaza.
I didn't really know about that. So
Well, that's true. So
I didn't
so-
know about the Qatari involvement.
Yeah, they literally
But,
allowed for
yeah.
Qatari funds to go in to fund Hamas to then create a more powerful Hamas. That's what Netanyahu did.
Listen, I mean, I don't have evidence to back this up, but this sounds very unrealistic.
You can find it from the Israel Times.
Can you find it for me? Because I don't know. How to look
read the Times of Israel. Literally look up Netanyahu allows in Qatari funds, right, into Gaza, Times of Israel, and you'll find it.
I'm sorry, our connection broke off. Can you repeat?
Yeah, look up Netanyahu allows Qatari funds into Gaza to go to Hamas, Times of Israel. Benjamin as well, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Well, we're going to see where this goes. Lois, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. Really appreciate Lois. Kelsey, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Mary, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, they're not yet doing it according to Gov Ivy, but they're setting it up at least. I probably wouldn't veto it if the state
Anyway,
legislature
my main
passed
point
it.
was
Yeah,
that
makes sense.
I'm sorry, I
Go
don't mean
ahead.
to interrupt you. But obviously, Israel is not the only reason why I think that Trump did some good things. I mean, I prefer his economic policies and ideas much more sustainable long term, even though, of course, the economy is not doing great for the US. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But let's take, for example, the New York mayor, Zoran Mamdani. Basically,
Wait, so do you acknowledge
New
that
York is a
Netanyahu funded or allowed for the funding of Hamas? Because in order for
Well,
that
Hamas
funding
is
to get
ultimately-
into
Hamas is-
Gaza, they had to go through Israeli checkpoints.
Hamas is ultimately a proxy government set up by Iran. Many sources confirm this.
Okay, so then why is Netanyahu allowing for funding to go in to help Hamas?
Listen, I don't think the way you worded this is really accurate. Maybe it's true that he did
It
fund
is.
them, but I'm sure that he had maybe I'm sure
They
that he had
allowed for
another
Qatari
idea.
funds to go through Israeli checkpoints into Gaza. Like, in order to get into Gaza, you have to go through an Israeli checkpoint because they literally have
Yes, of course. Yeah, I know.
checkpoints across the entirety of all of around Gaza. So in order to be able to get in, you have to go through a checkpoint. They allowed for Qatari funds to get in.
Yeah.
You can't
I'm
run
sure
around
it was
this.
some kind of a plan. I don't think that he would support Hamas in
He
this
did.
way,
He
especially
explicitly
if they're-
said it. He said he wanted a
No,
stronger Hamas.
There's no way there's no way he said that. in
Yes, he
those
did.
exact words. No way.
Yes, he
I
did.
don't believe you.
Go take a look.
Go show me.
Wait, and why? Wait, you say you don't believe. Are you sure that you're not Israeli?
No, I'm definitely not.
Okay.
But I am Jewish.
Okay. So, like, why do you feel such a need to defend Netanyahu?
I'm not necessarily defending him, but I'm defending the state of Israel because I believe that it should be a homeland for Jews where Jews can feel safe with so much anti-Semitism in the world today.
So, do you believe in a Jewish ethno state?
I'm sorry, I don't know what that word means.
Yeah, do you think it should say a majority Jewish? Like, do you think there should be laws to
Oh,
prevent the population from becoming majority Arab? Or a majority different population other
I
than
don't think it
just
should be a
Jewish?
majority Arab state. I don't think it should be a majority Arab state for several reasons. There are, I don't know the exact number, but dozens of Arab states already. And I think it's unfair that people are still out there saying that Jews cannot have one majority Jewish ran state. I mean, in many Arab states, Jews are being expelled or, in some cases, executed for
I
simply
don't
being
believe in any
Jewish. I
ethno
mean,
states. I don't believe in only Arab states. I don't believe in only Jewish states. I don't believe in ethno supremacist states, right? Just because there are
neither
other.
do I. I think.
So then why are you arguing for one?
No, I never said that I wanted a
You
state to
you
be
just argued
completely
for
one race.
Israel to be a Jewish state.
A Jewish majority, and I
Yeah,
yes,
that's
yes,
quite literally a
that's
Jewish
it.
ethno state. You know that, right?
Well,
That's like
what I meant
someone in the
was that
United
it was-
States arguing for there to be white supremacist states that could come up and about to keep a majority a percentage of the country white in this country. You know, they're doing that for control over the country because they think
Yeah,
that.
the thing is that Israel has a lot of history tied to Jewish identity. Jews have been there for
And
for
Jewish,
as long as
you know,
Judaism
Jewish people
exists,
can,
actually.
you know, Jewish people can live there without creating a Jewish ethno state.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Jewish people can live there without creating a Jewish ethno state and without literally giving weapons to Israeli settlers to go into the West Bank and steal land from Palestinians.
There are many Arabs living a very wonderful life in Israel. It's not true that it's completely dominated by Jews.
So, do you think
It's
that Palestinians in the
Also,
West
how
Bank
come-
under
how come
occupation? Do you think Palestinians in the West Bank under occupation are given the same rights as Israelis? No,
Hang
they're
on, let me
not.
think about
So
the
they're under
question.
occupation, but they're not granted the same rights, which literally means that they're under apartheid.
Listen, why are so many Arab states? They don't have any rights. They are against.
You're just not even addressing what I'm
homosexuality, they are
saying.
against. Yes, I know. I'm starting a new topic because I don't know what to answer to that.
Why are there Israelis literally fighting and protesting for the right to rape Palestinian prisoners?
Okay, let me finish my point, please.
Yeah, you want to sit there and you want to point to all the other states. Why are there literal protests within Israel where they're literally protesting the right to rape Palestinians who are prisoners?
That is not true.
It is true. That is a fact.
I'm sure that there are some crazy people out there who
There
argue
are
for this,
literal
and
protests
like in
for
any
this.
country, you know, like in any countries, there are crazy people who demonstrate for crazy, who protest for crazy.
So then
things.
why are you willing to only say that's
This
true
is no
specifically
secret.
about Arab states? Why are you not willing to say that's true about Israel?
What's true?
What were we just talking about, sir? That there are condemnable actions from individuals within every country. Okay? What's your point?
I'm sorry. I'm totally lost. I didn't understand what you just said.
What is your whole point here? What are you trying to justify here? Are you trying to justify our continued involvement on behalf of the state of Israel because you believe in a Jewish ethno-supremacist state and maintaining that? None of this sounds America first to me.
Ow. Nigger.
You're disgusting.
No.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Tori, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you. I really appreciate the kind words. Let's go on this next individual real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual, everybody. I don't think we have, like, any guest requests, honestly, chat. This is getting a bit brutal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do you support Hamas?
No. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
24.
You're 24?
Yes.
Why'd you say 18?
Sorry, my son's yelling. I don't know. You could hear him.
Yeah, I hear him.
I'm confused. I was talking about something else. 24.
Okay.
And I'm not really currently MAGA. I don't like.
So if the election were held
any of
today,
them.
Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I don't really like either of them.
Okay. Alrighty. Claire, thank you so much for the $14.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Claire in the comment section right now. That's so very kind of you. Thank you so much. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet the criteria on the screen. Yeah, chat. We have, like, no debates today. Like, actually, like, Trump supporters are just, like, non-existent today. Jenny, thank you for the $5, by the way. And Bizarre, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I try my hardest. But, like, yeah, we're, like, not getting Trump supporters right now. This is brutal. I want to say it's good, but it's just evidence that they're just, like, hiding and not, like, wanting to debate me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker, I'm 44.
Do you support Trump?
So I do. I wouldn't have requested up unless you didn't have, if you had other, like, real MAGA people to debate, I wasn't going to request that, but I did want to debate the...
Are you not real MAGA?
Not accelerationist necessarily. I wanted to debate the accelerationist perspective or the...
Okay. Since you're not real MAGA, I'm going to go on to the next person. Janet, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You got some how old are you?
Parker. 37.
Do you support Trump?
My mom does. I would like to say next time you see me in the request box is a time I would have her on standby. So keep an eye out for me, all right, brother?
I got you. I will. Totally got you. Yo, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, you told me that I could come back up.
Okay.
We debated a while ago.
Okay, for sure. Welcome back. Welcome back. Give me a few seconds to thank some people. We can go on. How old are you again?
20.
And what's your birth year?
2005.
Alrighty. In what month?
October.
Okay, for sure. Let me just thank some people, and then we can move on to our conversation. Anthony, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really hope so. I really, really hope so. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Colton, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I'm going to try. That's what I brought up earlier. That's definitely something I'm going to try after the stream just to see if it works later. But we'll see. We'll see. Yehoshua as well. Thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We actually don't have any of them. But yeah. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
The reason why I support Donald Trump is primarily because of immigration, right? I can tell you why if you want.
Yeah, go ahead. What about immigration?
Yeah, so the reason why is that as a legal immigrant myself, I understand how hard the process is, right? It took a while.
Are you trolling?
No.
You're an undocumented immigrant. You support Trump.
No, I said I'm a legal immigrant. What the fuck?
Sorry, I thought you said an illegal immigrant. I was like, what?
No, I said legal immigrant.
Yeah, no, I just misheard you. I apologize.
No, it's all right. But I'm a legal immigrant, so it took a while, and I understand how hard the process is. So when I see people who are advocating for us to just leave the undocumented people alone, then I have a problem with that.
Okay. So I guess my point would then be is like Democrats are advocating still to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker. What about that process do you disagree with?
Well, I think we should not only criminalize it, we should like immediately deport them. We find out they are here and are undocumented.
Okay. So you think they should be deported? I understand you're
Yes.
saying that, but that's exactly what Democrats are advocating for. They want to deport undocumented immigrants. They just want to make the legal process quicker. So what about that do you disagree with?
So you're saying that, let's say we had a Democratic president, right, and we had both chambers Congress that were Democrat. You're saying that their immigration policy would be to deport all undocumented immigrants and make the process go easier?
Yeah.
Okay, well, why didn't Biden do it?
They were advocating for that policy. The reason why there were more people coming to our country is because of economic insecurity that existed all around the world due to global inflation.
Was that caused by COVID?
Is that so? Yeah,
Was the
global
econ-
inflation
the
is the
econ-
cause of COVID.
Well, in that case, not in general, but in that case, was it caused by COVID?
So yeah, the inflation was caused by COVID. I already said that.
Sorry. Okay, so one, the other, okay, well, I didn't know that was the Democrats' position, but the other reason why I support Trump, if I can tell you, is I kind of like how he's unorthodox, right?
Okay.
He's not the typical politician, like, the person who is proper and all that.
Okay, so like, what specifically about what he does do you like? That's like not quote unquote proper.
Like, for example, the way that he speaks, right? So, like, for example, if in like 2016, the early days, he just like said what he wanted, right? And he didn't really have a filter, which made me feel like he was more genuine than other politicians. If that makes any sense.
Okay. I would argue that he wasn't genuine. He was proven to not be genuine, and that was proven this administration. Right? Like he said, he was going to bring down energy prices and gas prices and grocery prices and housing prices, and he did none of that. He said he was going to release the Epstein files. He didn't do that, even though he is legally obligated to do so. He said no new wars. He started a war with Iran. There are countless things. He said he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. Didn't do that. He said he was going to repeal and replace the ACA. He hasn't done that.
Well, things take time, and I don't think that he meant that. Like, I think he exaggerates sometimes, but I think we are doing good overall.
Okay, but like, what makes you think that?
I mean, I feel like we're more respected across the world, right?
By who?
Everybody.
Everybody? No, we're not. Our relationships with our allies have been diminished.
How have they been diminished?
How have our relationships with our allies been diminished?
Yeah.
Well, because of the fact that Donald Trump has advocated for tariffs, which have undermined people's tariffs, which have undermined people's manufacturing in this country, have increased costs for consumers, right, and have also led to destabilized relationships with our allies. And then also he started a war with Iran, which destabilized relationships with our allies. He also advocated to annex Greenland and Canada, which destabilized relationships with our allies. What's up?
I think he was kidding about actually annexing Greenland and making Canada the 51st state. I don't think he was really.
You can say that you think he was kidding, but the fact of the matter is that things have been made worse off because of Trump in terms of our relationships, because of these things.
Well, for example, to your point about the Iran war, because there's lots of things you said, but for the Iran war, it was. I'm glad that we went over there because it was Iran who started this whole confrontation.
You're saying that it was Iran that got us into this whole confrontation? No, Trump is the one who started the war.
Well, no. I mean, Iran was threatening us.
Wait, repeat that
And
one
we
time.
had to go. Iran was threatening us, so we had to go in there and make sure that they had no nuclear capabilities.
So under the JCPOA, we prevented them from having access to nukes to a greater extent, because that limited their enrichment of uranium at 3.7%, which they were under that at 3.67%.
But that we're not in that deal anymore.
Say it one more time.
Aren't we not in that deal anymore?
Yeah, because Trump pulled us out.
Well, why do you do that?
Because he said that he didn't want them to build up their money because of getting rid of the sanctions. But Trump's actually giving them a greater ability to do that. One, by allowing them to literally charge fees going through the Strait of Hormuz. And then also because of the fact that, because of the fact that the agreement that he said he agreed with in terms of the ceasefire got rid of sanctions as well. And yet we didn't even prevent them from getting enriched uranium. Trump also is claiming that the war's over with right now. I just want to clarify.
Well, I think it is. Like, nothing has happened recently.
Okay, repeat what we said?
Well, nothing has happened recently, Parker, and we have...
Nothing positive for our position, right?
No, I mean, we already met all of our objectives.
No, we didn't. What objectives have we met?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
What objectives have we met?
So one of the main reason why we went in there is because we wanted to make sure that they had no nuclear capabilities, right? And
yeah, but we didn't prevent that. Didn't we already prevent that about a year ago with the original strike?
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did. That's what Tulsi Gabbard literally said to Congress when she testified in front of Congress on behalf of the intelligence community. She's the director of national intelligence.
No.
No?
No, because, like, why would we go back in there if the thing was done originally?
Why wouldn't we go back in there if it's not done, you mean?
Yeah, why would we do
because
that?
military conflict has to end, if not approved by Congress, within 60 days.
What? That's not what. That's not.
Yes,
that's not
what
what
happened.
I asked. No, the president has authority to do it.
Nope, not after 60 days.
They're saying that any types of military strikes or like military action, the president only has authority over 60 days.
Yes.
Okay, well, it's been over 60 days.
We've just hit 60 days, so that's why they're saying the war's over.
Oh, so they're just saying that? Are they actually... Well, Trump can just call for a declaration, and the Congress probably can vote for it.
You think Congress will vote for the war?
Yeah.
What makes you think that?
There's been multiple attempts of Democrats trying to stop the war and trying to like constrain Trump's power. It's not gotten passed.
So what makes you think that they'll get the votes just for the Iran war?
Well, it's just a simple majority, right?
I would think that it's actually the filibuster, right? Isn't it? They have to get past the filibuster.
Well, I thought it was just a simple majority.
I'm pretty sure that's why Trump is. I'm pretty sure that's why Trump is begging right now to get rid of the filibuster.
Well, I originally thought that was just a simple majority of both chambers.
That could be the case. I'd have to see what it says under the specific War Powers Act.
Okay. Well, let's just say it is, for this argument's sake. Then I do think that they would get that because the Republicans are in power right now and they have a majority. I think they would do that. They've been pretty unified.
So, you say Republicans are pretty unified. That doesn't mean that they have the votes to get past the filibuster. Nor did I think that they had the votes to get to 51, even with Republicans, right? Aren't there multiple Republicans that are against the Iran war?
Well, this is under the assumption that it's just a simple majority, right? If it was if they had to go through the filibuster, and obviously I don't think that's going to happen. But if it's just a simple majority, then yeah, I do think that
I was like,
it'll get passed.
And what makes you think that? I mean, I don't even know if they have a simple majority for that.
Someone said it in the chat. I mean, can I go look it up or?
Yeah, go ahead. In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. Let me thank some people over here on the YouTube Super Chat. Off my glass, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much for okay. Please tell me what people are taking to believe this type of BS. I need an elevation to level that's thinking that low. Well, thank you so much. Anthony as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. And Silver, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much as well. Let me make sure to catch up fully real quick. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We are near the end of our stream, everybody. Just letting everyone know. We are near the end of the stream. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate that thumbs up. Hopefully we can get to 2,000 before we end the stream. I'd really, really, really appreciate it, everyone. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up here real quick. Oh, I think I need to refresh. Where's Dean? I would think that Dean would be on by now, but he's not quite yet. Emmy, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Blue Baron, thank you for the $2 as well. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much again. And I think I'm fully caught up.
Okay, Parker, I'm back.
Go ahead.
So I looked it up, and from what I'm seeing, it just needs a simple majority.
Okay. Well, then, do they even have the votes for a simple majority?
Yeah.
Okay. What makes you think that? Where do you see that?
Well, I'm going back by the numbers in 2024 about how much the Republicans for a majority in Senate and the House. So, yeah. Based on that, yeah.
Wait, hold up. To authorize military action after 60 days, they need 2/3 majority. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Where are you seeing that?
This is from Congress.gov, according to the War Powers Resolution.
2/3. Wait, hold on.
They do not have the votes for that. That's brutal, dude.
Oh, that's a shame.
No, it's not. That's great, man. That's incredible, man. I'm happy. They don't got the votes for that. They're going to have to come up with some bullshit fucking excuse to get around that shit.
Did you not know that?
I didn't know that it was 2/3. I thought it was 60 votes. I thought it would have been filibuster. What's up?
Why does the chat keep saying to go enlist? I don't want to go enlist.
Because you support the war with Iran.
Okay, just because I support the war doesn't mean I should go fight for it.
But you support the war. You support an offensive war. So, yeah, you should go enlist. Go on the front lines.
And that...
If you got drafted, would you dodge it?
No, because I'm not going to, live my life on the run.
If you didn't have to live your life on the run, would you do it?
No, of course not.
Okay, but would you think that would make you weak or something? Or, why not?
No, I'm not going to be a pussy and just, screw around the draft.
So do you think Trump is a quote-unquote pussy because he dodged the draft?
In that circumstance, yes. Wait, I mean, come on, Parker. You can at least applaud me for being honest.
So why do you support him for president?
Well, no, I said in that circumstance, not overall. Right?
Okay.
Why you look at me like that?
I'm confused, really. I don't know what you're saying. What the hell does that mean?
No, you're saying, well, do you think Trump's a pussy for dodging the draft? I'm like, okay,
no,
yeah.
That's what you said. That's not my terminology. I just want to clarify.
Okay, well, whatever. So no, I would not. To answer your question, no, I would not dodge the draft. But I highly think that there's not going to be a draft.
Yeah, but are you willing to say the same thing about Trump? Is really the question, man.
No.
Okay, so then if you're not willing to say the same thing about Trump, then I don't know why you say that. I have a question. If Trump said that veterans are suckers and losers, would you still vote for him?
Oh my God, we're going to do this again.
Again?
Yeah, because I've heard you use this argument so many times, Park. It's kind of getting annoying.
I don't think I've ever used this argument before.
I think you have.
Really? If he said that veterans are suckers and losers, would you still vote for him?
Well, this is his second term, so I can't.
I meant
Are you
know what I mean? If the election held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Trump, yeah.
You'd still vote for Trump? Is there anything he could do that would get you to not vote for him?
Oh, absolutely.
Like what?
The thing that would make me not vote for Trump is if he did, if he violated the Second Amendment. And before you say he did,
He did.
Hold on. Damn it, Parker, you didn't let me finish. All right, so as I was saying, if he violated the Second Amendment and made sure that we made a policy that limited us getting our guns, then yes.
Okay, so he passed a policy restricting trans people from getting access to guns.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, that's not a violation of the Second Amendment, even though it blatantly is?
Oh no, they shouldn't have guns.
Why not?
Because. And why does the chat keep saying the
why not?
Avalanche fans crazy?
Why not? Why
Avalanche
not?
is going to win the cup.
Why not?
Because they have a disorder. So would you really want someone with
no
a
evidence
disorder?
of that. The DSM does not include being trans as a mental disorder.
It can. Can you let me speak? So as I was saying, would you really want someone with this disorder to actually have access to weapons?
I don't think trans people have a mental disorder. I think that it's not listed under the DSM as a mental disorder. And the whole argument you're making that they should not be able to get access to guns because of that is ridiculous.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, Bill,
that's called a violation of the Second Amendment. Okay?
You're making me lose my train of thought, Parker.
Wait, not just that, but also, like, you understand that Donald Trump has been determined to have violated the Second Amendment with the bump stock ban?
Well, he didn't do it, right?
He did pass the bump stock ban. It just got determined to be unconstitutional.
Well, at least it's still not here, right?
Okay, so your whole argument is that you won't disagree with Democrats because they can't enact violations of the Second Amendment either, because it'll just be determined to be a violation of the Second Amendment by the Constitution. Well, no. So then, like, your whole argument is that you shouldn't even consider that.
No, my whole argument is that the fact that the only things that you can give me for examples of how he violated the Second Amendment is the bump stocks ban. But that's not even in effect right now, right?
Because of the fact that the Supreme Court deemed it as unconstitutional.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. Just proved my point.
Yeah, but you just explained then that there's no reason to support one side over the other just based upon gun control policy, because any violation of the Second Amendment, right, would just be determined by the Supreme Court.
I did not say that. I said the way that you asked me if there's anything that Trump could do.
That would get you to stop supporting him. You said violate the Second Amendment. I gave you examples in which he violated the Second Amendment, and then you just didn't care.
Well, can I add to my previous response?
Go ahead.
If the
Matt, your microphone is low, by the way, just letting you know.
I'm not talking.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard you, and your microphone was low.
Oh no, I'm not talking. Because I wanted to talk about the earlier point, but I'll let you guys finish this debate.
No, go ahead. Bring it up.
Oh, I just wanted to mention that I think people are a little bit confused because the simple majority is what's needed for a war declaration, whereas a 2/3 majority is what's needed to authorize use of force through the War Powers Act. So that's where the 2/3 come in. But if they wanted to just declare war, they only need a simple majority. But the reason why they haven't done that is because they don't have the votes. Because they have such a slim majority that they can't pass it anyway. Because there's a number of hardline Republicans who are anti-war who won't vote for it. So that's why.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to unmute him because there's a little bit of background noise and feedback.
I'm sorry. So okay. So yeah, I do. Since it's a 2/3 majority, and then obviously they won't get that votes. And yes, I do realize that midterms are coming up. What do you think is going to happen there, Parker?
I hope Democrats win. Do you want to respond to Matt's point real quick?
Well, he didn't really ask me a question.
I said his
Well, I
point.
mean, your main point also was that they have the votes anyway because they have the a main majority, but that's not true. In the House, they only have a one-person majority in the House, and in the Senate, they only have 4 people at most, and that includes J.D. Vance. And there's already at least probably 5 to 10 Republicans in the House who are anti-war and said they won't vote for it, and there's probably at least I can think of 3 off the top of my head in the Senate who won't vote for it.
Well, the thing is, Matt, is that I was under the assumption that it was just a simple majority, right? So now that you guys have said that it's not, then obviously I don't think it's going to pass.
Well, it is a simple majority for a full-on like war declaration, like a full-on like we are at war. But the 2/3 only comes in when it's the War Powers Act saying that you can use force and will grant you that authorization.
Okay, well, that's why I meant the second thing you said. So
yeah, but that requires the full 2/3, which is still not going to happen.
And yeah, we agree that's not going to happen. Okay, well, Parker, you want to get back into it?
Yeah, you can make your point.
Okay, so you said that he tried to ban bump stocks, right? And he actually did, but then the Supreme Court came in and said, no, he can't do that.
Yeah, which means he violated the Second Amendment rights.
Not the only thing that he did to violate it.
He passed the bump stock ban, and then they deemed it to be unconstitutional. I never said that was it. We also can talk about how he wants to get rid of the Second Amendment rights for trans Americans, like you already advocated for, but that's also in violation of the Second Amendment rights. He also called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did.
Give me your source.
Okay. I mean, it's literally from Truth Social, from himself. Look up Trump terminate Constitution. You'll see it. You'll literally see it.
If you can give me a source that he actually said that word for word, I would stop supporting it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll show you. I'll bring it up on screen.
It better not be like from some liberal source.
It's not. It's going to be literally a image of his own account.
It's his own post that said he wants to terminate the Constitution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. People keep saying, no, you won't. Yeah, I will.
We'll see.
Can't see it.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to make it bigger. Just wait.
Who's this Craig guy?
So do you read this? So read it, and I'll move it.
Okay, so with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception, like working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, and the Democrat Party. Do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for determination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections.
You don't support Trump anymore, right?
Wait, Parker, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, this is awkward. I did not know you said that. So that post basically said that he should basically rip up the Constitution.
Yeah,
he's basically saying he's saying because there was fraud in the election and he lost because of it, therefore he should have the right to be able to throw out the entire Constitution.
Well, he wasn't even president at that time, so he didn't. Actually, he was because the election was certified.
Yeah, he was president. That's what he's saying. He's saying I had
actually
the right
when he makes this statement, he is not president. It's 2022.
Oh, was the election certified?
He had already lost the election. Everyone knew he lost, and he was saying that because he didn't like the election results, that he was going to terminate the Constitution.
But he's still calling for the termination of it because he's saying because this happened, therefore we should be allowed to do this.
Yes, and also like it's even more damning because this is 2022 after this has already been litigated.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I think this is reason for you to stop supporting Trump, right?
Well, I have a question. I'm not disagreeing, but I have a question.
Go ahead.
So my question, thank you for being polite, by the way. So my question is that didn't he file the multiple courts say that there was no fraudulent?
Yeah, 60 plus
Uh,
courts indicated no
yeah.
sufficient evidence of voter fraud to overturn the election. And there were audits in
Okay,
every
well,
single swing state. None of them indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election. It was the safest election in recorded history for the time.
How can it be the safe vote?
Thank you so much for the dynamic duo. Thank you, Desi.
So how can it be the safest? Like, what were you determining that by?
Level of
by
voter fraud.
fraudulent. Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, no other
so-
election that I can think of has been more studied and more analyzed than the 2021, and that's including by private people and by the states themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Damn it. Well, I didn't know you said that. I'm in a pickle, Parker. I don't know what to do. What am I supposed to do?
Stop supporting Trump.
Well,
Yeah.
sure, but like the thing
He's a
is
bad
that
person.
well, okay, but the thing is that midterms are coming up, and that means we're at this point where we're gonna have to take a side. And
I think you should vote Democrats in the midterms. If you don't
You're
view it
so-
in terms of you agree with Democrats, at least view it in terms of checks and balances to hold Trump accountable.
Okay. Well, I'm conservative, right?
Yeah.
Do you think there's any Republican? Do you think that traditional conservative views you may disagree with, but you still might find them respectful?
Some conservative views that I could find respectful?
No, like I'm saying that. Do you think that traditional conservative views, even though you may disagree with them, you may find them respectful, but to have?
Oh yeah, like I think there are certain conservative, like economic conservative positions that are more respectable to have than like what we currently have in politics. Like, I'm not disputing that. Like, there's definitely more respectable positions. Like, I think it's more respectable to be an anti-Trump Republican.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
like, I would actually argue that like being an old school Republican, like think like 1980s, 1990s Republican, you would actually be anti-Trump because he goes against so much of the orthodoxy that has been held for the last like 50, 60 years.
Yeah, I'm talking like to respond to you, Matt. I'm talking like Reagan, right? Reagan Republican.
Yeah, Trump is the opposite of like Reagan. Like Trump says that he's like Reagan, but he's not. There are many people who know Reagan who are still alive today would say that Reagan would disagree with a lot of things that he's doing. Trump is not really a like that kind of conservative. I think he's a Republican, and you vote for the party rather than for the ideology. But if you're like an actual conservative Republican, many of the things you just won't agree with.
Well, I have to say, Parker, that I do support this country over any party. That's the thing I'll say. I do have some sort of pride because I don't want to admit when I'm wrong, but you did pull up that thing, and I did say that I would stop supporting him. So I'm not going to just backtrack and say no. But is there any like Republicans that say that you would think that would go against Trump? Because if there are, then I would vote for them.
Look at Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey's like one of the most notable anti-Trump Republicans. So I would take a look into him. I think Rand Paul would classify as an anti-Trump Republican to some extent.
You like Thomas Massey?
Well, I mean, I ideologically disagree with him on a whole lot, but I definitely like him a whole lot more than the Trump Republicans. That's for sure.
Okay. But I live in North Carolina, right? So, I don't think in my local and state elections there's going to be any Republicans who would actually go up against Trump. Not saying that I'm like completely switched over to the left, right? So I would say, for example,
you can be anti-Trump and still be a Republican. That's the point that we want to make as well. Is that also like if you want to continue the Republican Party outside of Trump, you guys need to start defining yourselves that does not include Trump.
Well, the thing is that I don't want to waste too much of your time, but the thing is that Trump is the Republican Party right now, right? Like,
Exactly, that's my point.
when
You guys need to define yourself outside of Trump.
how do we do that? Because right now he's in full control.
How do you do that? Get checks and balances. So what you need is you need Democrats to win the midterms. You need checks and balances on Trump. You need to limit the support for Trump, and you need to advocate for people that are outside of the MAGA movement in the primaries. Don't advocate for Rubio. Don't advocate for Vance. Advocate for anti-Trump Republicans, right? In the context of the primaries, and start trying to push support within your own party in doing so. And you, amongst a lot of other anti-Trump Republicans, will be able to start a movement. But you have to do the groundwork to be able to start that movement in the first place. You have to stand up within the Republican Party against Trump for that to happen. And the more that people choose not to stand up against Trump because they think, oh, I can't really do anything from the Republican side, the less we're going to be able to do that, to be able to limit him from having such power and influence over your party. And by the way, it's going to harm your guys' outcomes when it comes to the next election cycle if you decide to go with a Trump-type Republican.
And also, I been seeing stuff about the coalition. Are you familiar?
What coalition?
The coalition. It's when multiple states have said that the presidential election should be decided by the popular vote, not electoral. Would you be for that?
Oh yeah, I don't believe in the electoral college. I believe in popular vote for the president. Yeah.
You don't like it. I did not know that.
Yeah, I think one vote should be one vote. I don't think that
landmass.
What's up?
Well, sorry, Matt, you were talking. My bad.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, landmass, doesn't vote. Like people do. But my main argument against electoral college is that it's one of the last vestiges of like slavery, because they were set up to give the much smaller states the more right to have power because they had slaves in terms of population. So that's one of the reasons why it was there. And I don't want to have that like still be here. It's a vestige of a time that is long gone, and we need to follow every other country and have the majority vote for it rather than the way that it actually, was in the past. So I think we need to just abolish it completely.
Well, this specifically, and I would like for you to look at this, Parker, and then is if you want, obviously, but is that this specifically would be for the presidential election, basically making the electoral college obsolete for the presidential election, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, in my opinion, that it should be the electoral college for it, because Republicans would not get elected like nearly as much if it was just the popular
that's not
vote.
true. That's not true. It would force Republicans to moderate. That's what would happen. They would have to change their party positions. What you're actually saying is that the party is so radical and so extreme that the majority would not vote for this. That would force them to then become more moderate and change their position. Say they were the Democratic Party. If a Democrat was too extreme, then they would lose, right? And they would have to moderate. This is actually a case for moderation, because you would not have the like wild extremes. You wouldn't have people like Trump, because if he's so extreme, he would lose the popular vote and he wouldn't have to worry about it.
Well, if we're going by stereotypes, like we know that in the big cities are typically more liberal, right?
Yeah.
And they hold more people that are primarily Democrat. In the rural areas are primarily Republican. They hold less people. So, if let's say we abolish the electoral college for every single federal election, right, for Senate, House, and presidency.
We already did.
What do you mean?
The House and the Senate are voted in by popular vote, not by the electoral college.
Oh, so that makes sense. So this is why it's only for the presidency.
Is the only vestige that we have left. We've already made it so that the people vote in, because House was already that way originally, and then we changed it, put an amendment for the Senate, and then and the electoral college is the last vestige.
Well, I guess I'm just worried about that. If we abolish it, then it would just be Democrat presidents forever, and Republicans will not.
Republicans would just have to respond to this. This is what Matt was saying: is that Republicans would have to moderate their views so that they can get more of America on their side. That's actually a good thing. It's going to mean that they're more representative of America as a whole. And when you say, like, oh, like, it will mean that they're only going to go towards big cities, I mean, not only is that where the people are, but also one thing you have to consider is that right now they're just going to the swing states. And it's like people in the swing states get killed, like in terms of ads. Like you should go to the swing states during political season. It's all political ads. Okay, every single one is a political ad for advertisements.
Well,
but like not only that, but also like it's not representative of the whole country. It's only representative of those specific swing states. And I don't think that those specific swing states should be determining what the entire country goes based upon.
Yeah, because the way we have it set up right now is that a set of like 7 states determine our like political landscape. If you got rid of the electoral college, that would make it so every candidate would have to go everywhere because every vote.
Yes.
Well, the thing is that you remember that I live in North Carolina, right? So I was one, well, not me specifically, but I live in one of those swing states, right? So yeah, I do admit that the ads were kind of brutal here. I mean, it was horrible. But the thing is that has it always been those states that politicians prioritize?
They have shifted over time, obviously, but for the last probably 20, 30 years, it's been the same 3 or 4 states, and then we've added some more states like Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, because they have become more liberal because people who are moving there. But it's those 6 or 7 states that now have determined the last about 3 or 4 elections, and if you want to get rid of that, then you have to make it so that votes count everywhere. And the way to do that is to get rid of the college, because that's why they go there, is because those states are determining the college vote of 270.
Well, I actually have not heard these point of views before, and they do make sense. And I think it's that the way that this gets implemented is that enough states that equal 270 electors, like it's either 270 or more electors happens. So then that will effectively make the electoral college not a factor in the popular vote.
Well, we're saying get rid of it all. So now instead of having electors at all, so instead of counting the college at all, just have people voting and you tally up the whole vote. Whoever gets more than 50% wins.
Would that need a constitutional amendment though?
Yes.
Oh, that might never happen.
You'd have to change Article 2.
But that's really far-fetched, don't you think?
Well, it's not as far-fetched as you think, because right now there's something called the interstate compact, where basically a big group of states, mainly Democratic, have all got together and passed laws saying that they all will abide by the popular vote of the whole country if they get enough states that do sign on. That equal to like around 270. So they're at like 230 or like 240 now total. So they only need like a few more states. And if they have that compact, they all agree by their law to vote for the one who's the majority candidate. So that's a way to get around it. But yes, the actual good permanent solution that is going through a like new amendment.
Okay, this is the last thing I'll say, Parker. But one of the reasons is Dean's probably going to get on soon. I don't waste much of your time. But one of the reasons why I was edged into this whole MAGA thing is one, we're MAGA, are MAGA currently. So that's kind of been raised. I'm not saying that's an excuse, but that's, I would say, a reason on why I've been that. So it's kind of, I've never heard these point of views, right? This is like my first, seeing you on here. Mm-hmm. So I would say, well, actually not my first time, because you told me to come back that first time, but it's weird because I'm not really familiar to Republicans to vote for Democrats. Right? I'm not familiar with that. So I since you provide that proof, I guess I no longer support him. Well, I will say that I'm not a liberal, right? But I will say that I will look into my candidates who are and I'll see that. That's the thing I can promise.
Would you
No
say
one can
that if in North Carolina there's a candidate who does support Donald Trump, that you won't vote for that candidate?
The thing that I agree with Parker is that if he can provide a thing that posts or evidence that Trump said that he advocated for the Constitution to be ripped up, then I would not support Trump. And I think that would go for people who support Trump in terms of elected positions. So in political positions, so that includes like Senate and stuff. So
Well, good. Well, then you have a choice to make then, because you're in North Carolina. You can either vote for Roy Cooper, or you can just not vote at all because Watley, who's the Republican candidate, is very pro-Trump. So you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. I would say vote for Roy Cooper. He's a good governor, and he'll be a great senator. So.
Okay, well, yeah, Roy Cooper is the Democratic nominee for Senate, I believe, in my state. And from what I've heard, he has been a good governor. And he was a good governor. So I'll do more research on him because that's the thing that will really impact this state and me specifically and all my neighbors and stuff.
Yeah, because if North Carolina goes blue, which it probably will in the Senate, that means that we're closer now to having the Senate, which means we only need Maine, Alaska, and maybe Ohio or even Texas. And then boom, we have the Senate now.
Sorry, I muted you because there's a little bit of feedback. Avalanche, sorry.
No, you're fine, man. So would you say that would be like a big flip because in 2024, all the swing states went red? Would you say
would it be a big flip? Yes, it would be seismic because the Senate, especially, was less than a year ago predicted to stay Republican like 95%, and now it's 50-50. Like it is on the line. We are going to win North Carolina. I'm pretty sure about that. We will be very close to winning Maine probably.
Yeah,
I think we might win Ohio. It depends, but I think we'll probably win Alaska too, which would be really nice. And then we have a chance in Texas. So we have a chance to pick up like at least 4 or 5 seats, which like 1 year ago was like not even on the map.
Okay, and a friend just DM'd me, and apparently he said that the fuck he said that apparently. So, since the Democrats submit a bill and gerrymandering,
you're talking about for Virginia?
No, for like in general, for nationwide.
No,
we want to ban. We want to ban gerrymandering from a nationwide standpoint.
I'm saying that if the Democrats tried to do that, because I'm not a big fan of states redistricting.
There has been no legislative. Well, actually, they can't do that because the states control the lines, so they can't even do it nationally. But there has been pushes by both Republicans and Democrats to like change the line. But it was started by the Republicans down in Texas, started by Trump, by the way. So I mean, if you're upset at anybody, be upset at Trump because he started the whole thing.
Yeah, I do know that Texas started that. What do you think about Tallarico?
Tallarico? I like Tallarico.
You like Pete Buttigieg for potential 2028 nominee?
He's one of the top leading candidates I would like. I like progressives like Ro Khanna and AOC, but out of the moderates, he's one of my favorite.
Well, he's pro-Israel, and I don't like it.
Well, I don't think that he is in the same sort of way that we would historically say, but when you say pro-Israel, like that's true for like moderate candidates across the board, and same with the Republicans as well. But I don't know if I would say that Pete is like in the way that we say that, like, you know, for example, like the Republicans are pro-Israel. I think there's a really solid distinction between them. Like, what position does Pete have that you think is overtly pro-Israel?
Well, the thing is and correct me if I'm wrong, right? I'm not saying this happened, but like, didn't Pete get when he was running for president in 2020? Didn't Pete get like donations from pro-Israel PACs?
Well, I mean, him getting donations from people who are like that doesn't necessarily mean he supports policies that would be in response of that. So are you saying like an APAC recipient?
Yeah, APAC.
Yeah, so you're just talking about people who are members of that are sending money. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that he has corresponded his values with that. That could just mean people who are like there are sending him money, but I mean, it's something to question or to look at. That'd be true for any like moderate candidate. That's not specific to just Pete.
Well,
I mean, Pete did give like a bad answer on a podcast about Israel once, but he has committed also to like having the arms embargo against Israel. He said he would recognize Palestine as a state, and he would also not pass like a 10-year arms agreement with Israel too. I mean, that's pretty. Like if you're anti-Israel,
That's actually what everything what
pretty
people
good.
wanted from
Yeah,
Harris.
that's
Actually,
actually
that's
pretty
everything
good,
people asked
so.
for Harris. So like, I think that that's something that is like what the Democratic Party is moving more towards, and I think that Pete Buttigieg, out of other, especially older Democrats, is more likely to acknowledge that sort of change and difference. And I think his position on the matter has obviously somewhat slightly changed over time. Like plenty of other Americans, I think that plenty of Americans have had their views progress over time, including my own. Like I didn't know anything about what was going on prior. And I had to do research. So I think for many Americans, like their views have expanded and changed. And I think that's probably true for Pete as well. Based on his position, I think that that's definitely a lot better than what the Republicans would be nominating. And it's better than most Democratic candidates.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee you that whoever the Democratic nominee will be, there will be more anti-Israel than the Republican candidate. Like, it's going to be like a litmus test, and I cannot foresee any candidate who makes it to the primaries and makes it to being the actual candidate actually being like the same or being more pro-Israel. It just doesn't make sense given the state of the world.
Yeah, I mean, would you say that the candidate on either side who gets APAC should that be a disqualifying factor?
No, that can't be disqualifying. Now,
No, because there's like
so like it can't be disqualifying because inevitably speaking, Republicans are going to support policies that inevitably are going to be significantly worse. So we have to at least acknowledge that some of the candidates are going to have that in comparison to some Republicans. Now, if I'm comparing, right, like a situation where I have a non-APAC candidate versus an APAC candidate, right, specifically when it comes to the Democratic Party, I would definitely pick the non-APAC candidate over the APAC candidate. But I can't say that I wouldn't vote for a candidate that's gotten some APAC money, right, because then I couldn't vote for Harris over Trump.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, because I've seen lots of things online that said, "Oh my goodness," like APAC tracker, and like lots of candidates get APAC, and like, "Oh my goodness, that's horrible." And
Well,
I
I
do
would
agree
actually,
that's
I mean,
bad.
I would take it further. I think APAC, I need to read more into it, but I am fairly confident in saying that I think APAC should be listed under a foreign state advocacy group
We
and should
both
not
agree
have to
here.
get any support. Yeah, would not get any support in the United States because the fact that you can have such a powerful group advocating for another state by directly paying and donating to candidates to benefit that state, I think it should be actually like labeled as such, and it should be limited because no group should have that much power to advocate for like another state because you're advocating like not for our interests but for the interests of Israel, which is fine, but you have to actually be designated as a foreign state actor, not as one that's in our interest.
All right. Okay. Well, I've learned a lot, Parker.
For sure.
Thank you for So to answer your question, yeah, I'm not gonna say these words out loud, but yes, I no longer support Trump.
Well,
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming up, Avalanche. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Alrighty. I think I'm gonna call it for today in terms of the debates. Maybe I'll answer questions, hang out, do a little bit of a Q&A for a little bit, and then I'll post on my videos. I was gonna try to try to do the Facebook thing today to see if I can get debates up for that. If you want to join me, Matt.
Oh, sure. What is that again? I don't know what that is.
Oh, so Facebook has like Dean's making his title and thumbnail right now. What's it called? Facebook has like things for guests, and I was gonna try to do that to help get MAGA guests. Like we try Facebook because we're gonna have a whole different set of base of people.
That'd be a different breed.
It will be. It definitely will be. So we'll test that one out. We'll see how that works. If you want to come join me and do that, I got to post all my videos and stuff first, though.
No, take your time. I was gonna go for a walk and also eat and everything too. So, but I'll have time whenever you want to do it. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Alrighty, sounds great. I do have a few people to thank real quick. If you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. Dean's making his thumbnail right now, so I'm going to be on until Dean hops on, just answering questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna go, Parker. So thanks for having me. And
sure.
if you go live or something again, then I'll join you for the Facebook thing.
Well, I'll call you here in a second. All right, I'll see you, bro.
All right. Bye bye.
Barbie as well. Thank you for the $25. Thank you very much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Popular vote definitely should be the way. As well as Ronald, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Just know that you always got support and community here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Thank you. As well as Beatrice, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he says that they were decimated, but I think that's just an incoherent point. As well as Kelsey, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Ducky, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I recommend watching the video that News Girl here on TikTok made about it. I think they did actually a really good video on it. I think it would be a lot better than when I would be explaining it, actually. Laura, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. Chef, thank you so much for the $2. Benjamin, thank you for the $1. And Benjamin, thank you for the $5. For a man said, I'm for it. From a safe distance, a bold stance, enthusiastic endorsement, zero participation. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Beatrice, thank you so much again for the $3. Lord, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You know, that is definitely something that's very, very likely, more likely to happen, given that Dems are in office. You know, and that would be fantastic. As well as, again, if you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat, or if you can ask me in the TikTok chat or the YouTube chat, I can try to answer before Dean hops on. He's about to hop on here very, very soon in the next few minutes. So if you want to ask me any questions, make sure to ask me right now. Parker, have you mentioned anything about Jonathan Ross returning to work for ICE? Yes, I actually reported on that a few days ago. It's fucking crazy. Literally just returning to work, and they just sent him to a different area. Yeah, it's fucking insane. Absolutely insane. I appreciate you do, quite frankly. Did you see Trump is live? He is right now? Where'd he go live? Hawkeyes or Cyclones? Hawkeyes for sure. Lennon, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for. I started a painting. How can I get it to you? Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Send me a picture or something like that, or you could at me in like a video or something. I'd love to see. Carlita, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Have you ever thought about condensing your streaming days so you get a break? Love listening, but I always feel bad. I love it so much that I don't know. I can't see my life where I would do that. I don't know. That'd be great. Will you go on the show Newsnight with Abby Phillips, CNN? I've seen Adam Ockler on there. I would love to go on. I've never got an invite. I don't have like a management team, so I've never had like a place where people can contact me to get me on those. But honestly, maybe I could ask Adam. He probably could help me get on. Yehoshua, thank you for the 50 cents. Thank you. You as well. You as well. Have a wonderful weekend. You as well. Joey, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I don't think there's really anything I can think of, honestly. Are you doing fine lately? Yeah, like I think we had a lot of productive conversations today. Like, it was good to have today after, I think, yesterday and the day before, because I think we had some pretty bad days. So today was really good and productive. I think we had a few different people that changed their mind, so that was really good. Jay, thank you so much for the $5. For if AOC runs for president in 2028, do you think you'll be voting her as of now? Yeah, I do think so. Yeah, if she's running, I'm definitely going AOC. That would be fantastic. What's the Facebook handle? It's just Parker Get a Job. I have about 250K on Facebook. I'll be trying that here very soon, probably in the next within the next hour or so. I got to post all my videos, so it takes a second to do that. Are you going to stream that on YouTube? No, it won't be on YouTube. Maybe I'll stream that also on Twitch or something, but we'll see. Yeah, I do need to get on TV. That'd be fun. That would be fun. I'd love to go on there sometime. Parker, have you gotten a job? Nope, never getting a job. I am never going to get a job. That's not happening, okay? Never. Have you ever experienced burnout? Yeah, with other things in my life. I don't think I ever experienced burnout here on streaming. Like, I've been streaming for nearly 5 years now. Actually, over 5 years now, which is nearly half a decade, or that is not nearly half, that is half a decade. And I still don't have burnout. It's crazy. I love what I do so much. I have such a passion for it. Joshua, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. You mean like to interview him? I don't do like interviews or anything like that. And I don't think he does debates. But he's come on and had a conversation with us well back in the day. We also have huge ideological disagreements. So I'm a liberal. So. But I guess we advocate mostly for like progressive policies. It's pretty similar. So. Why isn't Dean live? He's about to be. He's making his thumbnail right now, actually. Madden, thank you so much for the $10. Do you think Trump's base is enamored with him, even with all his baggage? Do you mean like really happy with him? I think a lot of his base still really likes him. Some of them are starting to see otherwise, though. I've noticed a really big fracture. Bizarre, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. You should reach out to Mediasan and find out how to couple with his channel. You guys certainly expand into leading network. I'd love to go talk to him sometime. That'd be fantastic. Ghost, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't think I did, actually. What was your name under? As well as Jay, thank you. Already got that. Anna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you for your... I think you should consider debating people from overseas. The main point is still come across. And I'd love to hear some of their opinions. Yeah, maybe I'll think about it. I just typically want to do so for people who can vote. As well as Barbie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so kind. That's so kind. Have you ever seen the Clone Wars series? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Trump's live on Fox. Interesting, interesting. I guess I'll have to see later. Have you met Dean's cat? I never have. I've never met Momo. Never met Momo once. When's Dean hopping on? He should be hopping on within the next few minutes, he said. It shouldn't be much longer before he hops on. Ever debate British politics? No, I haven't really paid much attention to British politics. There's just so much going on here, you know. Woo, thank you so much for the $5 for please tell Dean to stop adding people from the comments. He was so mean to me, thinking I was talking crap and I was supporting him. Okay, I got you. I mean, sometimes it could just be like a misinterpretation. So I bet he would apologize and not mean to. But, I mean, you always don't have to accept a request as well if he sends you an invite. What does your setup look like? Literally just a room. I have a long desk that I got from my girlfriend's parents' house that they gave to me. They weren't using anymore. So we can both use it. Actually, we both use it. Like, she sits right next to me. And it's kind of like a dual setup. It's really nice, actually. And then I just have, like, my lights, my computer, and just everything. Really all it is. Bijou, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me click on the message. I got to be able to see the whole thing. See if Kamala is elected, she would be able to push her agenda out. But how would that be mostly possible if Congress is Republican? They would block everything, wouldn't they? So they are working with the other side. They're willing to compromise. So obviously, if Congress were completely Republican, not only would there be midterms to help specifically lean it more towards Democratic, but also there would be, more compromise working together. So there would have been more legislation passed than what would have existed right now under the Trump administration. Plus, even if she literally passed nothing, it would still be better, right? Because like the what's it called? The tariffs not being put in place would make conditions better. Us not going to war with Iran would make conditions significantly better. So it would have been better if she literally did nothing comparative to what Donald Trump did. But I still think she would have done good. I think I am mostly caught up with everything. Yes, I think I am actually. Let me try to catch up. Do you speak any other languages? I do not. I do not. Dean's about to go live right now, everybody. So if you have any last questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. Otherwise, I'm going to be getting off right now here in a quick second. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think we're at like 1,500 likes or so. 1,500 likes. If we can get to 2,000, I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Any last questions, make sure to ask it. Otherwise, I'm going to be ending the live right now. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Whoa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Again, I already saw that, actually. Jay, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Difference between communism and socialism. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. Socialism is just the workers control the means of production. Oftentimes, socialism is a transitionary state to communism, but it's actually not necessary. You can argue for socialism and an end state as socialism without arguing for it to be a transitionary state to communism. So that's possible, but it's typically viewed as a transitionary state. I'm not a socialist. I'm a progressive liberal. So. As well as Justina, thank you so much for the $5 for the last thing that made you laugh offline. My girlfriend and I went to a horror movie yesterday, and it was what made me laugh was how what's it called? How scared she gets. That frightens me more than what I see on the screen. What movie? It was I'm forgetting the name of it. It was actually a pretty good movie. Let me check. Retro, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Probably towards Steyer or Becerra. Those are the only two that have a chance to win. It kind of just depends on whoever has a shot. It was... Oh, wait, no. I already passed it. I actually don't know. No, it wasn't. No. Let me look. Shit. What was it? Hokum. That was what it was. It was really good, actually. Oh, thank you so much, Melody. Thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much for the kind words. I appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alrighty, everyone. I'm going to send everyone over to Dean's Live. I have seen them, Melody. I have seen them. Alrighty, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I'll see everyone tomorrow. I'll probably be on the Twitch and Facebook in a bit. I just need to post my videos first. So we'll see y'all.